I got my notification.
Nice intro.
That is awesome. Well done.
Oh, your voice is gone.
Okay.
There it goes.
Yeah, it messed up a little bit, but that's all right. How's it going, everybody? Happy New Year, everybody. We're here to ring in 2022. Let's see, we got Will, Charger 383 Mopar. We got Rob from Jegs. That's your name now. It's like Rob from Jegs.
I can do that. All right.
And we got Tall John from Tall John's Fun Shop. Jed will be joining us shortly. I think he's still eating dinner, but he'll be in here. Let's see who else shows up tonight. Who all we got in chat? Let's see. We got Mopar Nut 62, Will Thorpe,
Killer.
Thorpe,
Mopar Nut and Will Thorpe. Will ought to
Chris from
jump in
Talking
here.
Mopars is in the house.
Mopar Nut ought to jump in here.
There's Mopar Express. That's a new name for me. Yeah, I'm seeing some new names. We got my lovely wife, Sherry.
Hello, Sherry.
Mopar Man 78. He's always here.
What up, Mopar Man 78?
If I miss anybody's name, just type something in the chat. I'll shout you out. Brian Beeler, how's it going? Happy New Year, everybody.
We're off to a strong start. We already got 10 people watching.
Yeah, I know that's more than I usually get in any other live I do all night.
We're breaking new ground in 2022, y'all.
Oh yeah. We'll be trying to do a lot in 2022. I'm trying to get this channel to take off, get more people in here to listen to our discussions. This is stuff we talk about, stuff people need to hear.
Yep. I believe we do.
There's Blake. How's it going, Blake?
What's up, Blake?
You doing something tonight? I saw you posted up. You was going to do something tonight. I think there's more than enough, everybody. We can switch between, because I know Uncle Tony's doing something tonight. There's a lot of people doing lives tonight. So you guys, I got no problem with people moving in and out. Have fun. Happy New Year. Hell, I got two screens. I'll probably have Blake's up on my other screen and Tony at times.
Mopar Man. Mopar Man, did you get your 2-barrel intake manifold picked up? That makes a huge difference on a Slant 6. I put one on I had a Slant 6 Challenger for a while, and I put one on there, and what a heck of a difference.
My grandpa had a 4-barrel Slant 6 intake that I tried to get my hands on just to make into a wall hanger, and I couldn't make it happen. But that looked like a monster.
Yeah,
I know
that.
A local car guy around me has I want to say it's a 72 Plymouth Duster, and it's got the Slant 6 in it, and he's got I think it's a Clifford 4-barrel on it.
This was an Offenhauser I saw.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good. And before I did the 383 swap on my truck, I actually had a Slant 6 in there, and it had I think a 1977 Super 6 set up with that 2-barrel carburetor.
Those things run pretty decent. With all the emissions that were on them, they struggled. But once you tuned all that out, they ran real good.
Yeah, it ran fantastic. I only changed it because I had the 383, and it's one of those I got it. Why not?
Yeah. Yep.
All I had to do was find a transmission, which thankfully at that time wasn't really too difficult.
There we go. No Mopar Nut 62. We should do that. Let's fab a 6-pack for a Slant 6.
So,
wow.
I think we should.
One carb per cylinder.
One carb per cylinder.
1 barrel. Yep.
That would be interesting.
A six pack, a slant six pack. I like that. Do it.
Like you could make a straight runners come out and either have a giant plenum that all the three carburetors could bolt to, or you could have three separate plenums and run all the carburetors at the same time. You
That's
could
cool.
do some interesting stuff with that, I think.
I've had a few customers from Australia and otherwise back before I got moved around to what I'm doing now. It wasn't on a slant six, unfortunately, but they were from Australia, obviously, and the inline six is king down there, and like the Barra six and all of that. And these guys were taking, and it's not Mopar related, but they were taking LS cylinder heads and cutting them in half. Well, cutting them into thirds, I believe, and then making a crossflow head to fit on a Ford 300 inline six and making stupid power. It's just ridiculous power. And I mean, you know, I'm not a fan of the LS stuff, so I mean, anything you can cut up, I'll get behind it. I'm not at all a Ford guy, but I feel like they could use all the help they can get too. So it's a really cool setup, and I did a little research on it online, and it's a thing. But it's all about that cross flow head. It's all about, you know, flow numbers and efficiency. And apparently, it worked really well.
There is somebody working on an aluminum casting for a slant six head. I don't know how close they are to getting it finished up, but there is somebody working on one.
Blake says he wanted to run a turbo on his Duster and keep the AC. Now, didn't they? I know he was going to buy one at one time. They had factory turbos on. I can't remember what application it was.
They had a turbo slant six, and not from the factory. Like it wasn't a Mr. Norm thing. I thought the biggest the factory ever did was the Hyperpack stuff for a slant six.
No, they did turbo kit. They might not have been actually factory, but I don't know because didn't that 440 you had, William? Didn't that have a factory turbo on it?
It didn't come from Chrysler, but it was like before it was sold to the before this motorhome was sold to the public, it had that turbo system put on it. It wasn't from Chrysler.
So it's like a
Rotomaster or something like that.
Yeah, like when you buy a Winnebago, it's made by Winnebago, but it's got a Dodge chassis, so it's kind of somebody made that combination, I guess.
Yeah.
Huh.
Mrs. Dust Devil.
Yeah, Mrs. Dust Devil in here.
AKA the boss.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello, Mrs. Dust Devil.
Rapid Transit Garage in the house.
I picked up that 440 transmission and everything for about $500. I sold the turbo system. I sold the turbo system for $500. Got rid of all that stuff I didn't need, and then got the appropriate driver's side exit water pump housing. I already had a car oil pan, and it already had a windage tray on it too. And I built that.
Really?
And it had a truck oil pan on there, obviously from the Winnebago, and it had a windage tray in there. So I kept the windage tray in there, put the car oil pan on there, and built that run stand for it, and it actually runs really good.
See, what year? Do you know what year that motor is?
73, not 74. Sorry, it's 74.
See, because I heard some of those had 6-pack rods in them.
Well, I was thinking.
You know anything about that?
I was thinking that maybe with it having that turbo on it, probably from the beginning of its life, because the ID pad is actually stamped with an extra T at the end of the year and 440. It's like it's whatever the year is, 440T. So I think from the factory this was designated to have a turbo. So I'm curious if it had if those 6-pack rods were actually put in there to be able to withstand the extra stresses of that turbo.
How much stress would that turbo really put on it, though? I mean, a 440 a stock 440 in a motorhome is done at like 4,500 RPM. So how big is the turbo and how much boost can it really give it and how much stress ultimately would it put on the rods and on the heads and on the head bolts? Realistically, I mean, if the thing only put out 4 or 5 pounds or 7 pounds or whatever, then would it really need the 6-pack rods? What was the, I just wonder what the idea was behind doing that.
JMR says it. Did that have is that internally balanced or externally balanced engine?
It's a 74. I don't know the exact.
I'd have to tell. You don't have a picture of it, do you?
I think I do. I can actually send it to you. I can just show it up to my camera.
Just send it to me on Facebook if you can.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
Tall John, what do you know about those motorhome motors? Oh, sorry, Rob.
No, you're good. Mopar Nut 62 says he's got 2 of them. He can prove it.
From 71 to 74, if it came factory with dual exhaust, it probably has 6-pack rods, but I have taken some apart that did not. But most of the 71 to 74 motorhome engines that I've done and car, station wagon, whatever, if it came factory with dual exhaust, they almost always had 6-pack rods in them. Why they did that, I don't know, because it made no sense. LY rods can handle 500 plus horsepower. And what you're saying, Rob, is, in my opinion, is right on. If you're running 7 pounds on an engine that's making 250, 300 horsepower, it's only going to get to 500. And that's the stress level they're built to take already. So I don't know if it need, of course, if they're going to warranty something, they're going to want to put a stronger piece in, I suppose.
Well, here, let's put I'm going to put a picture of this engine up on here. And I could have swore that my harmonic balancer was bigger because the externally balanced one, the one I had was a cast crank, and it was all externally balanced. The harmonic balancer was huge.
Yeah, the externally balanced ones, they look like the small, similar to the small block design. They got an extra chunk on them. And Mopar Man made a comment about, did you see his thing on Instagram? He put up a 2-barrel manifold. Somebody had taken a thermoquad, cut it in half, and made a 2-barrel out of it. And they did a really good job. It looks really good.
Ed Scott in the house.
Ed Scott.
Are you just a floating head? I can see your background.
Are you serious? I don't want to turn the damn light back on.
Can you zoom in on it? Look at that motor.
Yeah, you'd have to zoom in on it if you can.
I don't know if I can. I don't think I can.
I wanted to.
What I wondered about the forged crank motor.
I already saw one comment in the chat I don't like. Well, I actually can't say I don't like it. Patrick says low compression 440 on 6 psi makes high 600 horsepower. I doubt that.
The thing is, it would depend on how much boost. If you're going to shove it to 20 pounds and get crazy, I guess you could get it there. So we're talking about a production piece, basically, that some company had, I'm sure, contracted with Chrysler to use a 440 and had done all the work to make the distributor and the timing correct. And I seriously doubt they put more than 5 to 7 pounds of boost on it. And that ain't going to give you no 600 horsepower.
No, they gave you just enough to warrant it being like it was a gimmick. I guarantee it.
What if it was a regional thing, like because of altitude, like mountains and things like that?
Definitely helps there for sure.
Yeah. So what about?
I'll send you, Brian. I'll send you a couple more zoomed in pictures so you can kind of see the balancer stuff.
We'll take a look at it here in a little bit.
And the other thing I'm
just really curious if that might be
440 at 600 horsepower. You're limiting its life. It's not a question.
The thing is too. That turbo on there, like Rob said, probably helped people like going through the mountains, climbing hills in that big motorhome. That thing probably didn't kick on boost until you were all the way to the floor.
Yeah.
Well, and
those Winnebagos were big and heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they are. Turbochargers don't necessarily make a ton of horsepower. They make a ton of torque. And when you make more torque at $5,000 do the math, it becomes more horsepower. So it's not a gigantic horsepower gainer. It just through the math, you gain horsepower. You can't help it. It's torque times RPM. And so if you're twisting it up to $5,000 and you were at $5,000 before, but now you got 5 pounds boost, you just have a giant torque range. And, you know, horsepower lives up in the RPM. So if you took the turbo and twisted it to 65, then you're going to have a lot more horsepower. And anyway, do the mathematics. It's more torque than it is horsepower.
Well, yeah, and and it's like Mopar Nuts in here. Tony's old neighbor ran a motorhome engine in his Charger, supercharged. Yeah, he put that big blower on there, but you still got. That's actually a good motor to run like that because those things are only like, if they're lucky, they get 8-to-1 compression.
Yeah, you're right.
I toyed with the idea of putting that turbo setup on my 1970 Dodge truck with that 383, but I could not bring myself to pull off and to toss out that nice exhaust system I got on there. I couldn't. I just
It'd been fun to play with.
It would have.
I think
it would have been a heck of a thing to play with, but it's I couldn't bring myself to pull that exhaust system off.
Check it out. Aaron's here. Raker's here.
Hey, Ron.
Howdy, everybody. Thank you for watching the video, and thank you for being here.
Chad, that video today, man, I got to say, man, that was awesome to hear.
Hey, I got to stop you, Rob. Okay, I've already had one friend gush on me over that.
I'm not gushing. No, I'm not gushing at all. I'm going to say this. You got to use the term "wibida babida" in context, and you shared it with the world. My job is done. I appreciate that, man. That video was gangster, man. It was great. Good job.
That man above me was like almost crying on the phone.
Wow.
I'll help you out, Jed. That video sucked, but I liked it. How's that?
No, I'm just saying. Brian, you can tell everybody why. That may have been a thing you wanted to keep private, but now it's
no. I don't care. I thought it was really cool where you put the announcement for this in the video. Honestly, if it would have been me, I probably wouldn't even have thought about it and just stuck it at the end of the video. But you put it in the perfect spot, right where everybody would see it just before the engine started, and that just shows how good of a friend you are.
And we currently have 19 people watching.
We have 19 people who cared enough to stop by. And those people.
Fucking 19 people? I've never had 15 people. What are you talking about? This is amazing to me. Where is Ruben?
I saw 21 for a second.
Ruben needs to get in on this.
I haven't seen the video yet, so I'd have to take everybody's word for the content.
So I'll tell you this: the Jed's video, the best part today, Jed, was when the exhaust became an onboard watering system for burnouts with all of the water that hit the tire. That was great, man. It's like you couldn't have engineered that better, man. You just got to keep water in the cylinders, but that'd be a pretty cool little effect, like
What, it blew the top radiator hose off it? Is that what happened?
No, the rats had just nibbled like a little hole in one of the hoses.
Yeah.
And that in conjunction with the thermostat being stuck completely shut made it overheat.
Yeah. I saw steam coming, but I was watching it on my phone, so I couldn't see where it was coming from.
Yeah. No, that's pretty gangster, man.
Mopar Nut says, put some good heads on that thing, put a little cam, that'll be a great 440. That's about right.
The problem is that trusting cams anymore. It's not that simple.
Yeah.
It's hard to get adjusted to that because it's like my 340. I put a roller cam in it because I refuse to trust. I love Hughes, but I'm even scared to trust them, even though I know they use all American-made stuff. That's a lot of stuff. In case you wipe a cam, you got to start all over. There is no just, I'll throw some bearings in it and call it a day in a new cam. No, you got to flush that thing out. You got to clean that block and work all over.
Yep, you're right. And I've flattened a Hughes cam before.
Yeah, I've heard of people doing it.
Hughes is one of the few cam makers out there that actually puts the ramp speed that you can use with that large diameter Mopar lifter. And if you don't break it in right, it takes its toll. It'll eat that cam lobe right up. So you got to go by the instructions perfectly, and you still run the risk because it's on the edge. It's on the the ragged edge.
Yep.
Once it's broke in, it's great. But
with the current state of the questionable quality of the cams and lifters and everything is big reason why I didn't, along with me not having the money, the big reason why I didn't change the lifters and the cam in the Dart is I didn't really want to risk wiping a cam out just because I was having some stuck lifters and didn't want to change just the lifters.
So I'm concerned with my car. It's a Virgin, right? So it's dead to stock, and I want to put something fun and obnoxious, or at least pretending to be obnoxious in it. I'm scared to death too, man. I've got a really nice intake and carburetor put on it, and I want to actually do something with it now and take it to another level. But now it's like, well, if the quality of this stuff is so frightening, and I sell it, but if the quality of this stuff is so frightening, do I really want to go through all of the hassle and all of the risk and all the worry, or just not, and then just go without, and then just feel left out? You know what I mean? I'm struggling with that right now. Everybody's wiping hands.
how long
Is it every manufacturer is it happening to?
Allegedly, yeah. But Jet will shed
I'll
some
say
light on
this. The number one offender, I will speak my mind. I don't hold my tongue. Comp cams is the number one offender. Engine Masters, they wiped, I can't tell you how many cams. Doing the General Mams 440, I can't remember the exact number. I think they wiped one or two. And I kept that kind of quiet. I heard that from a buddy of a friend who knows the people. And I seriously figured, this is my chance. I'll give, Motor Trend a shot. If, when they do the episode with the 440 for the General Mayhem, if they don't throw that company out there and be like, hey, what's going on here? Then clearly there, if you're sponsored by a company and they supply you a cam and it wipes out, you still ought to say something, especially if, you're running comp and you wipe a cam on the dyno, you put another one and it wipes it again, and then you decide you got to go roller. And then people are watching this show and they're seeing you use comp. So you're like, oh, I want to run comp too. But they don't know that you wiped two cams before you finally decided to say, screw it, and dump $1,500 on a full roller setup. That poor everyday man just is going to get screwed.
Well, there's what you said it right there, man. I think it's, let's play conspiracy theory for a second. What if it is the cam manufacturer's systematic approach to putting everybody into a roller cam and a roller lifters and a roller lifestyle, and therefore they're doing thereby?
if they were doing that and everybody would buy one, I think the price might come down a little bit too, which would be great. But I don't know, how much does it cost to get a full set of cam and lifters? Buy that 3 times and you got a roller.
Exactly.
So if you got to save up for 6 months, then save up for a year and a half and take advantage, because the roller is going to give you more torque, more horsepower, more mid, whatever it is you're desiring. It's going to give it to you, and you're not going to wipe it out unless, I suppose, that very rare occasion where a roller falls apart. I've heard about it, but I've never had one come apart.
If it turn, that's the other thing is keeping them solid. There's not, like on a small block Chevy, that's what I deal with the most. And you got those dog bones that hold the lifters in their bores, straighten their bores, and stuff like that fails, and then you can machine the block, or if you've got a later block, you use that spring spider keeper or whatever, or you get the link bars. The link bars are the safest way, but God, they are so expensive. Like hydraulic flat tappet cam and lifters, even for a Mopar, you can get done for under $400, and roller setup, like you said, $1,500 all day.
Yeah. Well, and then when you go roller, and that's the thing, is you get to get so aggressive on the ramp speed. So the opening and the closing of the valve is what makes that such an advantage. So you can rip that valve to its max lift where the head's flowing its giantest amount for the longest period of time. And then instead of gently setting the valve down, you slam the thing down, and right at the bottom, you stop it so the valve don't bounce on the seat, and you're done. And so it ends up making all this extra power, and it's great and everything. But then you got the fact that usually you're going with a little more lift and everything. And now the rocker arms are just hanging those stems, just dragging them sideways in the guide. So to me, when you go with a nice roller camshaft and take advantage of what a roller does, then it's really a good idea to spend the extra bucks and put the roller tip rockers on it too, just for wear and tear purpose. Yep. Not necessarily a big horsepower gainer, although I think it does more often give you a few more horses. But I put them on all my cars, whether they're flat tappet or not, just because when I was racing, I had a 618 roller in there, and I was using 273 rockers first couple of years. Man, after those couple of years and I bought my rollers, I took the heads off the race car, and those guides were freaking wasted. Ooh. And so, you cut them out and you put new guides in it, and I put rollers in it. And, we took it apart every year, whether we liked it or not. And then, and we never put new guides in it after that and run it for another 7 years.
I had a question about that though. Okay. Most of your roller tip rockers are adjustable. How do you work that with a hydraulic cam?
Just, how you do a Chevy? When you turn it, you back a Chevy nut off until the rocker starts banging, tap, 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 tap. Then you turn it till it stops. Then you give it another quarter turn. It's basically that same way. You would run it down until there was no clearance, and then give it an extra quarter turn and lock it down.
Cool. I was wondering about that.
I do it differently. I do it where I run the thing all the way till the lifter is bottomed out, and then I back it off a quarter turn. That's how I do it. One of the things that roller lifters have trouble staying pumped up at high RPMs. And when you do that, I'm looking at the messages here. It's got me messed up for a second. Anyway, when you take the lifter that you put all this lift and duration in there to get all this horsepower, and then you rev it up high with your hydraulic system, and the lifter starts to pump down, there goes all your lift and your duration at the valve. So if you go the other way where you run it down and you bury the lifter and then back it off, now it can only go a quarter turn deep, and it bottoms out like it's solid, and it's going to open the valve, and it's going to give you all your lift, all your duration, all your overlap, everything you're looking for to go fast. Now, most people don't like to do that because when you rev the engine high, the lifter starts to pump up and it'll hang the valves open. But that is not the job of the lifter and the camshaft. That's the job of the spring. So if you're revving your engine to $6,000 and floating valves, then you need to get the proper spring to control the valve. It's not the other way around. And that's one of the big scares. Everybody does that quarter turn off a clack, and then it won't hang the valve open. Well, put the right springs in there and you'll never hang the valve open. It's the right way to do it.
Something that's that just popped in my head is with all the cams wiping out lately. Is it the more radical durations, the more radical performing cams that wipe, or could it be a combination of too strong of a spring for a certain profile, and it's putting too much pressure on it? And I don't know. I'm just
you're hitting it good now. But I've had just off stock type camshafts wipe out. But usually it is the more aggressive cams that are wiping out. And like if you run like a double valve spring during break-in on a flat tappet cam, they recommend flat out that you put a weak ass spring in there and do your break-in, because you're not revving it past 2,000 during the break-in, and break it in with the lighter spring and then swap them out to your battleship springs after that. So you're hitting it right on the head. They recommend to drop the spring down when
it's a lot of work.
It is, but that's how it goes if you want to go fast. And then the work is done one time and it's over, and you got the rest of the engine's life. You know,
Yeah.
you're not supposed to
Okay.
have to
Okay,
all
you
the
got
time.
me. You got me.
It could be a combination of a lot more people getting into the field, getting into building race cars and building fast motors, and not really doing it right, and wiping out. But at the other end of that, there's the engine masters people that really know their stuff, and
Yeah,
they
there's stories
they're
of people been building engines for 50 years, and
So
they're
look
just
at the
recently been wiping out cams.
look at so there's the word right there. Recently, what else has been going on recently? Where's all this? Where's a lot of the problems in the world, all the way around, no matter what it is? What's the biggest problem right now? And that is what I feel like has screwed a lot of things up. COVID did it. And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm legitimately feel that way. I mean, you've got
yeah.
big
You have
big
a
No.
shortage of people. You have a shortage of supplies. You have new people coming
stimulus.
in to do jobs that have never done it before and don't really have the experience to do it properly.
That's what's putting Edelbrock under, is they can't get as far, not under, but causing them issues is the official term, because they can't get folks to run the machines that could run it back in California. I talked about this before, but you've got all of this demand for this stuff. You've got all of this rush and rumble and craziness to get all of this stuff packaged and out the door to all the people that got all the stimulus money and wanted to put something together that was in the garage, and it's just snowballed from there. And now nobody can keep up, and the only way to keep up is to cut corners. So it's all somehow stems from this whatever is going on. And I agree, the sickness is real. It put my mama in the hospital, but at the same time, it's just so far reaching, and that's what I think is wise, because the cam companies and manufacturing companies are the places that are making it for the cam companies, you know, because that rumor, only two places make lifters. Everybody's heard that one. They're just trying to keep up with demand, and in order to do so, it's most likely due to cutting corners on manufacturing processes or materials that it's made of.
Yeah, hardness of the composition of certain metals that under normal circumstances wouldn't pass.
Right.
They're giving it more leeway because it does technically work. So they're cutting that corner to be able to push out more product.
They got to keep the lights on too, you know.
Mhm.
So
So
here's something though, and Rob, you know this. You know, you're in the business of answering the phones of these people for a long time.
Yep.
When I was building engines, you know, young in the 80s, I wiped out cam lobes back then too. In fact, my Dart, I still have it. The original cam that came out of it at about 112,000 miles wiped out the very last lobe, which is exhaust. And that was a common issue then too. So there were a lot then. And for a long time, I started thinking, well, maybe it's because we have access to all this communication. Now all the Mopar guys are hanging out. We're communicating. Maybe it's A-bodies only or a situation like this. And so we hear about it all the time. But you're in there and you're answering the phones and telling us that it's happening a lot. Is it changed a lot lately?
I'm going to say I want to contribute it or attribute it to the idea that, you know, the guy that, like, let's just connect all the dots. You can attribute it to the guy that got a stimulus package. His grandfather's uncle, whatever, had a C10 Chevy truck, and I only reference that because that's just what you hear a lot of. You know, square body Chevy truck, wants to put a cam in it, has no idea what he's doing. I want to attribute it to that guy, but I can't, because just like Jed had pointed out, and anybody else has pointed out, the engine masters and some very heavy hitters, even on YouTube, are running into the same problem. So it has been very recent that you hear about this. I can't necessarily attribute it to inexperience. You know, a young kid that doesn't know any better and just stabs it in and fires it up and revs it to the moon and takes it to Dairy Queen. I can't say that he's the one I can't say that that's more responsible than what's coming in the box is not being, you know, it's just not adequate for the job. You can also try to attribute it to the oil being used, but everybody covers everything in assembly lube. There's no way you can't read anywhere with this age of information that you got to run zinc in the oil. They sell break-in oil. I suggest break-in oil when I sell a cam and lifters. You cannot miss that. That is not something that is missed. So it's now just common knowledge for that matter. So
well, Rob, let me hit you with this point on the experienced people. Everybody knows who Chris Birdsong is in this chat room, obviously.
Yeah.
That man knows, he knows exactly what he's doing. When he wiped the cam in Minty, he called me in a front, freaking out. And all he could do was he ran through everything about that engine like 3 times on the phone with me, double checking to see if he maybe missed something or screwed something up while he wiped the cam. No, he didn't miss anything. He built that engine just like he'd built any other engine in his life and never had a problem. But then he bought that flat tablet cam for Minty and it went flat. And it completely destroyed his confidence in that engine and his ability.
you can't attribute it to the inexperience. You can't attribute you have to, I feel you have to attribute it to the manufacturing process. To William's point, you know what I mean? There's not enough people to run the machines, and the material being used is no longer the best that they used to use. It's okay because that's what they can get. And a lot of this stuff, I hate it, man, but just about everything comes from China. Even the materials.
Before anybody starts bashing China, I'm going to say this. Just because it comes from China does not mean it's freaking junk. I hate that argument. I absolutely hate it because, you know, like say you buy a Molnar crankshaft made of 43 forged steel here in the States, made here, and it costs you, say, $2,000. You go and buy an Eagle 4340 forged steel crank from Eagle, of course, it's cast over, made over in China, forged over there. And, you know, it's $500, $600. And everybody's going to tell you that Molnar crank is 10 times the crankshaft because it's made here and it costs X amount of dollars more. And all I can say is horse hockey because 4340 forged steel is 4340 forged steel. You can't fudge those numbers. And you can't tell me the guy sitting here in the States has any more pride in his work than that guy in China who is working his ass off way harder than the guys do here. And I know I'm sounding very bad here, but I don't care. Because that guy over there lives in a communist state and he's trying to put food on the table just like a guy over here is, but he ain't got the liberties and all the freedoms we have here. So you can't tell me the workers over there don't give a shit. And I hear that. You have no idea how many times I hear this when I'm on the phone with people. They'll get on that freaking subject of an hour-long rant about how everything from China is absolute junk and how it gives me a freaking migraine every time. In fact, there it is. But yeah, the whole thing about blaming China for all the problems, can't put it all in China. Just can't.
No, you can't. And I wasn't trying to put it all on China, but to that end, and there's good quality material that, like, say a set of lifters is made here in the U.S. and they're not getting U.S. steel, they're getting Chinese steel, and the Chinese steel that they're normally able to get is great and good and works fantastic. But what if they have a trouble getting it from China now, but they can get a different grade, a lower grade, a lesser grade? Then that would theoretically, cut the muster, or any material for that matter. They've got A grade, B grade, D grade, that kind of idea. So that was my point was, it may be coming from China and and a lot of great stuff comes from China, but they maybe have picked up a little lesser quality from China to save on cost because shipping is obnoxious right now. And they're using that, and that's what's causing the failures. I don't know. I'm just spitballing as far as that goes. I won't rag on China. Just about everything anybody's got in front of them right now, as far as equipment goes, or what we're talking on, or whatever. There's so much stuff made in China, and we all spent good money on it. You know what I mean? So I'm not trashing China for that matter, but I'm thinking they're using a lesser quality steel from overseas. And that is and then again, that's part of the cost cutting measures that I was talking about earlier. And that's what could be causing all the problems. And nobody's, I haven't heard anybody actually admit that, but again, just spitballing. That's just my thought.
I like this comment. Thing at one point the China thing was true, but things have gotten a lot better. I think that's true too, because I don't care
100%.
what country your company's in. If you're selling junk, people aren't going to buy it.
What's
You
up
know,
with the
you have
profile
to get
picture on
better at what
Motherhood?
you do.
I mean, great comment there, but what's up with the profile picture?
I love the
That's,
profile picture. That's the
that's
modern
great.
day Beavis and Butthead there. Come on.
Wow.
I know I
Hey,
thought that was Beavis and Butthead, but it's freaking me out a little
I
bit.
think that's actually the photoshopped Island Boys or something. I don't know.
I don't know. It looks like Beavis and Butthead to me. So, but
What'd you
yeah,
say, Brian?
you know,
William?
it
What'd you
doesn't.
call those
Just
boys?
like anything else, you can get junk
Island
from
Boys.
America.
It's they're a whole thing. It's
What the heck is Island Boys?
See, look, Rapid Transit said it. We see inferior metal coming from China in the industrial market. So, and Mopar 62, he's saying the same thing. It depends on what facility. I'll attest to that.
But the
Oh,
thing
absolutely.
is, they're buying the metal from here, though.
well, they might buy the pig iron from here,
Yeah.
but they melt it down and put the right oxygen and put the right carbon in to make steel. Who knows if they're cheaping it up, but they make a contract with the company here and it needs to be of a certain quality. And I'm sure every once in a while one is sampled by, let's say it's Comp or Hughes or anybody. I'm sure that the good companies sample it to check the hardness. Moparnet made another comment too that maybe what we ought to do is grab everybody's camshafts that wiped out and let's go have them hardened tested. It doesn't cost that much to have them Rockwell tested.
a
Well, and
lot of
everybody's
times
been
places
telling me
like
it
that
isn't
will
the
actually have the
cams.
testers.
And nobody says it's the cams, they're saying it's the lifters. One conspiracy theory I heard that it does make my brain just want to spit out of my head and shoot itself.
Hmm.
Seriously, is that they haven't made new lifters since 1980 something.
Yeah,
Every
geez.
lifter since 1980 is a reground lifter.
How?
And if there was any kind of truth to that, this problem would have started long before than it did today. Like, I have installed countless camshafts in engines, and I've never wiped a single cam. Never. And I'm proud of that. I don't want to ruin that record. But if there was any truth to that, then how come every cam I've installed has never been wiped? Because I was born in 93. So if that rule applied, then I would have never had a good cam. The whole idea of reground lifters, the first thought in my mind is, so what happens? They go comp cams and Iski and all these companies, instead of making new lifters, they just go out to the dump and they grab a handful of lifters and like, these look good.
When I was a kid, Dad rebuilt a Chevy engine that he had. It's a 396, and he put new cam and he put new lifters in, and I was blown away by these beautifully chrome, shiny pieces of metal that he was just throwing away, and I couldn't believe, why are you throwing this killer piece of metal away? And it was the lifters. Then I realized they fit in your hand so perfect, and you can bean them at your brother real good. So, I mean, what did they do? Come over to my house and take what they had left and regrind them?
Exactly. JMR, yes, everything from Speedmaster is China.
Sure,
That's
loves
why
to be
it's
master.
cheap. But I'll say this: the quality of aluminum they do, superb. Like, you'll be hard pressed to find a better quality of aluminum anywhere. I mean, good example: the Pro Comp heads that were on the 440. Um, it's called Chuck. Those heads. Well, here's an example. This is why you don't trust a Speedmaster head out of the box. That is one of the valves from Jezebel's engine.
Whoa.
Yeah. And there are like 3 others that are broke clean off at the stem. So the quality of aluminum they use is fantastic. Where they skimp out on the steel and brass part, absolute junk. My machinist told me he won't touch a set of 440 source heads. You can't pay him enough money to do another set of those or even to repair them. But he says the Pro Comp stuff, he was surprised at how well my head's welded up.
See, Ted, you just need to chuck that valve in a drill and get a ball peen hammer and a vise and just straighten it like
Yeah.
a man. My grandpa did that, and then he took it into one of the Jegs retail stores. And I have guys at work that used to tell me that story about my grandpa.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, one of them. One is one of the guys that just passed away. So yeah.
Battery. The downside to buying the cheap pro comp heads and loading them with good stuff, if you sit down and do the math, you don't save any money doing that. If you have the option to buy a trick flow head or an Edelbrock head, if you trust Edelbrock, which I've never had a problem with them, but if you do the math, yeah, it's cheaper in the short run, but in the long run, you're spending the exact same money, and you're getting. And the only thing you're missing is the cool logo and a warranty. So it's kind of like, do you got the money for the whole head package now, or what? I mean, if I had to do Jezebel's engine again over, I would have bought trick flow heads if they were available, and I had the money.
I've heard a lot of good things about trick flow. A lot.
Yeah.
I wish our friends at Jegs would carry trick flow.
So I've already told you why we can't.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean I can't wish you would.
Oh, I know. I mean, and they would be a great line to bring on, but apparently they've got some kind of deal. So it is what it is, man. I'm working on it for Mopar stuff. I'm trying.
Is that Jay right there, Rapid?
Yeah, he's
Garage?
Yeah, that's Jay.
What's he doing?
He's over there.
He does that sometimes.
Well, that's I think manufacturing of the cam is part of the problem. I just can't believe that it's only lifters that are having problems. So that's just like out of 16, one lifter is no good, but the other 16 are good. And it just happens all the time. Those cam lobes are cut at an angle so that it forces the lifter to rotate and bore. And what if it was cut flat? What if the machining, and that's why comp would have more trouble than everybody else if they weren't paying attention to the grinding of the angle of the stone up against the lobe, and it didn't cut that angle on the surface that it would rotate the lifter. So I don't know. I just can't believe it's just lifters that are having a problem.
I can't either. I also can't believe we're even having to have a conversation like this still.
It's it's been every bit of a year. Well, listen, I know I've been dealing with it for at least a year of hearing about wiped out cam. And you spend something like with what I do or did, you started taking that phone call. Everybody started taking that phone call, and everybody started sending emails and asking around in the break room, like, "Hey, did you hear about and have you gotten a lot of this?" And it was like a rash, man. It was like an absolute rash of it, and it hasn't stopped itching. It's ridiculous. No matter how much cortisone you rub on it, it ain't going away. And you cannot. Nobody can attribute anything. You can ask the cam manufacturers till you're blue in the face, and they'll tell you 100 different answers. You can ask them the same question 100 different ways, and they'll give you 100 different answers, and not a single one of them is one that you feel that you can take to the bank, because you've accounted. It's not that hard to break in a cam in the first place. Let's be realistic.
Yeah. Here's another thing too that I just thought of while you were saying that, Rob. When I got out of school and I was building engines, we were basically running what used to be called the 3/4 race cam, not half race, not full race, but 3/4 race. And that was the cam that made your engine go, the potato cam or whatever. Now everybody builds an aggressive, everybody's putting big stuff in there. It used to be that when you made a 500 lift cam, that was a freaking monster, and you're running that on the street. Whoa. And now that's very commonplace. And I wonder if that has something to do with it too. The manufacturers are pushing bigger camshafts also. So I don't know.
I want me one of them 3/4 race cams.
You can't get them anymore. That was a craned cam. I actually had the part number memorized early on in my career. But yeah, it was a 3/4 race cam from Crane, and now they've gone under for the time being. You can't get them anymore brand new.
Huh. Do you have the specs on it?
No, not right now. It's in one of my books at work, but I can get it and send it around.
Yeah, because I mean, you could have one custom ground if you really wanted a 3/4 race cam.
How many people are watching right now?
Oh, whoa, a lot. Enough to make me nervous. How about that?
We're at 28 people right now.
Thank you everybody for watching.
I used to
Enough
work
make
at
me sweat.
I used to work in a auto parts warehouse. I was in the quality control department, and a lot of times when when we would find problems with the parts, we would send the evidence to the suppliers, and they would say nothing's wrong. They would always blame it on something else.
Yeah, the installation or the break-in or something like that.
Yeah, so all the manufacturers aren't going to admit to anything being wrong with the parts themselves. They're always going to blame it on something wasn't done right.
All right, there's some other
Unless
contingency.
unless there's hard, irrefutable evidence to prove that everything was done properly, it's like documented and whatever. And even with that, they're going to say, "Well, you still did something wrong."
That sounds like a well-known header company.
Yeah, Mopar Mike made a statement about aluminum head or cast iron heads being good heads. They used them for years. That's true, but did you know, Mopar Mike, that if you have the same exact flow in a cast iron head as you do with an aluminum head, the cast iron head will put more power on the dyno?
Yep.
So a cast iron head makes more horsepower, but losing 100 pounds off the nose of your drag car, pretty important. And if you're turning left all day long, pretty important to keep that weight off the nose of the car. And then if you blow it up, it's easy to weld up an aluminum head and fix it, whereas fixing cast iron is a big pain in the ass. Yeah. So yeah, cast iron definitely is the winner when it comes to making power, for sure.
Mopar 73 Duster. Now you can buy a white pipe from Jigs.
Yep.
Or where else?
Nope.
Trying to find an original. I don't know what if that would be worth a hoot. If you know what diameter, probably 2 or 2 1/4. And we could find you a part number right now, probably.
For your exhaust parts, I would highly recommend Jones Full Bore Performance.
I saw Jones.
They're when it comes to their mufflers, they're fully MIG welded, 16 gauge aluminized steel, all the quality of big name brands, half the cost. I paid like $35-40 each for the mufflers I have on my truck and Charger, and they're just excellent quality.
What's under Jezebel, Jed? What did you put? What were they?
Those. So the actual mufflers under Jezebel are the Jigs house brand, like quiet hush the rushes, and they are really quiet, like so quiet I want to take them off.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah.
So with the mufflers activated, the car was somewhat livable, but still had a rumble. But when I built them zoomies, they act as a resonator, so it makes it really quiet. So I still need to buy a set of Jigs chambered mufflers or something else.
Oh.
Mopar Mike agreed. I agree.
That's something I want to say for anybody new in here. The only thing that makes what we're doing right now special is the day that it's happening on. We do this every weekend. We're on here live, and we have the same type of discussions. Jed's been in on almost every one. Rob's been in on quite a few. And it's my channel, Dust Double Garage, Tall John's Fun Shop, or Ruben's channel, which Ruben's not in here yet. He hasn't been feeling well, though. Muscle City Madness. If you want to come in and see this kind of stuff every weekend, it's going to be on one of those 3 channels. And it's like I said, we've been doing it for months now.
I endorse Brian.
And I endorse Tall John's Fun Shop, and Tall John's Fun Shop endorses Muscle City Madness. So yeah, it's like a big circle.
If I go through everybody in the chat and everybody on this stuff and check them out and subscribe, it's free. It's free. You don't hurt anybody, and you'll learn some cool ass stuff.
$3.99.
You might hear some funny stories here and there.
Oh, John, you missed a perfect opportunity to throw in one of those. Nice. Thank you. It was the perfect opportunity.
I didn't hear it. I was blabbing.
I know, but right as you finished, you should have threw one of those in there, just because it was like the perfect time.
I'm not good at them.
Oh, there may be another little difference tonight is I may be drinking a little bit later. So, and I normally don't drink. So I'm going to try not to say anything stupid.
I usually fall asleep when
tell me shut up.
I usually start getting tired when I only have one drink. So that'll be left for the tail end of the night.
So is the 440 going in the van, Judd? Everybody wants to know because the 360 is so cherry in choice.
So it all depends on how it runs with an intake and carb swap. Tall John texted me earlier. He's got a 4-barrel intake. I don't know how you're getting it to me, man, but we'll make that thing work.
Speaking of aftermarket intake on or 4-barrel intake on a small block, I have a bone to pick with Edelbrock.
Oh, okay. you and 4,000 other people. I
bought a brand new Edelbrock Performer intake for the 318 and the Dart. I pulled when I was doing my surgery on the Dart. I figured I'd do a test fit on the with the new intake.
Yeah,
well, the factory intake has 2 locating pins to go in the 2 holes in the intake itself to help locate the intake to set it down.
You don't need those.
The Edelbrock intake doesn't have those holes for those locating pins. There was nothing in the instructions that said you have to take those pins out, or there might be pins that you have to pull out. It took me a minute to look at it and realize, wait a minute, there's locating pins. That's why it's not setting it down all the way.
Is this on that Dart?
Yeah. Nothing in the instructions told me to pull those pins out.
You have the only one left that still has the pins in it. You probably have the only one left that still has the pins.
Well, maybe because it's that original that it has something that normal people don't have to worry about. But still,
hey,
there's people that have cars and motors like that. I mean, come on, there should at least be a cliff note in there somewhere.
Well, don't feel bad that you didn't know. It's all right because back, 20-something years ago, one of my friends, Andy, used to drive the truck hauler for Walker Evans. And if you don't know who he is, he's a off-road racing legend. And Walker was running big blocks at the time, and he was blowing head gaskets left and right. And they could not figure it out. And Andy asked me what I thought. I didn't come up with it. And finally, they figured out the dowel pins that hold the head down were so long that when they tightened up the head, it stopped the head from crushing the gasket. So they just kept popping gaskets out of there. All you had to do is shorten things up. So even the race guys are getting things like that happening. So don't feel too bad about that. You got it figured out anyway. You got it done.
I'm just glad I figured it out before I returned the intake to get another one and say, hey, this one's not fitting right.
Yeah.
I know when I first put the 273 together for the Dart, I learned about that. I never messed with small blocks, really. I saw those pins. I'm like, I guess I got to drill these holes in my intake so it fit. That's going to suck. And then I realized, I can pull this thing down.
Hey, you don't have to worry about it on the 360, Jed. That manifold's got the holes in it.
Ah.
There's the reason you want it.
Yeah. My luck though, the pins will be removed already out of the block for some odd reason.
Yeah.
That'll be perfect, and yeah, I'll be able to figure out that carburetor way better. That little Holly 2210 factory 2-barrel.
I think it's adorable.
I'm about to pull my freaking hair out of that thing. It will
That's
not
cute,
stop.
man.
It won't stop running rich. We literally took the auto mixture screws all the way in, all the way out, no change. So rich, it literally kills the engine. It bogs it out.
Well, I know when your dad popped the throttle, it blew some soot out the pipe.
Yeah,
It
well,
definitely.
and
Soot and water and mice and snakes and
well, and even after running it for a while, it just sitting there in the yard. There's actually a black stain on the tire, like not just because of the black tire, but it's literally soot straight from the exhaust.
Wow.
Horsepower.
Wasted horsepower. That thing is drank. There's a 5-gallon gas can. That thing's probably run for a total of 30 minutes total, and it has almost drank that entire 5-gallon gas can.
Yuck.
Mm.
It's so rich, it is not even funny.
Get one of them adapters and put the little Holly 2-barrel on there instead.
Well, that's
You know
the
how to-
problem. I don't have any extra Holly regular 2-barrels,
Yeah.
and I'm not going to adapt a Dominator to that dang thing.
Go price one too.
So,
Well, so-
Hey, Jed, you ain't got enough Dominators left, I hope.
yeah. Well, so I went to pricing for Dad, looking at aluminum intakes and iron intakes and carburetors. And it's like, well, I've got 4-barrel double pumpers that would work on it. I don't have any intakes for it because all my small block stuff is racy single plane stuff. That's the last thing you want to put on that engine.
Yeah, exactly.
So you got to start pricing that stuff out, and a 4412 goes for about $200 on eBay, and you can't really get a good shot at, well, did they draw out the air bleeds, and is this thing going to work worth a dang? So
Yeah.
and it became a thing where it's just like, well, and I don't want to buy off Marketplace right now because there's so many freaking flakes on there.
No.
So yeah, I definitely appreciate that, man. That even though it's iron and we don't really want to put a big chunk of iron on there, but it's way better than that pile of crap that's on there, and at least give us a good point to work off of if the 360 is worth keeping or not.
Yeah. Well, I'll put it this way: that manifold, even though it's a later late 70s, early 80s, right when they started getting into these electronically controlled carburetors, where they messed with the air bleeds to get the jetting. Anyway, that intake manifold is identical to the 72 or 3 manifold, but they moved the thermostat housing around in there. Why, I don't know. So anyway, it's the same manifold that was used in 73 stockers that are running 1210s in the quarter.
Oh wow.
And so the manifold does a good job.
hold on just one second. I want to address something. Mopar Man, you said there was a set of aluminum W2 heads on Marketplace. Well, first, those aren't aluminum, and me and Jed have looked at those heads, and they've been repaired. And it looks like Ray Charles welded those with his feet.
And
Like seriously, they're bad.
there's only those aluminum W2s are extremely rare, and they're not actually W2s. They're, oh god, what is that company? Tell John.
I don't know who made that. Oh yep.
Batten
That's
made
right.
an aluminum W2, but they're so incredibly rare. You're more likely to find a Hemi block. Now W5s are aluminum, but they are not. You can tell those apart real easily.
Yeah, they're rectangular ports. And
But yeah, those
these
heads that are on Marketplace are 1,500. They are junk, to say the least. Just throw at least that one with all that weld. I mean, literally, from like the deck surface to the bottom of the exhaust port is solid goo gob weld. It is nasty.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, Brian will pull it up probably. Yeah.
It's time to shame somebody. Public shaming.
Oh, that's not what this is about, man.
That's what it's about for me. Public shaming.
Rob,
Here
did
we
you draw
go.
a little face on your finger so that way you can at least be a part of the camera thing?
He said he may turn his camera on tonight. You missed it, Jed. He did say it.
He
Was
did.
I wasn't the only one
He
here
did
that heard
say
that, right?
I heard it.
All right. Well, it's they are W2.
Look at that.
Uh,
Can you
That'll
guys see
buff.
that?
that worries me.
That'll buff.
What happened?
That's nothing but a bunch of JB Weld. It's fine. It'll run.
Like I said, it looks like Ray Charles welded him with his feet.
it's only for drag racing. Leave the cap off the radiator so it don't build pressure. You'll be fine.
It looks like it broke all the way up into here. What did they do to the? Where did the bad man touch you, Mr. W2 Head? Well, okay, obviously the bad man touched you right there, but
How bad did he touch you?
I don't even think a bolt would seal on this right here. You see where my cursor is?
Yeah. Do we have?
What's the rest of the head? What's the combustion chamber look like? Does it have another picture?
I don't think it shows. No, it doesn't show.
No, they don't want to show the real good mess.
No.
I hate shorty headers. What a waste of time.
I agree.
Every time they do a dyno test on them, you get like 2 horsepower gain over stock manifolds. Woo! Thanks so much. I appreciate it. Now, if I accidentally leave a spark plug wire off, I only lose out on 50 horsepower instead of 52.
Well, I'll say this. I put shorty headers on my Dart only because that was the only option besides the Doug's headers. I'm not going in there. Go in there. But those are made by that Harold guy, the Spitfire headers, and those are really nicely made. And I know they're way better than the stock 273 manifold.
Oh, I'm going to give you that, Jed, for the reason I wasn't thinking of it for that reason. If you don't have stock manifolds, then you need an exhaust system. A shorty header is better than nothing for sure. But if you're going to take your stock exhaust manifold off and try to build power by putting a shorty header on, you got to have a pretty clumsy exhaust manifold to make that shorty header work.
Well, I mean, I had the stock manifolds, but there was no way I was putting them back on the engine.
Yeah. I think they do a better job of evacuating heat and getting it away from the engine and that kind of thing for sure. So there are positives to it for sure.
Yeah.
When did the TTI show up? Do you have any updates on that?
Should have filmed that. I seriously wish I would have given Dad the phone or Anna the phone when I unboxed those, because it would have been the biggest middle finger to Doug. The same price for the headers, the exact same price. And we got a box thick enough that you could probably sail on it in the ocean. And literally, you have the 2 flaps that fold in, and then you have a big flap that goes over, and you got the final flap that goes down. All the flaps were stapled down, and they didn't scrimp on the staples in the flat and everything else. I'll give it to TTI. They know how to at least ship a set of headers, and they do look nice.
What's paid for nice?
Huh?
It looked as good as the money that you spent on them?
No.
I didn't think
they're beautiful. They are beautiful. Like the TIG welds are really nice. I like where they welded the flange. Oh my God, the flange is, that's a nice flange, but not worth the money in my opinion. Really, I'll be honest. Those headers shouldn't have cost more than $500 raw.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
head tree, I'm not sanding the duster at all. I'm literally just going to flog it with paint someday.
Anybody got a question for Mopar 73 Duster here? Or an answer for this question?
Yeah. The difference is the torque converter has a clutch inside of it, and the torque converter always slips, always. So the lockup is just a clutch inside that literally locks it up. So when the engine turns one rotation, the out shaft turns one rotation. So in a sense, it's like fourth gear. No overdrive, but it's like fourth gear. When it locks up the converter, and that's what the lockup is, the converter no longer slips. It's just one-to-one straight through the box right out. They're great because it's the torque converters where most of the heat in the transmission comes from. So you eliminate the heat that your tranny fluid is being built, being thrashed about. It's good for gas mileage and things like that. But that's the difference. It's just one has a lockup converter or a clutch inside and one does not. That's basically the main difference.
Mr. Moss, I love your comment. That legitimately made me smile. And Johnny Mopar, I'll say this as far as TTI. Well, you and Mopar Mission, it's a nice made header, not worth the money. And I tell you what, if those headers don't work on my W2 heads and clear my column shift, I'll be mad. Because they're the only header that, for that price, will fit W2 head, clear the column shift, do all that stuff. So it better freaking work. And it's especially better work with that mild and road race pan, like the dude at TTI swore it would clear.
We could always break out a very large sledgehammer to make stuff fit.
That's what I said about the Dugs. They were already half beat.
Well, yeah, those Doug headers were half beat in.
Yeah, but
they would have fit. We could have made them fit. It wouldn't have made no difference.
They wouldn't have worked with a W2.
Oh, for the header.
Whatever
Hey,
happened to those
you gotta.
Oh yeah, those got sent back.
You got to collapse those tubes halfway, and then they'll fit right.
Ow.
How's it going, Johnny?
Johnny Mopar.
Check your Facebook, Johnny.
Why did you not like the TTI, Johnny?
If he came in here, he could answer that straight to our face.
I think that John. I know. I watched the video. Johnny had a whole video on his TTI headers just would not fit.
I try to avoid other header rant videos, if you know what I mean. But I'll have to find that. So I can start being worried about mine not fitting.
Passenger side didn't fit. 68 Charger.
It almost, from what I saw in that video, though, it almost looked like they gave you the wrong passenger side header. They gave you a passenger side header for something else.
Well, I'll say this. That's the reason why I refused to buy TTI for a B body. I look at the way they do their tubes for the B bodies. It's a pile of junk. There ain't nothing good about that tube routing. It's not tuned. It's not equal length. And even in the slightest way, you can buy the Headmans for the same price and you get a way better tube layout and they fit better. I know. I have a set of Headman Hustlers on Jezebel.
Well, are the TTIs equal length?
There he is.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, what's up, Johnny?
Small
Johnny
block,
Mopar.
I'll say this: the TTIs for small block look way better designed than the B body big block ones. The B body ones, it literally looks like they took the Flowtech header and just scaled up the tube sizings when you want to go to a 2-inch primary.
Well, you don't have a lot of good options with small blocks. So the TTI and the Dugs, if you're running a manual box, are kind of like the only nice small block headers I've ever seen. But in my case with the big block one, and like what Brian was saying, I think that passenger side header it's like it was made for a low deck. So when it was on my 440, it went up too high into where the torsion bar path was. And it wasn't just like a little off. It was a lot off. So, when I called them, I was like, it's not fitting at all. And they're like, well, car to car, sometimes they don't fit quite right. And I'm like, no, you're talking like, I'm bringing the torsion bar through the trans cross member, right, into the lower control arm. And it's like at least an inch off. Like it will not go in because it's hitting the header, and the header is driving it up above, the pocket of the lower control arm. And I'm like, it's wrong. It's flat out wrong. And they're like, well, because they're in Corona, they're actually like maybe 10 miles from my house, 15 miles from my house. They're not that far from me. And they said, take it off and bring it to us, and we have like something we could put it on and bend it straight for you. And I'm like, well, do you guys have like a big block with, like a fender well for a B body? So I know that when you bend it, it's enough, because it was so far off. If it was a little bit, that's one thing, but it was so far off, I was concerned. It's going to be a pain in the ass to pull it out. I'm going to take it to you. You're going to bend it. I'm going to go home and install it. It's still not going to fit. And then I'm going to have to go back again. It's like, I don't want to do this over and over again. And then I asked, well, what, can I bend it myself? And they go, yeah, just get a really long bar and wrap it with something so you don't, puncture the collector on the header, and just put it in the collector and then pull it. So I did that, and I was able to get it bent enough where I could get the torsion bar past it. It had like I got about maybe an 1/8 gap between the torsion bar and the collector, which the header has since flexed back over. It's like touching the torsion bar now, but at least I got the torsion bar in. I couldn't pull it down far enough because I don't have a lift. The car was just up on jack stands, so I could only pull the header down till my bar hit the ground. If I had a couple of more feet, I could have pulled it. I could have pulled it enough where it's going to clear the torsion bar. Anyway, I got a buddy that's got a lift. When I get the car further along, I'm going to take it to his place, put it on the lift, and then bend it some more before we do the exhaust on it. But it was frustrating. I mean, it's not like a lot of people. I got a lot of comments when I posted that video, kind of both directions. A lot of people had the same issue, and then a lot of people say it's normal. Like, headers are headers. You got to bang on them and tweak them, and
not
stuff.
For that fucking price. That's all I can say. You're going to pay for a premium product. You shouldn't have to beat on them.
That's my point. That if I bought $200 headers and I had to beat it with a hammer, I'm not going to be upset about it. Yeah. But I spent $1,100 on those headers, and it's like the reputation of TTI is that they fit your car, and that's why I bought them. If they were some off-brand, I wouldn't be so pissed off. But it's like, man, $1,100 is a lot of freaking money to spend. You expect perfection, Well, yeah. Maybe not perfection, but at least you wanted to fit your car.
Here's the thing that pisses me off, what you were talking about there, where you talk to them and they say, oh, bend it this way or bend it that way. Each car's a little different this way or that way. I'm sorry. When you use, I don't know, when I put a 440 in a Duster before, I used the Schumacher engine mounts to put it on a Slant 6K member. Well, that put it exactly in the same place as my buddy who had a 318 in his and put a 440 in it. Those engines side to side were the same. I can't believe the jigs that they build those headers on are just so floppy and loose that they're just tag teaming these things together. And then how stupid is that? So as soon as they said that, that would have made me pissed off.
Well, it's a catch-22 because I'm grateful that they at least gave me something. Like I wouldn't even have thought about bending the headers. You get tunnel vision, so mad, spend all this money, and it's like I just want it fixed. And so at least they were kind enough to kind of give me some direction, right? So I was able to rectify the problem. But yes, it was frustrating because it's like, look, guys, like I understand shit happens. Mistakes happen. Like I'm not even really mad. I mean, I was mad and I am mad, but I screw up. I make mistakes, and I expect mistakes to happen in a manufacturing environment. It's not like I expect things to be perfect all the time. But what I wanted was them to say, okay, look, can you send us video? Can you send us pictures? Can you show us? And then if they would have if they took the time to look at it, they would have saw how far off it was. Like it was a lot off, not a little off, a lot. And like go investigate it. go to your jigs. I mean, maybe because I have a set of TTIs on my Coronet and they fit like a glove. It's the same application, the 68 Charger, 68 Coronet, 440s in both, identical, right? It's like, so I've had them fit before. So something is wrong with your jig, or, you know, the operator, the guy that was welding it together screwed up somehow. Like, go look. Or to Brian's point, Brian's point, you know, maybe they were built for like a low deck or something. It's the wrong part number that got thrown in my box. You know what I mean? Like, just go figure it out and then come back to me and say, oh yeah, hey guy, hey, we screwed up. We put the wrong header in the wrong box, or the jig was bent. You know, they got 5 jigs and one fell over and got bent, and that's why your header came out screwed up. Well, now you have the root cause. You can fix the problem so that the next guy that buys a set of headers doesn't go through what I went through. Yeah. Because if you watch that video, I filmed it raw. It wasn't, you know, I didn't like go back and film it. It's like you're seeing my raw reaction. I was calmed down by the time I talked to them, but if you see what I went through and my frustration I went through, that reflects bad on your company. Like, if somebody else sees that video and they go through, if every 10th header you're putting out there is a header like that, you're going to lose customers, you know?
Yep.
And your reputation is going to get affected.
Especially
TTI. When I called TTI and I told them I want to talk to someone about picking out headers for my W2 headed small block 340, they put me on the phone with, I don't remember his name, but he was the designer of the headers. They told me that specifically. And whoever the hell this old guy was, he seemed to know what the hell he was talking about, because we got talking the specs of the engine to pick out the headers. And
was
he had
it
agreed.
Bill?
It might have been Bill. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But we had agreed that we were going to do the engine 3/4 step headers, like what me and all my buddies had agreed would be the perfect header for that engine. Mm-hmm. And I straight up told him, dude, I'm not bashful and I'm not going to hide shit, but I'm going to tell you right now, I can't stand your company because I can't stand your prices and I can't stand the way you design your big block headers. He goes, what are you talking about? And I was like, well, have you ever looked at a set of Flowtech headers for a big block Chrysler? He goes, yeah. I said, yeah, of course you have, because that's what your freaking big block headers look like to me. I'm sorry. Go look at a set of Hooker Super Comps or a set of, well, you can't see Hedman Hustlers unless someone owns a pair, because that's a guarded image secret. They don't want that. They don't want anybody copying that design. But you look at any of those other tube routings, and I can see $800 for the way those tubes are bent, just in the most beautiful ways to clear everything. And yeah, you got to put little dinks in them over the years to clear for different cars. Like the headers that are on Jezbo are actually early V-body headers, and that's why I had to clearance them so much. But, you know, and I just told him straight up, dude, I will never buy a set of big block headers from you just because I look at the way the tubes are routed and done, and I think you guys dropped the ball. Now, your small block headers, on the other hand, I think they're a work of freaking art. I think whoever designed those headers should be given a Nobel Peace Prize, and the guy who did the big block headers should be shot in the knees. Because that's my personal opinion, you know, I'll spend $800 on your raw, uncoated W2 small block headers because you're the only guys that make them.
Yeah.
And will clear my column shift, so I'll buy them, but I'm not happy.
Are you going to paint them white?
Fuck yeah, I am. Yeah, he offered me, he's like, you want to get these things coated? And I was like, no, I'm painting them white.
Well, you could have asked if there was white coating.
There's not. Nobody does white coating. You got to do the paint.
Dumb.
I know. Everyone was shiny. Ceramic coated.
One of my complaints about the big block TTIs is that front tube, when it comes off the head, it basically comes off like straight off and then turns back, right? Yeah. And it goes right over where one of the studs is. And it's like, why couldn't you have that tube come up a little bit and then back so that you can just have a straight shot to that stud? Because if you run, because there's like 2 stud lengths on Mopars, right? There's the long ones and the short ones. If you run the long ones, you're screwed. You got to take it out. You got to put a short one in that hole. And then if you run a bolt, if you're going to run header bolts or something, like you have to start with that bolt basically to get it in there, and then the header has to be away from the head to get it started, and you have to draw it in. That has to be the very first bolt that draws the header onto the head. Because if you put other bolts in, and then you go, oh, I'm going to put that second, header bolt in, it's too long. You can't. The header's too close to the head. It's like this is like basic shit. You know what I mean? Like if you just put a header on a head, you would have figured this shit out. Like,
Yep.
I don't get it. And there's tons of room on a big block Mopar. You look at like high poke exhaust manifolds, they kind of come up and back, right? There's tons of room in the engine compartment in that area. There's no problem. I don't see any issue with just running the headers just a little bit higher, clear all those freaking studs, make it easy. Because, it's freaking hard to get in there on a big block. The headers are kind of down on the side of the head. But
I've never liked changing spark plugs on a big block. I thought it was
it's
always. That's one thing I like about my angle plug heads is the angled plug makes it just that much easier.
Yeah.
I tell you what, that's another thing, Johnny. It's amazing. I fit hooker headers, headmans. I've tried a bunch of different headers over the years, but those old pair of Headman Hustlers I have on Jezebel, the 2-inch primary full race headers, those things were designed before angle plug big block heads were ever a thing. They're an early B-body header, and those things clear so freaking good. It's like they were designed, like someone in the 70s are thinking, angle plugs might be a good idea for this head someday.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
One thing I've always pondered about and would love to do one day is have my Magnum exhaust manifolds that are on the 440 in my Charger ceramic coated. Have those original cast iron manifolds ceramic coated.
It'd probably help that engine compartment temperature a ton.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, what's up with header wrap? Why did people used to? I guess they don't do it anymore. But why did people used to wrap the headers?
They
Well,
still
Did
do.
they keep the heat out of the engine?
No, that's part of it, which is a good thing, but it keeps when the exhaust gets into the header's thin and it dissipates heat, which slows down the exhaust speed. And so when you wrap it, it keeps the exhaust speed high, the velocity high, and it helps the header tube scavenge on the low end side. It helps to bring the bottom end torque up a little bit.
But the downside is that between the hot and cold expansions, it actually holds condensation, will hold water, and will rust your tubes out over a long period of time.
And that's why every header manufacturer now will void your warranty if they found out that you wrapped them.
Yeah.
Really?
It's ridiculous. If any of them, what is it, Hooker or Headman or Flowtech or Doug's or Patriot or anybody that we deal with, that's one of the first things that they have as a disclaimer. Aside from, they say it in every one of those books too. Every vehicle is different due to manufacturing tolerances, blah, 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 and modification may be necessary. And then any applied warranty is void if you wrap the headers, because they hold condensation and moisture and causes things to rot out. And they've had so many claims about it, apparently, that they've all just throw their hands up like, nope, we're not playing this game anymore. So it's a great idea.
Did it on like a dedicated race car that stayed inside.
Well, again, I mean, the warranty on them is only good for so long. Like, I think Hooker is only like 90 days. And then Headman, they put a 5-year warranty on their ceramic coated stuff. And I think it's like a 1 or 2 year warranty on their standard stuff. But if you wrap them, that's all gone.
Yeah.
I
have ceramic headers or ceramic coated TTIs on my Coronet, and I want to say it was maybe about 2 years later. And don't get me wrong, it's nicer than having bare metal headers that just rust, but like they get pitted, they get like little pits in them, and you can see the little rust coming through those pits. And then the area like in the collector where all the tubes come together in between, it's like they couldn't get the ceramic really in there very well, and it's kind of rusty in there. I mean, it's just surface rust. It's not a big deal for me, but just a warning out there. If you think that, when you get them and they're brand new out of the box, they look beautiful. I mean, they are just gorgeous looking, but don't expect them to stay like that forever because they won't. And the
Yeah,
Cornette's
it's
been
there.
pretty much garaged its whole ever since I had it painted. It's been garaged.
Well,
Now, Johnny, can you tell a difference in the engine compartment temperature? I mean, they're supposed to do kind of like wrap.
Yeah,
They try to.
They claim that. I don't know. I haven't actually done any kind of test.
I'll say this. There's a couple of reasons. Obviously, one of them being I like white header paint more than anything else.
Yeah.
I didn't go with any kind of coating when one, it wasn't in stock, and two, I know I'm going to be running my engine on the dyno, and I know if you run coated headers on like a dyno run, and you're going to break in an engine, you'll destroy that coating real fast.
Yeah.
That also builds a warranty on them. Is if you break an engine in on ceramic coated headers, they won't cover the finish off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And plus, Dad and I, we've mastered that technique. Jezebel's headers, after, we did all of our heat tempering on that white header paint, that paint is still in great shape, even after running it and blowing up a clutch. That paint's held up phenomenal.
Well,
And,
Jezebel lives outside too. That's another thing that amazes
all my
me.
cars live outside, and the only place where those headers, where the paint's missing, is when I ripped them out after I blew my clutch up. I just got so irritated. I ripped the headers clean out of the car. But
Hey, Lunar, how's it going?
How you doing?
What's going on, Lunar?
Lunar.
Oh, if we can see there, she's all stripped and ready to get to the machine shop for hopefully just a hone and a clean. Actually, we'll see.
What is that? What engine is
Oh,
that?
440 for the satellite.
Nice.
Now, are you just going to you're going to put the pistons back in, or are you getting another set?
If I can, so I have something going on next month, so I'm trying to scale back my budget a little bit. So if I can put those pistons back in with no rings, that's what we'll do.
You're going to put them in backwards?
No.
I get it. I see what you did there.
I was hoping to be able to put a little bit higher compression pistons in there, but
what year is that engine?
it's a 77. Out of
So it'd be like 8 to 1 on a really good day.
On a good day, yeah. But someone put nicer heads on it. I gotta go turn the heater off because that is gonna be loud. Be right back.
Wow, all we need is one more, and we'll have the full Brady Bunch again.
Yeah.
Well, Ruben says he's on his way home.
Yeah.
Hey, Jed, real quick, what header paint are you using? The white.
It's literally just what is it, Rob? VHT we bought last time.
Yeah, VHT. Yeah.
It's all about running. It's all about running it through heat cycles. We get our big rosebud on our torch. We'll heat, like last winter when we did it. We keep the garage heated with our space heater, and we just take the rosebud and we bake the paint on in cycles. Now, if you had like a big oven, do the same thing, because that ceramic header paint has to be heated and cooled. It's got to be baked on. Just like if you put them on your engine and you fire it right up and you just go for a drive, you're gonna burn the paint right off. But if you start it up right until that paint starts to smoke and you cut it or shut it off, that paint will bake on, and you go through that cycle about 5 times, and that paint should stay. So what we did with the rosebud this time is we got the headers up to about 500-600 degrees, and we did that about 9 times, and that paint stayed. And it's there's a science to getting header paint to staying on there, and it just takes time.
When you say rosebud, what is that? Is that like a torch?
It's a rosebud on our torch. Yeah, it's a great big head. Well, not that big, but it's about. Dad's rosebud is really big. It'll heat shit up in a hurry.
Okay. All right. Cool. Well, yeah, that's good to know, because I've only had luck with one set of VHT painted headers that survived, and it was on like the most mild 318 that came out of a 85 or 87 Diplomat, the roller cam in it, and it was like, well, the paint didn't burn off, but every other set of headers I've had that I painted, it's like it just burns off, and you're like, this shit says like 2,000 degrees. It's like there's no way, it doesn't even work, But I didn't know about that. I didn't know about cycling it like that.
The problem with barbecue paint is it only comes in black.
Right.
And black headers are just kind of boring. They got to be
What's wrong
white.
with oh no. Okay, yeah, the headers. Thought you
I,
were talking about blocks again. I got a friend in here now that paints engines black.
Yep. Well, it depends. If we're going for looks, then you go for whatever color you want. But if you're looking for thermodynamics, it's black.
Black.
Nope.
He just
I don't
said
make the
black.
laws.
That's
Well,
all I
John-
heard that whole sentence was he paints it black.
Johnny, have you met Lunar before?
I've seen his channel.
Okay, and
How you
then
doing, Johnny?
straight up above you, Brian, is William,
How you
Charge-
doing, William?
Charger 383. He's got a Chevy engine in his Mopar.
Nice. How much hate do you get?
We were joking about, well, we weren't joking. We were talking about that earlier, how so many Chevy people think that he's put a Chevy engine in his car because it's a 383.
Yeah, they think 383s are there.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you met Jed before either. Have you met Jed?
I think we have.
Okay,
Yeah,
and then
we've
Rob's
done
in
a
the
couple.
middle. Rob's in the middle. Every once in a while you get to see him, but he looks kind of like a bird.
Yeah.
And I don't have a channel. I just show up and harass people because I sell parts to most of the guys in the room at the place I work.
He's Rob from Jags. I'm just saying.
I'm not that. Don't believe anything anybody says. I'm not that cool.
He is.
Hey, Lunar,
Wait, whoa, was that the right sticker, Jed? Was that
I showed my brother when I was helping him change oil in his diesel truck yesterday, and he looked over in the man's windshield and he goes, "Does that say Jugs?" So I had to tell Black a little story about how Rob taught me how not to do that.
I advised you on how not to do it. That is correct.
Yeah, and now I have a great educational tool on how to show people not to do that.
Yeah. No, it's not about knowing what to do. It's about what knowing not to do, and you definitely should not do that.
I did see your comment, Mopar man. I didn't know they made white. I'm scared to try it. I know the VHT works, and I know it's lasted this far, so I'm going to stick with VHT.
Yeah.
So,
Lunar, I was
Brian,
just
one more
saying, like,
introduction. Straight up in the middle. That's Sherry. That's
That's my wife.
AKA the boss.
Yeah, she's the boss.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
Now I screwed up the conversation. Let's go
All right.
back to it.
I was just gonna say to Lunar, I had my old '69 Roadrunner. I had a '78 RV engine that I bought. It was like a warranty long block crate motor.
Yep.
And basically this Dodge dealership had the motor. A guy that worked there bought it. The guy I got the motor from bought it from him, and the thing had never been ran. It was like brand new engine from 1978. So but it was an RV engine.
Right.
It still had the manifolds on it, and they had overspray blue on it. Like brand freaking new. So low compression engine. All I did was put a 484 lift, Mopar purple shaft cam in it. I put an aluminum RPM Edelbrock intake manifold on it, and Mopar electronic ignition on it. I put that in the Roadrunner, and honestly, man, that thing ran like stink. I mean, if you're just doing a street car, like I wouldn't be too concerned about the compression. Obviously, more compression is going to make more power, but if you can get away with using, the pistons you got and save the money, I mean, I think that car was probably making about 390 horse. So, not a killer, spectacular horsepower number, but it'll rip the tires like no tomorrow. About 390 horse.
And get away with 82 octane.
Not a killer, spectacular horsepower.
You just got to catch up.
All right.
Gotta turn off
We got somebody.
There you go.
That's much
There we
better.
go.
Hey, another thing,
What's going on,
too.
guys?
Ruben.
Feeling good, man. I had another bowl of chicken noodle soup. I'm barely alive, but I'm good.
Another
I
thing
think
on
we
top
should
of what-
address Hillbilly Herman's. Just a second, John. I think we should address
Okay.
Hillbilly Herman's question.
Sorry, Johnny. That was a good one, man. I didn't mean to interrupt, brother.
All good.
Who in here has the fastest car?
Me.
Jed.
When he gets it back together, I'm gonna say Jed.
I like Mr. Hyde.
Don't you even do it.
Straight. What car are you saying is the fastest of mine?
Now, again, fastest and
Jezebel.
quick. We want to
Fastest
go.
thing on the streets, baby.
Once you get it back together, Jezebel should be a very
Nah,
very
Jezebel,
quick car.
nah. I saw that thing in a comic book, man, right next to the sea monkeys.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if we're going off cars that currently run,
Oh,
not high
Oh,
on
my
that.
car, my Acura then.
Okay.
My car.
No, I would have to say Johnny's Duster probably beat everybody here with currently running.
I haven't ran it at the track, so I don't have any numbers to provide. But hopefully that'll change in January.
As far as Mr. Hyde goes, I was watching some drag racing that gets put up live on YouTube here, and they were running junior dragsters. And I saw your time slip, dude.
It's fucked up.
And I
Fucked
saw
up. Yes,
good
fucked up.
times.
Now, I run a 1271 at 123 in the Roadrunner before I parked it 10 years ago. And
that car's still running. Oh, that was 12 years
it's
ago.
running now, and I think it's still there, but I couldn't tell you what it. I mean, I haven't. It's going to need a tire change. When I took the car out last time, and I had Jacob standing on the side of the road while I was, burning the tires past him, doing my one wheel peel. And I look at the mark on the ground, and it's nothing but powder, black powder.
All from the tire.
Yeah, they're so dry.
That sounds. I used to have them powder tires when I was a kid. I think they quit selling them in the 90s. But yeah, that's all I used to be able to afford when I was a kid. I'd drive them to work.
It's been so long since I did a live, I forgot there's a chat. Click on that.
I don't know about Brian's 1UZ yet. He's going to have to get it to the track. We've seen it do a good burnout so far, but we got to see it at the track.
It needs to hook.
Now, are you gonna take it to the track in current condition, or are you gonna make changes before you get it there?
No, so I have a couple plans. I want to see how it runs as it is right now, because it's almost like it's stock, except for no emissions, and a 430 rear diff. So I want to run it against a stock Toyota Supra that's basically the same car that I bought 12 years ago. And then I want to run it against the Satellite, and John knows what's coming up next month. I want to see which one is the fastest out of the bunch, and then we'll get the supercharger on it.
Now, when you do that, then you put the 440 in the Satellite. What do you think's going to happen then?
So the Satellite, so the 455 and the Skylark GS frame body, and the 450 or the 440 and the Skylark, they're still real heavy cars, and the estimated horsepower from the guy I'm working with on the Supra project, 600 to 700 horsepower, and only weighs.
Oh, okay, well, you're up in Jed zone then.
Yeah, I don't know, but we'll see if the engine even holds up with that. They're supposed to, but it's got 230,000 miles on that block. So,
dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. That's a lot of horsepower. If you've never had anything with that kind of power, be smart.
Oh yeah,
don't try and show off, because that kind of power is dangerous.
I used to have a blue Supra that pulled around 500. So,
well, and it's different in something like that versus an old muscle car. Completely different power bands, different torque numbers. I remember taking my brother for riding Jezebel before it was all tuned in, and we're running the 6-pack, and that was back when it only made 612 horsepower and like 600
only.
It made like 660 foot-pounds of torque. And I remember driving to the gas station with my brother, and he goes, I figured this thing would be a lot more peppy than this. And I was like, oh, we're just on the center 2-barrel. And on our way back from the gas station, we passed by the Dodge dealership, and I floored the thing, which is the last thing you want to do is try and show off. And that thing got scary. We literally, in the back seat, in the back of the bench seat, and we were doing over 100 miles an hour before we passed the stop sign to turn off to our house. It is scary. And I tell a lot of people that, everybody thinks they got to have 600 horsepower until they realize what it's like actually having it. It's completely unusable on the street. and it's honestly more of a detriment than it is a pro. So that's all I can say to people is be careful.
Well, I think since the Hellcat came out, it's like all of a sudden that became the benchmark. Like everybody's got to make over 700 horsepower because the Hellcat makes 700 horsepower, and it's like, 700 horsepower in a Hellcat that has traction control and it's a pretty stable car.
That car was built to have 700 horsepower.
Right. Yeah, it's more manageable in a car like that. But you put that in a 70 Charger, and it's like, if you don't know what you're doing, you put that thing in a tailspin in no time.
Hey, we got Just Mopar Joe in the chat, and Mr. Foots.
What's up, Bigfoot? What's up,
Bigfoot?
Jay?
So I don't know if you guys heard this or not, but 2008 and newer cars, if you break into the 10s, you don't need a roll cage anymore. As long as it's not
sound.
It's probably because of the way the cars are built.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So they're claiming they're safer.
Yeah,
I don't know if they're safer or not, but I know one thing: my head is worth more than that. I'll put a cage in it.
Well, it's like the one issue I have with the Supra. I was talking to him and how fast he thinks it's going to be, and I don't want to put a cage in it. So if I have to put a smaller pulley on that supercharger, I want to keep it outside of that cage range.
Yeah, I want to go back to something like Johnny Mopar was talking about with the 440, with the intake manifold, that kind of thing. There's a guy, and I've seen him comment a lot on A-Bodies Only, IQ 52. I don't know if you guys have seen him or not, but he owns a shop. What's that?
That's quite a name.
Yeah. He owns a shop. I want to say somewhere in Minnesota, maybe, or something, but he took a 440 out of a motorhome, cast crank motor, and did the dyno test on it. Now, I don't remember the numbers, but then he took and put a set of headers on it and put a good intake manifold on it and a 509 purple shaft. And this is with an engine that calculates out to like 7.5 to 1 compression.
Right.
And the motor was instantly over 400 horsepower. Then he did a set of quench chamber heads, but did some porting on them to match the 906. No, he had the 452 heads on there. And I may be wrong about some of these numbers, but anyhow, this is the gist. By the time he was done, the engine was cracking into the 600 range.
Wow.
And it was with the hydraulic 509 camshaft with the quench chamber heads. It was more like 8.7 or 7.8 or 7.9 compression. Nothing at all. It really had more to do with getting it to breathe and do what it's supposed to do and spinning it.
I'm surprised he was able to pick up that much compression.
Yeah, from the quench.
From an open chamber head to a closed chambered head, depending on milling and a lot of other things, it's roughly you can gain almost a full point, but it depends. Like 75 cc to 85 cc, that's worth about a point, roughly. There's so many things that go into that. But one thing a lot of people forget is an engine is literally an air pump. The compression is merely a small factor in what makes power. What really matters is your airflow and where you want that air to be flowing at for your peak RPM.
Yeah, I think that's a really good thing to say. When people are starting to get into the hobby and they want to, I think one of the biggest mistakes a new hobbyist makes is like going after big horsepower and throwing a lot of money at a bunch of parts. And like, Tall John was talking about in that example, it's like, if money is a factor and you just want to go have fun, if you're making around 400, 450 horsepower, you're making some good power. You put that in an old muscle car, and it doesn't cost you any money. Like the camshaft, the intake manifold, and headers, and maybe the ignition system, those things, you put your focus on those and you don't spend a ton of money, you are going to have a lot of fun in your car. And if you really want to make some big horsepower car down the road, that's fine. But if you want to just get out there and have fun in a short period of time with a little bit of money, I'm telling you, man, don't get crazy with it. Keep it simple.
I do want to touch on something with that. Back in the 80s, my dad had put a 6-pack intake on the 383 that was in his Charger, but he had basically stock cam, and when he drove it, he didn't have strong enough return springs, and the cam having a stock cam having that much vacuum, when he put his foot in it, it locked it into wide open throttle, and and that's when he said drum brakes don't work at 120. And he had to shut the car off to lose that vacuum so he could crank it back up and baby it back home. So when you're on these older cars, when the new hobbyists are doing stuff and they hear stuff like 6-pack and everything, and they want to put a 6-pack on their car, you got to have the matching components for it. You can't just slap it on there.
I just wanted to add to the conversation you guys were having right now. I know we've talked about this before, and I've said it. I had this 69 GTO right out of high school that I had for 10 years. And
short or slow.
It's a real judge that my dad had bought me for $7,000. That's how good the car prices were back then. And you saw those cars everywhere driving down the street. That was the cool part, like late 90s. But anyway, this car had the stock 400 in it, had 70,000 original miles on it. A friend of mine helped me tune it and turned it into what I called a beast on the streets. I mean, I'd win some, I'd lose some, and I would drive the shit out of that car. I mean, I drove it like it was Dukes of Hazzard. I drove it, the way we all see Chris Birdsong driving his cars now. That's how I drove this car. I mean, I remember being at a party and people were like, do donuts for 30 minutes in a dirt field. And I was like, okay, Then I got a good job, and I decided, I still lived with my parents and I had a good job. I didn't have anything to do with my money. So my buddy said, throw a 455, a stroke 455 in that thing, dude. Let's go 11s, blah, blah, blah. So I spent about $12,000 on the drivetrain, engine, transmission, all that stuff on that car. The first night out on that car, my buddy was driving his Monte Carlo next to me, and he swears that the front tires came off the ground when we left the line. That car went from fun to, oh shit.
Scary.
You know what I'm saying? That car, I was nervous when I drove that car now. That car went from probably a barely 300 horsepower motor that I could roast the tires with, have fun with, look cool, do everything a muscle car could do, to even my friends were in it, and they buckled up now. They were like, this thing's fucking wicked fast, dude. It was, I mean, I remember trying to do a left-hand turn in an intersection and just did 3 donuts, because it's just raw power right to the back wheel.
Right.
That's the thing about these muscle cars. There's no traction control. You are the traction control, So my whole driving had to change. My whole mindset had to change. I got in that car and I thought my first thing that I thought in my mind today was don't wreck this thing. You know what I'm saying? And it went from fun to I didn't really want to drive it anymore, because I was kind of scared of the car, so that's kind of goes on the topic you guys were talking about. I wanted to share that.
Well, and like Johnny was saying, you start off with something with 400 or 500 horsepower and you have fun with it. Then you get to tinker with it and actually, okay, I'm going to do this. And, oh, look, I got a little bit more. Oh, look, I got a little bit more, and that's part of the journey with a car,
Yeah, no, it's definitely it. I mean, if you went out on the drag strip and you're running 990s day one, assuming you can handle that kind of power,
crazy.
It's like, what else? How much more money do you have to spend to go faster than that? It's like, but get out there with like a 13-second car or 14-second car and just start whittling away at it. I mean, that's the fun. I always got a lot of enjoyment out of stuff like just discovering stuff, like tire pressure. I was blown away. I was running, and this was super slow, my old Dodge D100. I think it was running like 11 seconds in the 8th mile.
Ooh.
So really slow. But, I was running at like I think I had 25 psi or 30 psi in the tires and the slicks. I had slicks. My buddy's like, "What pressure are you running?" And I go, "Oh, like 30 or something." He goes, "Dude, what are you doing? You gotta bring the tire pressure way down." I was like, "All right." So I dropped it down to 15, and I was like, "Holy shit!" I don't remember what it picked up. It was like a tenth or maybe even more than a tenth, and I was just shocked how much of a difference it made. And then I was like, well, 15 is good. 12 is even better. So I tried 12. And then the truck got so smushy. Like the tail end was just like, doing this. It was scary, man. You're like driving like this, looking at the walls on each side of the lane. And I was like, okay, 15 is the lowest I can go on that truck. So aired it back up. But I mean, just a blast. A lot of fun.
It's funny that so I built the Blue Supra for autocross back in college, and I mean, if you had even a little bit of rain on the road, you couldn't take it out. It was just miserable.
Yeah.
But for autocross, you do the opposite because you don't want to roll off your wheels. So you'd run 30. You'd have to have really good tires, Falcons or something like that, with real sticky, quoted 220 wear ratio, but you get 3,000 miles with the tires. So,
right.
the wear doesn't mean anything. It's all dependent on the manufacturer. But yeah, it's total opposite because you're not worried about the dig. You're worried about taking your apexes and not blowing out a tire. Yeah. It's just weird how it's a total opposite.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't have known that.
I've got another funny story with my Charger with my dad. Talking about the slicks and rain and everything. He was on his way to actually get the Hemi automatic put in. That's actually in the Charger right now, and it was raining. My mom was following behind him in her 75 Dart, and he had some hardcore slicks on the back, and he was just driving along like normal, and he just started to spin. Yep. And he ended up he didn't hit anything. He just stopped and ended up backwards in the road, waved at my mom and backed up, turned around and kept going.
Where can I find a set of early B-body load deck big block headers, or should I build my own?
Hedman makes them.
If you have the ability to build your own, that's incredible. Do that. But yeah, Hedman headers, as far as I remember, are just like the ones I bought in the early 80s. So
they're the same.
I was gonna say the person to talk to about that would be Rob there.
Hedman and Hooker, they both make sets for early B bodies, low deck and tall deck, and they do differentiate between the two. It's not just big block.
Now, for the satellite getting the 454, or sorry, 440. Oh, that was.
What did you just say?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I had something happen with the 454 in my head. Sorry. Next month's going to be crazy. No, so the satellite getting the 440, the headers that you can get for it, is there any that would avoid having to take this steering back apart? Or is it like the small block, you have to still take the steering apart?
$1,000 TTIs, and then they're not going to fit. Is what? Who knows?
We learned that one tonight. Yeah.
Yeah. The small block's the only one that does that. Like, the steering link goes through it on the driver's side, and I think Hedman's are the main ones, but all the big blocks don't do that.
Okay.
So I've never seen a big block that goes around the steering other than the small block headers.
Yeah, because that's annoying.
I hate that.
It's so annoying.
I have beat so many sets of headers up, and putting bump stops in so you don't crash the headers on the ground is what I started doing.
I've ran the Doug's small block headers, but you have to run a manual steering box on a Duster before, and those are great because they're nice and tight against the motor, not like the Hedmans that go underneath the steering link, So, manual steering on an A body, it's not that big of a deal. It's only when you're going really slow and you're having to turn into a parking spot or something, but
manual steering is the only steering.
So Johnny, those headers. My road runners. When you ordered those, Johnny, did they come really nicely packaged? And Like was the package all beat up and the headers all dented up when you got them?
The TTIs?
No, the Doug's headers. You said.
Oh no, well we got them used. We did it
Okay.
like a club car thing, and we bought one car and we took all the parts out of it and put it in the other car. So the headers were already on that car.
I just don't know if you've watched much of many of Jed's videos there, but
You just like bringing that up, don't you?
I do. I love it. He
They
got
would've
a set
showed-
of Doug's headers that were just.
They would have showed up
they got
perfect
to
to
they were
John's place.
awful. The box was all ripped up, and
Header tubes hanging out, missing parts. All Doug. What the hell's up with this package? And they threw the blame on Jegs and they threw the blame on FedEx. It's like, can you just own the fact that your packing sucks?
So for manual steering, if you get into like the autocross cars, you don't want manual steering with those big old front wide tires. It's miserable.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Also, have you ever
Hang the caster up is what I'd do.
has anybody here ever parallel parked a vehicle with manual steering?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
I deleted the manual steering out of my Supra, black Supra, when it still had the 7M in it. It was miserable. It was miserable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm just glad that
you just said Greek to a bunch of Mopar guys when it had a what in it?
Oh,
A what was
straight
that?
six. It had a straight six,
Okay.
turbo straight six.
Okay.
I'm just glad my my 70 Dodge pickup has a really large steering wheel, so it kind of compensates for it a little bit, but still manual steering with 235, 75, 15 tires on the front are it's a challenge.
Not fun.
Now I don't very often parallel park the Roadrunner, but I daily drove that thing for 10 years. And it's manual, and I absolutely have no complaints. I mean, it just, you slip the clutch, you get it in a slow roll, and that steering just turns like crazy. So I don't know. I mean, I guess you just get used to it. Now, again, the pickup truck now, yeah, when it with the straight axle under it or something like that, it was a pain in the ass.
Oh,
You're right.
Straight axle.
Oh, you want to talk about a truck with manual steering? Let me tell you something. My girlfriend is 5'3", weighs 110 pounds.
Outdrives us all.
Yeah, that truck has got manual steering. 1968 Dodge D100 Custom.
Same thing as on mine.
Manual steering.
Is she yoked? Is she all
No.
yoked? Oh,
No, she is the exact opposite of in shape. She is A shape.
Round is a shape.
Now,
No, she's not round, but she don't got no fucking arm strength in her at all.
yeah.
And, all right,
She
Jed,
scrapes a good window, though, Jed. She scrapes a beautiful window.
Oh, I know she does.
and the fact that she actually did it and stuck with it and finished it,
Oh, dude,
it's
she
like,
listens to me. If she wants to come over and hang out, she knows if I give her a job to do, she gonna do it.
I'll bet.
No us going back home where she can't hang out with me.
She
If
did
someone-
not seem happy at all.
Oh no, she was happy to be there. She
Oh,
was not happy with the task I gave her. She would have rather sat there and played on her phone and watched us work. And it's like, no, if you're over here, you're gonna have a job. And unfortunately, Dookie goes downhill, and when you're that fresh on the totem pole, guess what job you get?
when I swapped the transmission, the manual, into the black Supra with I was just starting to date my wife. It went from only a couple days to several days, and she hung out with me the whole time. Me and my buddy were working on it, and she just played Angry Birds.
I think what was Jed, when you were working on the tractor and you had the camera way up high.
Yeah.
It's sitting over on, I don't know, I guess there's a truck or something, but anyway, she was playing on her phone then, and you see her get up, walk back, get up, walk back.
I saw that too.
well, that's just a rule of Jed's, though.
I made a version of that clip, just that part of the speedy footage where she's sitting on that crawler. I sped it up to where it's about 30 seconds long, and I sent it to her and said, "You're not doing that no more. You're gonna have something to do."
But,
Hey, does this mean
but that's a rule at Jed's. The way I met Jed is I sent him. I lived in Kansas for a long time, and I basically, from watching his videos, knew about the area he was in, and I knew I was going to be going through that way. And I was like, hey, I want to meet this guy. So I sent him an email, send Jed an email, and then give him my number. We talked for about 3 hours for the first time we ever talk on the phone. If anybody has ever been on the phone with Jed,
it's a 3-hour job, dude. Yeah, it really is.
Ruben's the same way, though. Ruben is the exact same way.
Outstanding.
But I've done that a couple of times, yeah.
But okay, I told him I was going to show up that day. Showed up, and he's like, "Okay, what do you want to do? What are we working on?" And just put my ass to work. After the first words I ever said to Jed face to face was, "Wow, you look a lot taller on YouTube."
Everybody says that.
Hey, Jed.
Yeah.
Does this mean when I finally do make it to your place, I'm going to be cleaning up some rat dookie or scraping a window?
We'll find something for you.
I got to work on an early Hemi.
Yeah,
and got 50-year-old oil on my hands that wouldn't come off.
When Brian first came to my house, I got to preface that a little bit. That didn't come out right. When he first came to the house,
dude,
on your first date, you did what now?
Yeah.
Only 9 o'clock, guys. Let's keep it together.
It's only 9 o'clock, Jed. Come on.
What in this stuff? What?
So, I was sitting there looking at all the things. I was like, let's take that baby Hemi apart, or were we putting it together? We did one of the two, and I warned Brian. Early Hemis got this weird oil in them, and if it gets on your hands, it ain't coming off. I said, wear a pair of gloves because you'll be scrubbing that shit off your hands for days. No, I'm a man. I get a call like 2 days later. This shit ain't coming off.
You got to wait for your skin to peel off to get rid of it.
That's just
what.
Sherry's going, "Don't you hug me, you're a filthy pig."
What was I doing? Oh, I was tapping out. What holes were those that I was running that tap through?
Whoa. First you go into Jed's house.
No. Tapping on holes.
No, he come to Jed's house.
Yeah.
First time he come to Jed's house. Remember? Now it's this is getting worse all the time.
Tap one hell of a hole.
We're not fixing the world's problems, Johnny. We were supposed to fix them when you got here. This ain't helping.
But no, what I was saying was Jed was all worried I was going to break his tap. And then some other guy came over after I left. Didn't that guy break that tap?
My really good friend Thomas, who was another viewer of the channel that moved to the town I live in, and he wanted to stop by and visit. And he'd been over to my house several times before. And he came over about the time Brian was there, and I kind of felt bad because I'm not good at sharing my attention with multiple people. I'm kind of a one-person, one-on-one kind of dude. God, this whole fucking conversation. Damn.
You're a one-on-one kind of girl. All right.
You gotta have your one-on-one time. Hey, you gotta have your one-on-one time with your friend that's tapping your holes.
Brian was sitting there running the tap down the water pump holes, and I was like, "Dude, you break that tap off, I'm gonna break it off in your ass." And he goes, "I'm not gonna do it," and he don't do it. And as soon as he hands the tap to my buddy Thomas, what's the first thing he does? Breaks the tap off flush in the dang block.
And then what's the first thing Jed does after that? Did he keep his promise?
Well, Thomas bought me. I'd say I got a really nice set of Hanson Irwin taps that Dad bought for me one year. It cost me over $100. And I love those things. I cherish them. And I made Thomas like, here's the part number for the box. You're going to replace that exact tap with the same tap out of that kit. And he went and bought me that tap. So I can't really hold against him, but I do still have that broken tap. Just to remind people.
So here's something for you guys.
No.
Did you get it
I'm
out
always
of the block?
real cautious with taps.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's out of the block.
But here's something for you guys. I was actually talking to John a little while ago about it's going to be a couple upgrades to the Super this year that hopefully you guys might be able to use in your projects. One, power steering. Back onto the power steering issue. Of course, this thing is like I shoehorn that V8 in there, so nothing really fits. You can actually pick up a 1989 to like 93 or 4 or whatever. MR2 has a electric pump to actually replace, well, it would be standalone for your power steering. And you can actually get for like $300 the compressor unit out of a what is it, a Tesla Model 3 for your AC. So you just turn it off so you don't have to have that parasitic drag on it.
So
Yeah, but Jed's young. Jed's young. You don't need AC.
Fucking stop kids, bitch.
I'm from the mountains of the Northeast.
right.
I don't do heat well at all. I do cold well.
You wouldn't like the South, then we got a kind of heat that will leave you muggy and sticky everywhere.
I used to spend almost all for several summers in a row down at South Carolina, and I'll tell you what, I never got so burnt in my life, and I'm part native. Like it's hot and muggy down there. A lot of fun, especially the lakes down there are a lot of fun. You learn how to catch catfish and get those panfish. I'll tell you, good times. But bang,
If you ever been to the Mid-South, Memphis, Tennessee area, this area over here is I swear it's like a different kind of heat.
I'll tell you, Murfreesboro was hotter than a son of a bitch.
80 degrees feels like 100, and it's usually 90% plus humidity.
Nope. Yeah, Murfreesboro was hotter than hell. I know that, and it rained too.
No, Phoenix is hotter than hell. Murfreesboro is muggy than hell.
No, see, my Mimi lived in Green Valley, Arizona, and there was nothing green about it except for the golf.
There's not. It's all.
But it's a dry heat. It's actually refreshing. It's not too bad. Like 90 to 100 degrees isn't too bad in Arizona.
No, but once you get 125, yeah, it's hot. Okay.
Oh, yeah, no,
it's hot.
So what's
The
funny?
dryer longer works.
That's too hot.
What's funny is in Arizona is when it gets to 60 degrees, everybody thinks the apocalypse.
Yeah, it was like 68 degrees at the drag strip, and they were serving. Oh no, it was 72, and they were serving hot chocolate.
It's 75 right now, and Ruben's shivering.
Oh man,
I've got a sweater on. I've got like pneumonia or COVID, one of the two.
No, I was out there in Phoenix in July. I think it was 2007, 2008. And it was hot as hell. There were wildfires going on that I could see from the hotel. And there were these giant bugs everywhere. They just swarmed. I'm like, this is hell. This is really hell. This is exactly what I've read about.
That's how I pay those giant bugs. Is how I pay for all this shit.
That's right, Ruben. You're right.
But no, they were just like covering the walls of the hotel. You just, I was like, God damn.
There's a lot of bugs. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I only went down to Arizona on winter breaks.
But then I went back in October and it was wonderful. I loved it. I loved it in October.
All right, now I don't know if Arizona has these, but I think Johnny knows about these things, and I freaking hate the hell out of them. Fucking earwigs. I hate them things.
We have tons of those things.
You got them there in Arizona too?
Oh yeah, tons of them.
What the hell is that?
Earwig is just the ugliest little nasty piece of garbage bug.
They call it a pincher bug too.
Yeah,
tell us how you really feel.
I can't stand them. They're ugly. And I grew up in one town, El Cajon, and you would open the screen door and there'd be hundreds of them things crawling around the jamb of the screen door. So you'd kick the screen door open and they'd all come falling down like rain.
Yeah.
Let them hit the ground before you went outside. It was disgusting. I hate those dang things.
I was in Bowling Green last year at the Holly Mo party, and it was miserable. Oh, it was miserable, humid. I mean, I think it was only like 90 degrees, but it was so humid. That's where I bought this shirt. I had to buy this one because it was light, and now I wear it because Jed loves it so.
Brian, I take it you're a Chevy guy, right?
No, this is,
You're literally a walking advertisement.
Oh, yeah. They should have paid me to wear this shirt.
Well, we got Bowling Green, we got Hot Rod Reunion. You people need to get
Is
out
that a
here.
Is that a scorpion?
Yeah.
The scorpion.
Serious. That's big enough to, if it's big enough to eat, that's no longer a bug.
Look, you can see the stinger right there and the hair on it. But
Dang.
that's my hand.
The worst day I ever had at an autocross, it was the very first autocross I went to. It was the hottest day of the entire year back in 2006 or 2007. So damn hot, the rubbers of my soles melted off on the track. Like that was up here. It was like 100 and 105. It was like a huge heat wave.
That's when global warming was happening.
All I know is I ruined a perfectly good pair of freaking shoes.
Yeah. Yeah, we have scorpions out here. Dude, I just caught one the other day, and there's not supposed to be scorpions during the winter, but it just doesn't get cold out here anymore for them to go away.
See, we don't have things like that. That's one of the reasons why I would be timid to move somewhere like that. We have no nope ropes.
Hey, they have horny toads out there.
What's that?
They have horny toads out there. That's a reason to move.
We have bears, real big bears. We have mountain lions.
You have javelina.
Cats.
You have those.
I can see it. Well, if I could see them, I'm probably already dead. But hey,
The biggest animal in New York, though, is a liberal. Hey, we're fixing the problems, Johnny. We're fixing world problems now.
I got to ask Lunar, would you rather encounter a bear or a cougar?
Ooh.
A bear.
Oh,
I've encountered bears. I'll tell you what.
Anybody who knows my sense of humor knows that was a trap.
Bear cougar.
So, I hunt up in the Cedar River flow in the Adirondacks, and goddamn, New York State has been releasing black panthers and mountain lions up there. And I saw one when I was growing up. It was when I was probably 17, first year hunting. Saw a black panther jump across one of the logging trails, which are 15, 20 foot wide. I didn't hunt that area for almost 7 years.
Wow. Why would you release something like that?
Because they're idiots. And then they get mad when you shoot them.
PETA.
So,
John, do you guys have scorpions? You're in the California desertish kind of area.
I don't think I've ever seen any out here. I've seen them in Acatia Wells, which is the desert where we go riding and stuff like that. I've seen them out there, but I've never seen them where I live.
I've seen
We've
them.
had rattlesnakes where I live. I mean, when we first moved out here, and I mean, if you've never encountered a rattlesnake, it is way different seeing one on TV than seeing one in real life. Like, you have one in real life rattling, it's pretty freaking scary. Like, they're freaking intimidating,
No ropes, man. No ropes.
We got a lot of rat snakes and corn snakes, and as far as snakes go, that's about the common ones around.
We got copperheads. They don't warn you like a rattlesnake does. They just
Copperheads, water moccasins ain't no fun. They're real prominent out of the family farm.
We have garden snakes. That's it.
A few weeks ago, poisonous. I don't know how, but a rattlesnake. You know how people, when you come out your front door, you have the porch light right there?
Yeah.
Well, a rattlesnake had coiled itself around the porch light, and it was on the news about a month ago. And when this guy was going to work, it freaking got him in the freaking neck. Dude.
Whoa!
Shit.
At the rest stops in Texas, you go through anywhere in Texas at the rest stops, there's signs everywhere that say watch out for rattlesnakes, because you get out of your car and you go into the restroom, you come out and they're sitting underneath your car because it's heat or there's heat, and they'll zap you right in the ankles, man, and there you go.
Hey, when you get bit in the neck, the best thing to do is put a tourniquet around there.
Yeah. Cut the blood flow off. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Make sure you get it real tight. You don't want to. You don't want any of that poison getting through.
Life-saving garage. Life-saving.
Whatever you do
here on Dust Devil Garage. We care.
What'd the doctor say? You're gonna die.
Oh, Lunar, you should wait. Be around here sometime when Aaron's on here. Aaron's from Australia, and we get to talking about the spiders and the snakes and the crap out there.
Geez. Again, insects, but they're really animals. Them things are monsters.
Ruben,
look at, we scared him. You shouldn't have said
I
that,
should
Brian.
have said spiders. He's gone.
Dude,
Yeah.
don't take offense to this. I'm not racist, but your people don't know how to make beer.
Oh,
You're not drinking it right, man.
I don't like lime. It's always was in the fridge, and you know what? Dad had 2 left, so we're drinking a pair
I'm not-
of Mickey.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of all Mexican beers, or I don't get offended. I didn't make it.
He pissed in it for you, though.
Hey Jed, remember that 6-year-old boy that made your monitor that's not the exact color as your other monitor?
Oh,
Working
yeah,
in a
yeah.
sweatshop. Well, that little boy's 4-year-old cousin made that beer. So
But literally, we get Aaron on here, and he talks about the bird spiders. They're about this big, and they kill birds. He goes, "Oh, those aren't dangerous. It's the little ones." When he's talking little ones, he's talking ones like that.
Yeah.
Those are little spiders to him.
If I can hit it with my freaking 45 caliber long Colt, then it's
Dude,
no longer a bug. I'll tell you.
I would rather deal with this heat, the bugs, than anything but the snow.
Snow's nothing.
Dude, I watched an episode of DD Speed Shop today,
Yeah.
and I saw that dude doing what he does in the snow, and I went, "Yeah, nope, no way, I'm living 5 months of my life like that."
Tall John can tell you what I have to deal with. He's
Oh,
seen it.
jeez.
I live
way.
in upstate New York. Not to be confused with the people downstate, with the New Yorkers and their mentality. When we get snow here,
it's real cool.
I have my lifted Jeep. I have pictures of that thing completely covered.
Yeah,
Dude,
I mean,
is
he
rough
shuts
life.
it down. There is for 3-4 months out of the year, there's no fun muscle car stuff going on. It's you take the Jeep if you need to go get a gallon of milk, and you get 3 gallons and tell them drink the stuff before it goes bad, because I ain't going to the store for a month because the snow is massive.
So and it's cold too. So it's funny. When I was pulling the V10 out of that donor truck, we had one of our real cold days. I had to take the hydraulic pump off of the engine lift and put it on my furnace. It just wouldn't go up or down. So I had to go do that, put it back together, and quickly pull it before it got too cold again.
Every place that I want to move, whenever I want to move from Phoenix, I see the snow and I go, "Oh, fuck. This place."
We only get a couple of months of snow here where you got to worry about snow, and
If you want to get away
like up there.
If you want to get away from Phoenix, come to the Mid-South. We pretty much have decent weather year round. We just summertime you got to deal with a lot of muggy heat. But aside from that, we don't really get ice. We don't really get snow. We'll probably get snow and ice maybe once, maybe twice a year. Last year we got hit really, really bad with a week of snow and ice that actually stuck around, but that was rare. That hadn't happened in years. But
And
the
it was
Mid-South
right there
area around the Memphis, Tennessee area is a decent place to live if you don't want to deal with the ice and you don't want to deal with the heat and stuff out towards Phoenix and all that. That's one reason why Fred Smith of FedEx chose Memphis as the central location for FedEx.
Memphis and FedEx, bro.
I'll pitch you one thing about upstate New York. One, it's all red up here. 2, we do get snow, but we don't get hurricanes. We rarely get tornadoes. We barely get any muggy heat. We do get some pretty interesting storms, but no earthquakes, no forest fires, none of that stuff.
But bears, you have bears.
We have bears. Actually, I had a almost 700-pound bear a couple of years ago, and when it was hunting season, I tried getting.
Now, what would you be more scared of, a bear or a cougar?
Snow.
Snow.
Rob, you get snow up where you're at.
Yeah, well, not this year. We made mud men for Christmas. We just rolled up a bunch of balls of mud and made snowmen out of mud. But it was 50 degrees today, man. Like, global warming is real. Let's keep it up. I hate snow, dude. I moved to Phoenix to get away from the snow. I moved back for family, and I hate the snow, man.
We had our AC on, and we still kind of have it on right now. And this between Christmas and New Year's, it's like 70 freaking degrees. And Sunday, we gotta have 37, and Saturday's got a high like 70 something.
Yeah, but in Northern California, they're talking about record-breaking snow, and they've been talking about no rain for years and years and years. It just moves around. It's hitting somewhere else right now. It'll be back.
Yeah.
Nope, not.
But no snowmobiles where there's no snow. You know, if you've never ridden a snowmobile, you've never lived.
Yeah.
You can't have a snowmobile in California because of the small engine. Well, maybe you still can, but like generators and stuff. I wonder if
Yeah, what about that, Johnny? Are you allowed to buy a off-road bike or an off-road like a quad or something?
I'm not sure when it goes into effect, but yeah, there's some requirement where like lawnmowers, leaf blowers, all that kind of stuff is going to be prohibited in California. You have to use electric.
Yep.
Have you ever tried to cut a freaking 3-foot wide tree with an electric chainsaw? Because if you have, you'd still be there.
What's the carbon footprint on that truck?
I'll tell you what, man, I had an electric lawnmower.
Now here's the crack up part the most to me is now you, instead of burning gas, you've got a coal-fired chainsaw instead.
Yeah, right.
Steam. We need to bring back steam power.
Johnny, sell your place in California, man, and pay cash for something out here in Phoenix, dude.
Hey, I mean, it's something we've been thinking about. I mean, at some point when we retire.
What do you do for a living, Johnny?
I work for a medical device company as a a technician. Now I do like documentation stuff for equipment at my work.
So you've moved up the ladder?
Huh?
You've moved up the ladder now?
No, not really. I've moved across the ladder, making the same amount of pay. But yeah, I mean, you guys are talking about the weather. The weather where I'm at is like pretty much perfect year round. It's awesome. The only problem here is, as you know, we get stupid laws, we get stupid taxes. I mean, our gas right now is about $4.80 a gallon, I think. So
holy shit.
I think $1.80 of that is just California tax. Our governor's a dumbass. Everything's expensive here, so that's the only drawback. But weather, freaking perfect.
Well, you know, I'm from San Diego County. I grew up in Poway, California.
Yeah, it was real close to where I live.
Yeah, and then I moved to Vista when I was married there.
In the area you're talking about, John, like to me, it's perfection. Weather-wise, freaking perfection. Never gets too hot.
Never gets too hot. So everybody asks me, what do you miss about California? And I say family, weather, but the number one thing I miss about California is the Mexican food, Roberto's, Berto's, Harry Berto's. That doesn't matter. If it says Berto's on it, you're going to eat like a pig and enjoy the heck out of it.
True.
Yeah.
So other than that, you can keep it. You know what I mean?
Before I hop off, because I'm going to go watch the ball drop with the family, I got to say, I'm not saying we've been looking, but East Tennessee has the least amount of nope ropes and poisonous spiders, the least amount of adverse weather. It's not flat, which I would never live anywhere that's flat. I can't do that. It's still very hilly, and I wouldn't call it mountainous.
And the biggest earthquakes in the United States.
What, in Eastern Tennessee?
Yeah, the highest recorded earthquake in the continental United States is in Tennessee.
Yeah, it's still not.
But when was it?
Well, I don't know, but he was scared of he was scared of earthquakes earlier, so I thought I'd bring it up.
That I can remember in the Memphis area, I don't think there's that I know of. I don't think we've ever had an earthquake, and if there has been, it's been so small we can't even feel it.
I know Murfreesboro. When I got there, the thing that freaked me out was I got off the exit. Now, mind you, I've always lived in mountains. I hike mountains. I hunt mountains. I love mountains. And I get there and I get off the exit going towards Tony's, and it's the highest point in like the seeable distance. So from horizon to horizon, it's flat. And it was the weirdest thing I ever seen. It's unsettling. I don't know how people live in flat plains.
Well, if you like the mountain area, I think Nashville's pretty is got that kind of terrain you like, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't know. It's getting too close to Nashville. I really don't like that.
Well, East is better because you got the Apple Chain Mountains.
Yep.
So
mountains. I mean, they're still not the Appalachians. Oh no, they are part of the Appalachians actually, aren't they?
no, that's Appalachian out here, Brian. You got to go when you get down here. Don't mess up and say Appalachian because then they get all mad at you and want to pummel you. It's Appalachian.
Listen, my ancestors named it. We call it the way we call it.
Hey, Lunar, are you hopping on later on, or is this it?
This will be it for tonight. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Before you leave, man, I'm gonna ask everybody tonight, but since you're leaving, I'll ask you early. What's your plans for 2022, man?
Oh.
For channel, what's your
almost made it out.
First, he's going to subscribe to every channel on here, including the chat. That's number one.
Send me your links because I don't know. Like I can see people's names, but
it's free, by the way. If you subscribe, everybody, it's free.
Yep. So I can't say too much because I have things that's in the fire, if you will. But road trip next month. The Supra's getting a supercharger. Couple drag events I want to go to. Okay. And hopefully I don't blow up an engine. Or if I do, at least it's fun, Okay.
Are you doing the Wilburn event, the Wilburn drag race, or what?
Absolutely.
Oh, really? You're going to be there?
Yep.
Heck yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Heck yeah.
Great.
I'll take the Supra because that will actually make it. I guarantee.
Also, guys, since we got a big group in the live tonight, me and Johnny are going to be starting a GoFundMe so we can make it to Wilburn. So it'll be a shared GoFundMe for me and Johnny if you guys want to see us there. It's only $1 a day. That's all we're asking. $1.
Well, I figured it out. Me and my son figured it out. You get a picture of one of your kids, and you say, "My son is dying," and then in little print for me to go to John Wilburn's race event.
You know what I should do is I should get a picture of me and Johnny's cars like they do the puppies with that music.
Sad music.
Yeah, the sad. It's like
these cars are neglected, and they're not out at the track racing like they should be.
Yeah, we're not drag for $1 a day. You can send a Mopar drag racing,
and make sure you knock one of the headlights out so you can say, "And look, somebody bashed its eye out."
Oh, fuck that. Then show them my 18-second time slip and just make them feel all horrible.
I look forward to meeting all you guys down at Wilburn's. If you haven't already met Wilburn, he's awesome.
I haven't met him in person, but we've talked to him a lot.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
I got to meet him last night. He come over yesterday.
No shit, really.
Yeah,
very cool. Yeah, he's a good dude. He's really he'd give you the shirt off his back if you really needed it. So
don't worry about it.
If that race is in the right place, I don't know where it's going to be for sure, but if it's in the right place, that's only a couple hours from my house, and I have some 71 Roadrunner and satellite parts laying around.
No, we'll have to bring some cash
back with you. It wouldn't take much cash.
Hey, Lunar, bring some cash because we're going to be racing for money too. Actually, no, you're talking superchargers and shit. I got shit that's barely running. So,
hey, if his car,
it's a Supra, come on.
If his car does not break, then we'll just bracket up and go from there.
What are we bracking up?
Bracket up. So when you get done running your 10 second, I'm running my 12, then I get a 2-second head start.
Oh, so you're gonna handicap me. That's what we call it.
No handicap, but just you're gonna have to say I'm running a 10-20, and I'll say I'm running a 14. And
that's all part of bracket racing. You get punished for being better at building your car.
Yeah, and breakouts are legal. Breakouts are totally legal.
I have to avoid running 10 seconds.
What else do I need here? What else?
I have to avoid running 10 seconds because then I would need a cage in that car.
That's what I said, 10-20s.
Okay.
10-20s.
I saw a 68 Roadrunner bracket race a few months ago, and it bracket raced like, I don't know, a Dodge Intrepid that ran like 18s.
Oh,
So
Jesus.
the Roadrunner was running 10s. It looked just like that Roadrunner in your video, Johnny. I thought it was the same damn car actually,
Oh,
because
blue
these
one?
guys carry it behind. It was a different guy though. So the Intrepid goes right, and you just see the Roadrunner just sitting there, and the Intrepid's like almost at the freaking finish line, and then the Roadrunner, the light turns green, and the Roadrunner had to run him down, dude, and beat him at the other end, and it
Oh
did
my
it.
God.
It was-
Holy crap. See,
it-
that's why I hated the TV show Pinks. You know, set them
yeah,
up.
they did that.
You don't do the whole staggering thing. It's nose to nose. Whoever wins, wins.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a quickie real quick here. Did anybody watch SRC, the street
Yeah, I
racing
watched
channel?
every episode.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
You know the guy, the kid that runs that old Dodge truck with the LS engine in it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He crashed recently in that truck and wiped it out.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Lamb Chop went to a drag race about a month ago. He's sitting in his truck. That dude's on the start line, takes off, runs down I think they're running 8th. I don't know. But anyhow, gets towards the end of the 8th, and the motor comes apart, and the connecting rod comes out of the side of the block and beats the shit out of Lamb Chop's truck.
Oh.
And literally 5 minutes before that, Lamb Chop was standing right there where that rod would have nailed him.
Yeah, I saw that video. He said he was sitting on the tailgate when it happened, and it was like he could lean over and touch where that rod hit.
Yeah.
Wow. Is that,
And it's out of the
the blonde kid from the SRC channel?
No, his buddy.
Oh,
yeah,
his buddy.
that Dodge truck that they run, that rusty old Dodge truck. It's got a Chevy motor in it.
He's got that Nova now. It's the guy with the Nova now.
Yeah, he got a Nova because he wrecked the Dodge truck.
Oh,
But
okay.
anyhow, he wrecked the Dodge truck the very next race he went to after he tossed a rod and just about killed Lammy. But Lammy still got the rod. I told him, I said, let's send it to dude and have him sign it for you.
That's too funny.
But he came over and talked to him, I think, and said, hey, man, sorry about that. He's still got the dent in his truck, too.
I'll see you later.
Lunar, thanks for coming.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Where's
We got a spot. Anybody in chat? We got a spot open. Who we got in chat? We got Jay from Rapid Trends. We got Mopar Man. Hop in here.
I know. When is Mopar Man? You got a phone. Click it on. Point that thing at you.
Anybody in chat that's got a webcam or a phone or something that wants to hop in?
What was that? Two people talking.
No, I was just shouting out to my buddies in chat, Beamer and Son Garage, father and son duo on YouTube. Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year.
You know, I don't think I've said hello to JMR. There's a bunch of people I missed. We were yakking. I apologize to everybody in the chat.
John, I know you like it when I play music. Do you want me to play some music right now?
Oh, if you want to, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, I like music.
Does anybody have any requests?
Sexy saxophone music.
This is Love Gun.
Tool. Tool is always good.
Johnny, what kind of music do you like? Let's let Johnny request a song. What kind of music you like, Johnny? I've heard all these.
Johnny's into Barbie Girl.
It's my favorite, but
Okay with it.
I like classic rock.
Okay. What band you stuck on right now?
Jimi Hendrix or some Rolling Stones or CCR, you know.
Some Tool, you know, that's good classic rock.
I like Tool as well.
They're classical German rock.
John, you like Perfect Circle?
I do. I like them. Yep. I listen to everything but the saxophone stuff. I just think of taps.
You don't have to
Just no telling ass clowns. None of that. No Michael Bolton.
Well, Jed likes to make a warm bath and put on some jazz and a glass of Chardonnay.
Some lavender.
Little Kenny G for feeling.
Treat myself like a
put some lotion on the skin.
I'll kill your freaking dog.
Hey, so I think I'm the only East time zone guy in here. So I got to tell you, we're 10 minutes from the future, guys. I'm already in the future compared to everybody else. 10 minutes from tomorrow, bro, which is 10 minutes from next year.
That's why Lunar left, so he could hang with the family when the ball dropped.
But you guys are my family tonight, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's my girl. My girl didn't go to work tonight. She got called out. I was like, "You want to watch the ball drop?" She's like, "Are you talking to me?" I was like, "Okay."
Rob, you're only in the future because your people don't know how to tell time.
We're here first, man.
No, you don't know how to tell time. It's Central Standard Time.
It's Eastern Standard Time. Oh, Johnny's back there in the Wayback Machine, man. Is the sun still off for you? Jeez, man.
It was just a couple hours ago. Well, maybe like 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
Johnny, did you know that camera was picking up that condensation coming out of the exhaust when you backed the duster up to the camera?
No, I didn't. I mean, I knew it was smoking, but I didn't intentionally take a video of that. But after I did the video, I was like, man, that looks kind of cool.
It was fucking sweet. I loved it, man.
Yeah.
That was cool.
So it was like,
Yep. I was surprised how far you know. I've been around when it happened before in my own car, but when you saw from that view where the camera was at,
yeah,
man, some of them, it would shoot way out.
Yeah.
That was I loved it. That was awesome.
Yeah, I love finding new discoveries like that when you're playing around, and then it's like, wow, that actually looks pretty cool. The angles and stuff, especially if you could put some cool music to it. It's hard getting really cool music on Epidemic Sound. It's kind of like you're at their mercy, and you can't put really cool music on. Then it will affect your monetization if you ever get there.
Yeah, dude, that's why I started putting regular music on. I got impatient looking for music, man. I was like, screw it, Led Zeppelin, here we go.
Now, I don't know if you saw Jed's video today. It really sucked, but I liked it. And it had some pretty cool exhaust coming out by the rear tire there. And then Jed goes down there to put his hand down there, and his dad rips the throttle and blows the shit all over his face.
I don't even want to know what was in that water that was sitting in that muffler, because that was gross. That was gross.
Well, see, that's where all the rats went to use the bathroom.
Yeah, that wasn't water, Jed.
I don't like you anymore, William. Don't ever call me again.
That was the rat outhouse.
Oh, come on, Brian.
I gotta watch that video. I haven't seen it yet, but
don't worry, it actually
always
runs
behind.
This one.
Hey, this time it's not a big tease like the last one.
It wasn't clickbait because the thumbnail clearly stated Quest.
You have explained that, I think, 20 times now.
It wasn't clickbait. I can't help it that 11,000 people clicked on it thinking it was going to start.
Jed, I think you're on to a new thing, man. Quest.
I knew I heard a bird somewhere.
Check it out. Rob's here. Rob, turn on the camera.
I knew I heard a bird somewhere.
That's Valiant.
No, that's Rob.
Nice.
Well, that's who we're going to be looking for at Indy. It's right there.
Yeah.
If you get there and you ain't gray with a yellow face, we're just going to walk right past you.
Rob, you got to make it down for the Woodburns event, dude.
Where is it at?
We don't know yet.
Yeah,
we don't know yet.
We're supposed to announce it tonight, but Dallas is fighting COVID.
Hey, if I'm here, Dallas could have made the announcement. I mean, I've got COVID. I'm alive.
11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
You had COVID, Ruben?
I didn't get. No, I'm pretty sick though. I was up until today. I haven't got off the couch in 3 days.
Dallas doesn't have access to Alberto's like you do.
Yeah.
So the COVID's lasting longer for him.
Everybody didn't go.
Wilburn's talking on Tony's live right now. I don't know what he's saying.
Wilburn's on Tony's live?
Yeah, he's over at Tony's place.
Hey, did he mention me?
Oh, shit.
I don't know. I can't hear him talking because I'm listening to you guys. He's leaning on that junkyard jet engine, though. Jed, I bet you love that engine, don't you?
Oh, I texted him. I
Dude,
didn't know he was
when
over
I
there.
saw the thumbnail and that block was painted green, I vowed I would never watch another video about the junkyard
Oh,
jet
yeah.
again.
How do you guys like Brian's thumbnail today?
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
the thumbnail for the video.
I'm like, that is really
Hey,
My
if you
buddy
need
did
a
that for me.
thumbnail done, we know the guy to do it. His name would be Rube. Rube.
He made my he made my my
thumbnail.
channel whatever too.
And I enjoy doing it, guys. I'm not, normally I don't brag, but I'm looking at Brian's thumbnail right now on my phone, and I'm like, that's a
I had
pretty.
to pay him thousands of dollars for that, guys. Thousands.
By the way, Ruben, I mentioned to Mr. Birdsong about your abilities with Photoshop and all that crap, and because he's thinking about actually maybe making a legit logo.
Really?
And I told him about you and your skills with the Photoshop.
Very cool, dude. That is fucking awesome, Jed. I appreciate that, man. That's fucking cool.
Did you tell him who he was talking about? The guy stalking him in the burrito place.
Yeah, that's how
I'll make it up for him not being able to eat his breakfast in a comfortable place.
that's basically how I was like, Chris, you remember Ruben? And before he could say anything, I was like, the guy who stalked you at the burrito joint and at Walmart.
Yeah.
And he goes, oh, yeah, the guy with the Road Runner.
Dude, it was all random, dude. Dude. Okay, all right. I'll say it right now live on the internet. We're obviously fucking soulmates, bro. We ran into each other a lot. Okay? Chris knows it. I know it. Nobody's just saying it, so I'll come out and say it, bro. Obviously, I mean, it's soulmate shit, dude.
Well,
I don't know, man. You're still. I don't know,
Hey,
man.
Jed,
You're
what are they bumping?
Chris, if you're watching this, dude, I'm so
So
sorry.
much for Chris coming on my live. Thanks.
Yeah.
I just blew my logo deal with Chris. But no, seriously though.
Because I actually sent him a link to this.
You can ask her. I have like a bag.
Hey, Ruben.
I appreciate that, Jed. That rocks, man. I appreciate it.
Did Birdsong sign your Roadrunner, Declan?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
With his ball.
He was kind of blown away, dude. He was like, I was like, hey, dude, sign my car. And he was the first one I had do it. And he was like, sign your car? Like, really, dude? He's like, fuck yeah.
Just take it. I'm not gonna.
And then I had Johnny sign it, and I had the rest of the guys sign it. My girlfriend's so tired of hearing it, dude. Every time I'm watching freaking anything, and like yesterday I was watching Finnegan's video, and I'm like, that's one of the guys that signed my car. Hey, that's one of the guys that signed it. He's like, I know. I know.
Alexis, Sarah, and I
It was
were
a good time. You guys was watching TV or something.
and we had the spreadsheet, and I'm like, well, Janae took her.
It was a good time though, right, Tony?
She
It was
flipped it. I know this because I was right.
Yeah, I want to hit that race one year before they. Yeah, the other one I was thinking about was, and they're probably not going to be doing it much longer if they do it at all, is the where they were doing the roadkill nights up on Woodward. I don't know, did they even do that last year?
She was actually with me.
Yeah, I think they did. I believe they did.
You basically were. Yeah.
Good. I'd like to go to that. I think that would be neat.
Wherever you went, I was right there. You were supposed to.
Yeah.
But then it's like I've already decided. I don't care. I'll probably never race at a Holly Mo party, just because I'd be missing out on so much other stuff. Because I mean, that's like a carnival going on there,
Yeah.
But Brian,
Johnny, if you can make it one year, like if there's any way you can make Mo party this year,
Yeah. And she walked away.
Johnny, you need to ask Chris about it. Ask Chris Albrecht about it. He was there.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's talked to you about it.
Yeah. Chris was there. Matt and the other Chris from Matt from Monroe podcast, they were there. And Blake and Mike from DIY Hemi was there. So I was the only one left out, but it was just a little too far.
Yeah.
Mine are real. You can ask her.
But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. I don't know. The only thing I would maybe bring to that event would be like a car to put in the car show because then you got a good place to go back to all the time.
Yeah.
You know, but other than that, I wouldn't do it because I mean they just got everything going on.
Well, when you enter a car in the car show, you pay like I may be wrong about this. It's like $50, and they give you 2 tickets for the whole weekend. So you and the wife can get in for the $50. You don't even have to put your car in the show if you don't want to. Just enter a car.
Screenshotted your request for the.
It was fun. I loved it. Both the second one was better than the first one, and the second one was more COVID. But it was awesome. And then I stayed in the campground. So if you come out there and you got to wait, have a tent or something, you can stay in the campground if you don't want to, bust the money for a hotel or something.
Because Candace.
There's one. No, I think both the hotels we stayed at there the 2 years we've gone, the 2 years we've had it, they're pretty good.
Betty White.
It's midnight out here in the future.
Oh, you're in the future. You're 1 minute into 2022.
Yep. I was gonna say Happy New Year for you, Rob, but I didn't pay attention.
You're all right.
Well, Happy New Year, Rob.
Happy New Year.
Thanks, man. I'll let you know how the first hour goes.
Hey, Happy New Year, Rob. Happy New Year to anybody that just had a New Year.
Mopar Man 78. I sent pictures.
Mopar Man. There he is.
Hey, there he is.
Jigs, man.
I said I'd turn the camera on. I didn't say to what level I would share.
I like it. I like it. Cheers. Rob Z's in the house.
Yeah, man.
Ruben, it's your fault. You said you had Corona, and now he's scared.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's what it took. If I would have said I had Corona a lot sooner, if that's what it took. Rob Z.
Drink through it, man.
Whatever he's drinking's now been filtered because it went through that protective mask.
I'm all jagged up, too. That was not on purpose.
Well, if we're showing off mugs with labels on them.
And they help.
Nice.
There you go, William.
I
Hey,
would get one of those made with my channel logo on it.
Johnny, have you ever seen Williams' channel, Charger 383 Mopar?
I have not.
Check it out, man.
Write that one down.
I've been on
Add it
YouTube
to
now
the
for
list.
just over 10 years.
He's got a
Wow.
he's got a car that you might like on there.
I wouldn't know what it is.
What kind of car is it?
Maybe it'll
68
taste better.
Charger RT 440, 73 Dart 318, and 70 Dodge pickup with the 33.
Sweet. Way cool.
William,
All right.
I found your channel when you first pulled that freaking car out of your backyard with your dad, dude, and you fired it up. I think, man, it had to be like 8 years ago, dude.
Take over for Sherry.
That video was uploaded about 9 or 10 years ago.
That was when I first found, and you were a pretty big channel back then because nobody on YouTube was big back then.
Well,
I mean,
I am the first channel who was posting regular updates on a second gen Charger.
That's pretty
when
cool.
I started my channel, there was nobody posting regular updates on a 68 Charger or second gen period.
You deserve it. Brag about it. That's you.
We checked one day.
Cheers.
I got the original General Mayhem. I have on my memories on my Facebook talking about go watch this General Mayhem thing.
Sweet. I've actually seen. I just subscribed. I've actually seen your channel before. That's cool.
I started watching.
What I usually tell people is if they've looked up videos on 68 Chargers, I can pretty much guarantee you've already seen at least one of my videos.
Yeah. I've got some old videos, I think like 15 years ago, just like small clips of the Cornet and like Bigfoot. There's been a few guys that are like, oh man, I didn't even realize, like I've seen that video years ago and I didn't realize that was your video. But, you know, I was just throwing stuff up there. I wasn't trying to have a channel back then, you know.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
Well,
I
Johnny, that's like you were saying. You threw that. You had that video of the drag race. That
Yeah.
was like one of your first videos. How old was that?
It was like 14 or 15 years ago. Yeah.
Dude. And I keep fucking saying this. Like, if you look at that video, guys, Johnny even had text on. I'm like, and we take that for granted now. But do you know how hard it was to do that back then? I mean, what kind of program? I mean, like, it blows my mind because I remember trying to make movies of my kids back then and put like text on it, like blah blah blah's first bicycle ride, and it took you hours to do shit like that back then.
I think it did. I mean, as simple as it looks, it was kind of like cool. I don't know, hippie looking or 60s looking text, you know. But I think I spent hours on it, you know, and it was just like there wasn't much editing like you see today, but
even the editing back then was so hard to do. Like,
I didn't know jack shit back then, and it was all new. So yeah, it took forever.
But yeah, that's when I watched that video, and I was like, dude, because YouTube popped that video up in my suggestions one day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's been popping a lot of your old shit up in my suggestions. But I watched it, and then I seen that, and I was like, this dude was doing YouTube when, like, that's the cool part about, like, Jed's been doing YouTube a long time. William's been doing a long time. You've been doing it a long time. I don't know how long Tall John's been doing it, but you guys were doing it when there was no other reason to do it except for share your interest, to share your hobby. There was no money in it. There was no people weren't chasing 1,000 subs. They weren't, you know what I'm saying? You just posted a video, dude. You're just like, here's my video of my car. You know, that's the cool part.
I think back then, car domain was where you posted pictures of your cars to kind of share it, you know. I don't even think Facebook existed back then, but it might have, and I just didn't know about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, old school.
Hey, Brian, I'm gonna send you a video link. Is a little outtake video I put together. That was when I had taken the 3D3 out of the Charger and was getting the prepping and cleaning the engine compartment to get it ready for the 440.
Yeah.
I was having. I think it was my mom was taking. I was trying to get her to take pictures, but she kept putting it in video, and it's just a little funny thing. I just sent it to you.
Rob, I got. Hold on, dude. I just found the funniest shit ever. Hold on. I think I'm on to something right now.
Should change my name to Guy Incognito.
No, it's just Jake's man.
I have pitched this to people. I'm like, you know, this needs to be the face. Something like this needs to be the face of Jegs. You know, all Jegsed up, all the Jegs gear, and then the voice as well. They don't really go for it. It's not a good look in the office, apparently.
Well, it's kind of creepy. I'm not gonna lie. There's a little bit of creepiness to it, but it's the kind of creepy that makes you uncomfortable at night when you go take a dump at like 1 a.m. and all the lights are out and you hear a noise.
Okay, so what you're saying is I should not get a panel van.
Free parts.
Okay, Rob.
What?
On my first open stream, okay, the first time I did one of these lives where I said anybody from chat can come in, this dude trolled me. That kind of looks like you, bro. That kind of looks like you, man.
That's Rob.
What the fuck is going on here, Rob?
No, you see, it's the difference because mine says Jegs, and I don't. No, I'm yellow and black.
Yeah, that's not you. And then, okay, so I kicked the dude out, right?
Yeah.
And he comes back 10 minutes later. Is this a horse head?
Wow. See, no, that ain't me. I'm not that high tech. I don't even own that thing.
We know
Rob,
that's just we saw his hair.
Rob,
What?
This is you, dude. You fucking trolled me in my first fucking live.
Never. I would not have trolled, dude. I'm not a troll. I just came up with this idea. I was talking to Jed about it. I said, "This is if I turn my camera on, this is how I would do it."
Look at the hair right up here on that picture. I really think that's just
Mopar
Mopar Joe in there. If you look at that,
Dude, that's Mopar Joe. Fuck, dude.
Hey,
you're
Brian,
always-
can you share this video I sent you on here?
Oh,
yeah,
dude.
give me just a second.
That's
All right.
Mopar Joe. Yeah, you guys are right. That's Mopar Joe.
See, it's not me. Told you.
Yep. Oh, all right. Yeah, my bad, dude. That's Mopar Joe. Yeah, dude. The first time I did one of those, and I said, okay, anybody from chat can come in here and hang out with us. And John Wilburn goes, that's not a good idea. And I go, why? And he goes, we've done that before. We've tried that before on other lives. And he goes, he's like, it's your live. You do what you want. And I said, okay, so we got our first contestant. And I zapped the guy into the live, and that's what it was. And John Wilburn's like, told you.
You know, but that works. That has worked really good for Chris Albrecht, just letting people in. You know, because he does that a lot.
Yeah. Do you guys get trolls like that, and you just don't let them in?
Well, I did it once. That was it. I mean, like right now we're inviting everybody, but
My
nobody.
channel's not big enough for
William came in. William's the only one that's come in from chat over into the thing.
Okay.
But William, if you're in chat, dude, I hope you have a great New Year, man. I will see you at the drag strip.
This video was 7 years ago when the 440 was out. She kept putting it in video.
William, you have not changed very much at all.
We're not hearing the sound, Brian.
Brian?
Something really does.
There you go, yeah. Start it over.
You can still record video.
What was that noise?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. What was that? I know what I heard.
Yeah, I know what I heard.
We weren't hearing the sound. Okay.
Oh, we heard a sound.
Oh, we heard a sound. Yeah.
That was William.
Yeah.
Dropping the 440 in. That's the noise. That's the noise you make when you drop a real engine in.
All engines matter, man. Small block lives matter.
I don't know about straight sixes though. I'll go out there and say it. I'll fucking just say it.
I like straight sixes.
I don't know. We were having a pretty good conversation about inline sixes and how a guy I had talked to and several other people are doing it, are taking LS cylinder heads and cutting them up and welding them together to bolt onto a Ford 300 inline six to make a cross flow head and make a stupid mess of power. So straight sixes got their due.
I think for pure durability and longevity, I think it's coming from Mopar guy, but the Ford 300 inline six is one of the toughest motors you can find.
I'll race you.
I know pretty much all slant sixes are good. Pretty much all inline six motors, whether they're slanted or straight up and down, whatever, are good. But the Ford 300 inline six is one of the toughest motors ever.
So Darren Mopar Express says, Happy New Year from Ontario, Canada. Jay says, Happy New Year.
See, they're in the future with me. Awesome.
Yep.
It's next year up here. Y'all are back there in 2021. I'm up here in
2022, man. It's going to be a good year. It's
that just means you're an hour older than we are, is the way I see it.
My birthday is Monday, so I'm an hour and a year older. So
oh my! By the way, I don't know how old you are, but I just want to remind you that percentage-wise, you're getting closer to my age faster. So you are growing older faster than I am.
That's fantastic. All right.
I
was feeling good, but I got over it. Sweet.
It makes me feel better when I say it that way, though, Rob.
By the way, since it's 11:14, I can now say this, and no one can bitch at me. Rob, I found the address to your corporate offices. I now know exactly where you work. I had a gift purchased for you on Amazon and will be delivered.
You know what's messed up, Ted? Is where I sit in my department, right? So my department is near the front doors. The Amazon guy is not supposed to come into the building, or at least my part of the building. And every now and then, the Amazon guy gets horribly lost. And where I sit in my office, somehow the Amazon man always ends up at my desk because I'm like the first person you see when you come into my part of the office and the last guy you see when you leave. And I have become the damn Amazon package receiver for the company because of these poor lost Amazon delivery drivers. So that's ironic and funny all at the same time because I'll actually be the one to receive it. Thank you. Why did you?
Oh, you got to open it right there at work.
When is
That'll
it?
be the one. That'll be the one package you won't get.
Yeah. Wow.
Rapid transit.
Oh, no. I'll make sure he gets it or he gets 12 of them.
So when did you order it and when is it showing up? Because I'm off for 3 days, man.
It don't matter. It'll be there waiting for you, and you're gonna have to open it.
In the office. You're gonna be in trouble
on one end.
Huh?
It's got a suction cup on one end.
You better not have, dude. Seriously.
Hey, Rob.
Seriously.
I'm gonna go around the round table, and we're gonna close out 2021 with your best and worst moment, personal, cars, whatever it is, for 2021. We'll get it out of the way. We'll get 2021 off our shoulders. Brian, we'll start with Brian, and then we'll go to Sherry.
Hey!
Sherry's in here. She's got to say it too. Brian, he's playing video games again.
There he goes.
I got his attention.
I'm muted. I wasn't playing video games.
Brian, what? All right, we're gonna go around the room real quick in a couple minutes. Your best and worst moment of 2021, just to get it out of the way to make room for good moments for 2022. Go. Okay, you're done.
Go to somebody else. And she's not at her computer right now.
Okay, William, your best and worst moment for 2021.
I don't know about. Honestly, I don't know. I'll have to think about it.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't know.
All right, Jed. Jed, your best and worst moment, 2021. I don't want to bring light to the subject, people, but Jed, what's your best worst moment?
Best worst or best and worst?
Dude.
Is it car related?
Okay. So worst moment, car related, YouTube related, would be exploding my clutch in Jezebel.
That was a fun call.
Okay, all right. We said we're going to keep it clean until after midnight, Jed.
I didn't say blowing up my tranny. I wouldn't tell you guys about that shit.
All right. So that's the worst moment. Your best moment, 2021.
Guys, look who's in the chat. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
What do we got?
Birdsong's in the chat.
Motherfucking Birdsong. Brian, send the man a link. Birdsong, get your butt in here.
If I had to say a best moment, honestly, was when Chris brought me the Duster. Not only did I have a lot of fun that day with Chris, but I got the Duster, which I figured I wouldn't fall in love with, but I did.
Okay. All right, that's Jed's best and worst moment. Rob, what was your best and worst moment of 2021 so you can make good moments in 2022? What is it?
What is this is car related, right?
Anything. Your cat died, your bird died, you won $1 million, whatever it is.
Oh, well, Bess is getting promoted at work, man. I'm climbing that corporate ladder and working hard and like the guys that you see on TV at the racetrack every weekend, Jeg Jr. and TJ, they all know my name, shake my hand, and TJ even brought donuts to work today, man. So I got to be a part of that now, which is really kind of cool. Worst car related or worst moment of the year. I mean, the obvious stuff that my real close friends know about, notwithstanding, was when I really finally realized that I blew up my truck that I really liked, and then I had to get rid of it and get a car payment. I was not really all enthused about that. So,
okay.
But there you go. So 2022, pay on the car and work on the other car. That's the goal.
Cool. John, Tall John's Fun Shop, go. Best worst moment 2021. Get it off your back. You open some doors for some good moments in 22.
Worst would be owning a touring product in the middle of COVID because you sit on your ass. The best would be bringing the old Roadrunner home and having fun again with it.
Okay, Johnny.
Me?
That's you, baby. Johnny
Oh,
Moped, baby.
You were pointing at Jay.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, no, yeah, you. Yeah, that contort my finger.
I'd say the we'll keep it car related. The TTI header was probably my worst moment, and best. I'm not sure on the best. I had a good time at duct tape drags, so I'll say duct tape drags.
Cool. All right, my worst and best moment. I really can't think of a worst. God, man, I've just had a good year. I mean, as far as years can go, I haven't had any deaths in the family or. I mean, this transmission blew up, but I mean, then whatever. We're fixing that. Best moment out of the entire year. I'd probably say duct tape. Duct tape was a blast. Meeting all the new friends that I made from duct tape. And running down the track in a muscle car for my very first time, even though I ran 18 seconds, man. And yes, somebody said on the internet the other day, either you're running 18 or 12, you're still having fun. But yeah, I mean, 18 was cool, but I got my doors blown off by a 318. I'd like to go faster. So anyway, moving on. Jake.
Worst is pretty much the whole COVID thing. And the best, as sappy as it sounds, is talking and chatting to all you fine folks after I started this whole YouTube adventure.
Aww.
It sounds sappy. It's okay.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, but I'm going to steal it for the best because the best car things I've done all this year have been right in here.
Cool. Can I say my best uncar related thing? Having my 8-month-old daughter 8 months ago.
Yeah.
I feel guilty not saying that, so I have to say that.
It's good you didn't have your 8-month-old daughter 6 months ago. That would be a little weird.
It'd be a big deal. It'd be a big deal.
I think what's hilarious is that video you posted of the baby watching John work on the transmission.
Yeah,
that was funny.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're just desperate for content. At this point, I haven't made a video in weeks. I'm trying to keep the algorithm happy. I'm like, I don't know, that's all I got.
Hey, well, are you still gonna go to the junkyard, or are you gonna not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it pretty far from your house?
It actually kind of is. It's about 45 minutes, and it's all free too. That's 45 minutes at 80 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So it's a little ways out there. I'm gonna do a lot. I'm gonna do a lot of junkyard content just because there's a lot of stuff out there that I haven't even shown. And it's fun to do. It's interesting. I love the junkyard, man. I love looking at those cars, man. It's just, because your imagination starts running wild about, you're just seeing cool cars. It's cool shit to see. Like that. Remember that short that I posted where the guy, I'd heard about it, but I'd never seen it, where people were chaining the blocks to the K members.
Yeah.
And to actually see it in a junkyard, I was like, dude, that's cool, man. People
See
actually.
it. My mom broke my race car for me at the racetrack, and that's a bonding experience when you chain your engine down to your K-frame with your mom in the racing or in the pits at the racetrack. That you want to talk about good times, man. It's her fault.
That's a bonding moment right there.
Dude, it was her fault.
So, Rob, let's talk about your mom real quick, and that's not in a derogatory way at all. But cool. You guys keep dropping these little hints about your mom. So, your mom was a drag racer, dude?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Really?
Wow.
So, yeah. So if you all right. So back in the day, which was a Wednesday, anytime you say it's back in the day, it's always on a Wednesday. But my mom and my grandfather got into doing repairs out of their home garage. When my mom was a teenager, she got real into it with him, and they started building cars and wrenching on stuff, and she really fought that uphill battle. And her first car was a '68 Barracuda fastback. It was baby blue, 318 automatic, nothing exciting, no, whatever. But she drove it all the time, and she started to go bracket racing with it. In the town we grew up in, it's the same track that they actually host the Mopar Nationals at every year here in Ohio, and it's 20 minutes from home. So she would, drive to the track, and she'd mop up on a Friday night or on a Saturday night or on a Wednesday night whenever they were racing, and she would street race on the side too. Deadly consistent every time, just ungodly deadly consistent. And she started to progress through the ranks, and they actually, since that Barracuda was for daily drivers, she wanted to go faster. So in the midst of them working on cars in the driveway, making money, and all of that, one day a little brown 70 Duster with a Slant 6 came rolling in from Texas, and it locked up in the driveway. And the guy that owned the car said, "You know what? Just keep it. I don't care. Whatever. Do whatever you want with it." So Mom and Grandpa decided to make a drag car out of it. They completely gutted it. They knew what they were going to be building, and they built it all out of the Mopar Performance book, like everybody else in those days did, and put a cage in it, and had a really nice potential 383 for the thing. They were going to do a 383 and a 727, and when they got ready to drop the 383 in it, they noticed that Grandma had a 70 Chrysler 300 with a 440 TNT under the hood. And they said, "Well, why don't we build that instead?" So they asked Grandma if they could take that engine and replace it with the 383 that they were going to put in the Duster. And Grandma said, "As long as I can't tell the difference when I get on the freeway, I don't care what you do." So in the midst of a weekend, they yanked the 440 out of the 300. They dropped the 383 in and put it all back together. And then they started to build up the 440 for the Duster. And this thing had all the cool old school parts in it, man. It had the purple shaft cam, and it had the Yank converter in it. And Grandpa ran a banana converter as well in his Crosley. But they were building his car. They built her car. They turned that into a mid 11-second car. And in that time, my mom had gotten married and got pregnant with me. And she was actually 8 months pregnant with me. Well, not that much, because it was that late. So 7 months pregnant with me, racing in a car at 11 seconds and winning rounds, running rounds. It took 4 guys to get her in and out over the roll bar in that car, as pregnant as she was, in the full fire suit, helmet, and all of that. And it was a really, like, there's newspaper clippings I have of, she's pregnant and she still won, ooh and ah. So they decided that was too fast, and she didn't want to have to trailer the car around. She didn't want to have to mess with all that. So they started to throw love at the Barracuda. So the Barracuda started to get, it got an 8 3/4 in it out of I don't remember what it came out of, but they put an 8 3/4 in it with 355 gears, and they had a manual valve body 727 built for it, and they put a 360 in it. And that car never saw a trailer. It drove to every race that it ever went to. I came home from the hospital in that car after she was, when I was born. And she took it racing, and she took it shopping, and she took us to school, and she took us to the movies in it. It was for a daily driver, but she also ran Division 3 with it, and just absolutely rocked it. And nobody could say, everybody said she couldn't do it, or everybody started to also say she was doing really nefarious stuff to get the win light, if you will. And I thought I'm going to leave it because that's my mom. I don't want to say terrible things that was already said, you know what I mean? But you guys can kind of put the pieces of the puzzle together.
People like people that are winning,
Oh, well, nobody could stand that she was better at it than they were. And as proof of all of it, they actually, back in the early 80s, they had to bring in a special photographer with a special camera and prove that she was not cheating, that she could actually cut a perfect light. And there's a picture on my desktop at work, and I'll find it sometime and share it. But this car cutting a dead nuts perfect light. It was, the pre-stage light is on. The stage light is off. The pre-stage light is on. The bottom yellow is on. The green is on. The tires are wrinkled, and the front of the car is up. So it's a dead on perfect light. And it was just over and over and over. She ended up, just throughout the 70s and the 80s, she was Division III champ, raced at Indy, raced at all of 11 Ohio drag strips for points all through the late 70s and early 80s, and gave it up in the 90s.
That's cool.
Yeah, dude.
So, and Williams, to one of your stories, you were talking about how you had seen, or somebody had, no, Ruben, you had said this, talking about the guy racing the Intrepid, and the Intrepid's running 18s, okay, so I got to witness my mom doing that, where she won her class at one of the tracks here, and they did a race of champions where the two winners of the night, went up against each other and bracket raced for $1,000, which back then was a lot of money to win at drag racing on the amateur level, of course. And she went up against a 7.5 second, a 750 Super Comp dragster that had won the Quick 16 that night. And she's in the car only ever did 13s. It was not no great crazy street screamers, 6,000 horsepower or any of that. It was just a high 13-second car, but it was also her daily driver, and again, deadly consistent. That's what you need in bracket racing. And I watched her leave the line on this car, and it was on the track. It was dead on perfect light. And she's trucking down the track, and I'm sitting at the top of the bleachers because I know what's going to happen. This dragster has got to sit there while she gets to 3/4 track before he ever leaves, basically. Here he comes. She's trucking down the track, doing her thing, just running her race. Dragster leaves, and he's got easily 120 mile an hour on her and chases her down the entire way. She gets down to the top end of the track. The temperature during the day had dropped, and she knew that the car was going to be running a few thousandths or maybe even a tenth faster than it should have been. So she hit the brakes, and the guy in the dragster going 120 mile an hour faster than she was. He got a face full of brake lights at the finish line, and he broke out by a mile and a half, because he let the mind game happen where I got to catch her and not run the clock and not run my actual race. Right. And he was twisted, man. He was so mad. He's like, I had you. I had 100 mile an hour on you. You don't hit the brakes on a dragster. And Mom pulls out the time slip and says, well, anybody cuts that bad of a light deserves to lose. And took it out. And we rolled out. We drove home, man. There are a lot. Dude, I watched my mom kick guys' asses in the pits because they burned her down on the starting line and then came up to try to, be all good sportsman-like and all that. Like, hey, good job, whatever. And she walked over to the car. He burned her down. The car was hurt. And he burned her down on the line. And she left, and it flipped, and she couldn't make anything happen. He comes back around and tries to say, hey, good race. She walks up to him, knowing it wasn't a good race, whipped him out of the car, out of the window, and just started beating the ever-loving hell out of him right there in the pits because he's a prick. And everybody let her do it. It was awesome. They even made shirts that said, I hit him first. Dude, there's a lot of guys that aren't half the man my mother is when it comes to a car. She's awesome. Pretty deep.
That's awesome. Yeah, you got to share pictures, Rob. Like get some pictures together, and just moments you want to share, man.
I'll see what I can get pulled up. There is one video. There's one of that Duster racing Grandpa's Crosley, which nobody except for maybe Tall John knows what a Crosley hotshot is. But it was a tiny little, think like an Austin Healey, Austin Sprite, little bug-eyed thing.
He called you old. That's fucked up.
Yeah, he did, but that's all right. Go ahead.
Grandpa bought this car new. It's this tiny little thing trying to look like a little European car, and he stuck a 340 and a 727 in it, and he took it racing as well. And there's one video on YouTube of that Duster that they built racing that Crosley that they built. Now, the sad thing about the video, and you look it up on YouTube, it's called Duster versus Crosley. But the sad part about the video is that my mom is not driving either car because she was at another track in the Barracuda racing for points. So, but you can see those two cars go together. It's pretty cool to see vintage, old school stuff. So yeah, you've seen that, Jeff?
Dude, that's like one of the first things you told me about. And I'm like,
oh, that's right. Yeah.
I will say Rob can't share a couple of them photos, like the hot picture of his mom with her big red hair and her leather jacket and the go-go boots working on the car. Probably don't want to share that.
We'll build up to that one. Eventually, we'll get to that picture. We'll slowly build them up to that one.
That's the one picture I have. Everybody goes to. There is a picture of her in a leather fringed jacket and go-go boots and blue jeans, laying in the pits under the car, uncorking the headers.
That is badass.
If that doesn't just make you fall in love and wish you could have been born earlier, I don't know.
It's my mom, dude. Watch it. Watch it.
I'm friends with your mom on Facebook, Rob.
I think Jed's trying to say he wants. Yeah. Jed's trying to say he wants to be your daddy, Bob. That's what Jed's trying to say. In another time, in another place, Jed's like, I want to be Rob's daddy.
If that's the case, then Daddy, I'm on a satellite.
Yeah, make him give you
that. I like it when you say that, Rob.
Rob, out of all Jed's cars, which one would you not pick?
Would I not pick?
Yeah, which one would you be like, nope, if you try to give it to you, don't want it, keep it?
The Magnum. The Magnum. Everything else can bring it on.
Okay. Out of all Jed's cars, which one do you want right freaking now?
Oh, his dad's car.
That's okay. That's a fucking right there.
No, only because cars. It's only because everybody already wants Jezebel so bad. Of course, Jezebel. Actually, I like the Duster. I like the Duster a whole lot, and I was honestly like, I like the truck, and the Stella thing isn't going to happen, but the Duster was awesome. And Jed, I got to make a full confession here, man. When you said you were getting that thing, and you said you weren't really you were kind of on the fence about it, I was legitimately looking for ways to be like, how do I get that, and how can I make that happen? And it wasn't for me. It was a hope to be for my mom. And you and I kind of talked about something like that. I had that hope a long time ago. That would be the car that if I could get my hands on it and do something with and make something happen, then that would have been the one that I'd be all about.
I'll get to some of these comments in chat real quick because they're pretty good. Everybody loved the story, but JMR says, Rob, you need to write a book about your mom, dude. That'd be cool, man. That'd be cool, dude. And not even a book, dude, but if you got your mom to just do, and I did this with my grandfather before he passed away. I just recorded on my cell phone. You know how they have that record thing? So I would go to his house and he would be talking about like the Depression and what it was like and the Korean War. And I just hit record. And I have hours of voice recordings and stories. You know? So you should do that with your mom, dude. Have her tell like these drag racing stories and just record the shit.
It's a good idea, man. I remember the worst. What? Go ahead, Mike.
I'm just kidding here, but you could be Jegs telling the story about Jugs.
Oh my God. Actually, I'll tell you the worst. Here's a story I'll tell about mom and drag racing.
Hang on, Rob. Give me 1 second. Brian, Chris wants to hop in. Throw up a link.
I threw one up a minute ago.
Well, he's done working on his car.
Oh, okay.
Like that.
Yeah. Oh.
Like the fat, the trash cans, and they can soak with it. That's why they're so.
There you go. Links up in chat.
Sweet.
How many people can actually join in here?
I don't know. I may have to. I'm probably just going to go ahead and do this. Get my wife out of the channel.
You guys raise your hand if you want Chris Birdsong to come in here and talk about circle dirt track racing.
You're too late, dude.
Here you come.
Oh,
so one of the best stories I do have about my mom before Birdsong comes in and steals the show is one of the worst beatings I ever got as a child. They kind of go hand in hand. I was allowed, like my job as a kid, I had to put the slicks on the car. I had to take the street tires and go put them up against the fence. I had to hang up the weather station at the track on the fence. And I had to uncork the headers. Well, in all of my messing around with this and doing this earlier on, I flipped a switch. Now there was a magic switch in the car. I didn't know what it did. I was a kid. I didn't know enough about it. But there was a switch in the car. Mom had an auxiliary fuel pump wired in, like a Holly Blue, because the car would fall flat on its base at the top end of the track because it ran out of fuel pressure and fuel pump. So she had a Holly Blue pump to supplement the thing, and it worked really well. Well, the problem was it was wired to the so it was wired to the ignition hot, and then she could turn it off independently after that. Well, she couldn't hear whether or not it was on or it was running when they called her up for class, and she got into a panic, and she went and jumped in the car. I apparently had flipped this switch, and she went up to the staging lanes, and it was a hot lap situation, and she gets up to the starting line and does her burnout, and she gets about 3/4 down the way of the track, and the car just noses right over, just done. She loses the round, she loses the race. She had gone around, she had taken out cars all night, and this particular situation, for whatever reason, when I was in the car last, I had bumped that switch and I had turned it off. She got back to the pits. The car was still rolling when the door came open and she came flying out of it. She knew exactly what had happened, and she told me that I cost her the race. It was my fault that the car nosed over, and she thoroughly beat my ass behind a pickup truck because of that. She couldn't, and I earned it. I should have known better, man. But yeah, mom was serious about racing, man. I earned that beating. I always say I've earned that beating because I flipped the switch and she didn't know it was off and lost the race because of it. So. And it was a cold, quiet ride home too. I'll tell you.
Well, is that why you wear the mask now?
No, I just because my voice is terrible or my face is terrible, so I don't need to put it on there now. You know,
Bob is just shy.
I am.
Every dreamboat says that.
I can get the pictures off Facebook if I really wanted to be that kind of an a-hole.
Go ahead, man. Don't do that.
Jed wore a mask for the first 4 streams he was in here too, and look at the dreamboat he is. It was worth every penny. He took off the mask.
Jed's cuter without his glasses on, though. I'm used to seeing him with. Oh God!
Oh, dude, I've never seen Jed without glasses on. It's like a different guy.
Yeah.
Now I know why there's 16 genders.
I love that.
Sometimes it's nice not wearing my glasses because I can't see my own face. Like I ain't got to look at that ugly mug no more.
No way!
Whoa!
Look who's here! Look who's here!
Oh, Richard.
What's up?
Richard.
Are you in a closet or something?
How's it going, Richard?
What's that?
Are you in a closet or dark room or what?
No, I'm out here in the middle of the sticks. We got a bonfire going.
He's trying to catch himself on fire again. Don't do it, Richard. Don't do it.
No, we're not. What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Good.
Doing good.
Here's waiting for the new year.
No, we're just sitting out here. We figured we'd come in here and see what you guys is all up to.
So
where's Rubano? Where'd he go?
Rubio?
Rubio.
He just
Johnny.
Went to go get a drink.
What's up, Richard?
My Southern California buddy. What's going on?
Not much, man.
I got to get tea.
Nice.
Hey,
Deb, where you going?
Johnny, here's what you're supposed to say to
Oh,
Richard.
he's going to refuel.
Okay.
Here's what you're supposed to say to Richard, Johnny. Keep sending the water, damn it.
Keep sending the water.
Oh yeah.
Hey, we got how many feet of snow we've gotten so far? What, 15 feet? 14 feet of snow in the last 5 days.
Wow.
And growing. That's on Donner Pass.
I think Lake Shasta is going to fill up finally.
Oh, there's Rob.
What's up, man?
What's up, dude?
What up?
Not a whole lot, man. Just chilling, man. Jay, good to see your young face. Man. Brian, the man of the hour.
Well, you got all kinds of people on.
Oh yeah, we're doing the live.
What's up?
Where are they all at?
Let's see. Rob, where are you at? You're in Ohio, right?
Yep.
Rob's in Ohio. TJ's in Tennessee. Chargers, Mopars. Where are you at?
I'm in North Mississippi, just south of Memphis.
Yeah, Southern boy. That's a good thing. Yeah, and then Brian's in Missouri, I think, right? Right, Brian?
Oh, am I on?
Illinois.
Oh, there he is.
Whoa!
Illinois.
Chris.
Jay's in Wisconsin, you know.
Yeah.
And then
You got
my
that
other
right.
Southern brother right there, Rubano, Muscle City Madness. He's in Arizona. Johnny Mopar, Southern Cali brother. He's down there where it's 84 degrees all day. And then
Richard, do you
Jeb's
see
in
who else
Kansas.
came in?
Right.
You see who's next to you there?
What's that?
Do you see who's next to you there on the screen?
Yeah, who is that? I'm
Who is
blind.
that?
Don't even tell him, dude. Fuck
I'm
it.
not gonna tell him.
You gotta
He's
be
the one
fucking
dude
kidding
who
me.
knew the other guy. That says it right there. He's the one. He's the
And
one
then
dude who knew the other guy.
the baddest man to ever touch 68 through 70 Chargers is sitting right next to me. I can't fucking believe it.
I don't know about that.
This guy, don't ever let him lie to you. Holy shit! And he can drive the fuck out of a modified.
What's up, boys? All you boys?
So,
Yeah, this is
10
my
the
buddy
limit,
Marty.
guys.
Cold as hell.
Yeah, we're freezing our
I
asses
grew
off
up
out
in
here.
Illinois, so I know what cold is.
Oh yeah.
My girl calls
So
me.
enough about me. Enough about me. What's up, Birdsong? Shit, I haven't seen you in a long time.
Trying to fix my junk.
Shit.
See, Chris is working on shit, and we're all getting drunk.
Hey,
No,
that's
no.
okay.
Hey,
That's
whoa,
good.
Whoa. I'm not.
Oh,
Getting drunk and working on shit.
There you go.
I had a
My girl calls
Yeah.
me in right now. She's like, it's midnight in New York. She's like, she gets all the kids together. She's like, Happy New Year. I'm like, baby,
Oh, Jed's got Dos Equis too. Wait, is this what I'm drinking?
yeah.
Seriously, I only drank this because
Oh my-
I had 2 beers in the fridge, and that's all that was there.
And we got a long way to go.
Drink them.
my girl
Shit, we're
celebrated
lagging out
New
here in
York.
California. We got another, 3 hours? No, 2.5 hours?
Well, if you're in
You know,
California, you're gonna have blackouts
Yeah.
here in a minute anyway.
Yeah, no shit. I was going to ask you, Chris, about charging, how much you charge to make one of them scoops like you made for your car. I was just thinking
Oh,
about that today.
The hood scoop.
Yeah, that thing's fucking sick, dude. That whole build's sick.
You know what Chris is going to say? Making your motherfucking sale.
Yeah, dude. So
A nicer term. Make it your motherfucking self.
oh, make it yourself?
Yeah.
No,
Hey, don't bug me when I'm eating a taco, god damn it.
Right?
I don't even know if I still. I didn't even make templates for that. I just kind of.
I've seen that.
Chris.
But I know you're a busy man, so I know better.
Chris,
No,
real quick, not to interrupt Richard, but I don't know if you know Johnny Mopar, dude. Do you know Johnny?
Oh yeah. Is he on here? Oh
Yeah. Oh, okay, you know Johnny? Okay, yeah, he's going mayhem and all that stuff.
Pretty random, man. It's like,
Where's that at?
Fireworks.
Damn.
sounds like Columbus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I hope we don't watch Chris die right now live on the internet. Bullet to the fucking
Bad
head.
neighborhood.
Fireworks.
Chris,
Hopefully
I'm
lightning bugs nowhere
because
around.
You don't need your moon again.
Cool.
What was
It looks
what was
like-
the question? The fireworks distracted me.
It looks like Chris is laying on the ground.
No, you're actually. It's you're inside Patina right now.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Cool.
You're sitting on top of a carbon fiber NASCAR air cleaner.
Gee.
Nice.
See, I was just wanting to go out, have fun, spin cookies, and fucking oil line burst on me.
Oh, dude. Don't jinx it, man. Bring in a better New Year than that, Chris.
Yeah.
You got, what time is it in Vegas right now?
What's that?
What time is it in Vegas right now? 10:49 or something?
I don't know. I don't think I can't see the clock on my phone, but it's probably like 10 something. Same as California.
Oh, okay.
Oh, 9:49. We're 10 minutes to 10.
Yeah.
I got a question for everybody in here.
Go ahead.
Where I'm from, if you want to make your car go in a tight circle, it's called doing donuts. I got a friend in Nebraska that called it cookies, and I'm pretty sure I just heard Chris say cookies.
Yes, he did.
Everybody says
Donuts.
fireworks.
Who in here says donuts, and who in here says cookies?
Donuts.
Donuts.
How about
Donuts.
donuts?
Donuts and
Okay.
shitties.
But I've been to Nebraska and I heard him say cookies also.
Well, I've been hanging out with too many old guys. They say cookies, so it's kind of wearing on me.
No.
Chris, I
So,
love you.
I'm just curious.
Marty, when you spin donuts, you call them cookies or donuts in a car?
I'm old and I call it donuts.
You're older guy. You're California boy. You call them donuts.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not.
donuts.
I'm from Illinois.
Well, Illinois calls them. Well, I don't know.
What do they call them back there? What's
So-
the Illinois?
Illinois calls them donuts.
See, yeah, see, both of you guys.
Johnny,
Vegas is probably going fucking crazy right now.
What?
300,000 plus.
Chris has your old
Vegas
car on
is
his.
probably going nuts right now, dude.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, we're going nuts here too.
There's well, we got a bunch of firefighters here, so we're not going to burn ourselves to death. They're just going to throw me on the fire and have a pig roast.
Richard, we went around the room earlier, dude. We went around the room and everybody had to say their worst and best moment of 2021. What was your worst and best moment, car-wise? You don't have to say anything personal.
Car-wise, acquiring a B-body for the first time ever. And then the worst was, well, obviously everybody knows, breaking up and having to move. But I've got a shop. I've got a 2-bay shop now.
Fuck yeah.
Nice.
Nice. Congrats.
Yes,
Congrats,
I got a
man.
2-bay shop and hopefully a studio apartment for $1,500 a month. All wrapped in one.
Right on.
Oh, I would, if I was single, I would love that. That would be perfect for me.
Don't let your wife hear you say that.
She knows. I'm trying to talk her. I'm trying to talk her into moving into an old firehouse.
See everybody over here at the bonfire. They're all up to that.
Nice.
So hopefully we'll get some stuff pumped out here real soon. We'll get some cars going.
Cool.
So,
Like Food Outlaws guys.
oh yeah, a lot of these guys are. We're all just independent people. Everybody here, we're a mixed batch of misfits that all hang around each other.
I like it, dude.
Chris is our fearless leader because he just tells everybody you're on your own. Fuck it. Fuck you guys. Build your own.
I try and help everybody as much as I can.
I'm just messing with you, bud.
I do think though, we need Mopar Joe in here to put him next to Chris and then to see who's got the best hair. Because he does got a little Mopar Joe hair thing going on right there.
Well, great. It also got the Abe Lincoln beard rocking.
Uh-oh, here it goes. He's going to get the mullet.
Yeah.
He's going to get the mullet. I know it.
Dude, somebody get Mopar Joe in here.
Marty, don't be falling on the fire, dude. Hey.
You want me to call Mopar Joe on the phone right now?
That's Richard's job to catch on fire.
I knew it. Now, hey, the famous line, if anybody knows in his videos, you ready to rock this shit, bro?
You know what's sad though is I'm old enough. I used to have that exact hairstyle for real.
Oh, God.
Hey, Richard, where's the sombrero?
You know what? I left it at the house. I moved all my shit out of the house today, so it's still there.
How can you leave the sombrero on New Year's Eve?
Well, as long as Jed can give me a 5-pound bag of gummy worm or gummy bears, we're good. I'll get a sombrero from Chevy.
I keep calling Jed out on a race, and he keeps chickening out.
Oh,
hey, I got all my parts now to fix my car.
Hey, we don't peer pressure Jed around here, okay?
I'm not
okay.
Peer pressure Jed. Don't peer pressure.
Yeah, you can bully him.
Now we drink a beer with Jed. That's okay.
So what's the wager? What's going on here? What car against what car?
What?
Well, see,
Stella versus the world, bro.
I'm going to be driving mine to his place.
Oh, okay.
So I'll allow Jed to pull his Jizzy Bell out. I'll even let him get it up to temperature first.
Jed is regretting every moment of this invite right now. He's like, all right, go ahead, Chris. Go for it.
I'll even spot him a car length.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't know about that one, dude. I don't know. I don't know. Jezebel's pretty goddamn good.
Jezebel's. We seen the dyno. We seen the dyno numbers.
Yeah, but it's got to hook up. Come on, what do you got, Jed, for us? Come on.
No, I just got to get Jezebel back together. I got shifter stuff kind of figured out on the transmission. I got to do a little more work on that. Then I got to get everything else hooked up on the car. It's going to snow like a bastard tomorrow, which kind of derailed the plans on trying to get the cars close together as possible.
This is where it's going down. Chris, this is where it's going down. So next year, I don't know if you know the guy named John Wilburn. I don't know if you know John Wilburn, Uncle Tony's friend. Anyway, they're having a big, I don't know, like a big YouTuber drag race in the middle of the country.
Get together.
Oh,
Late next year.
I thought that was a Uncle Tony deal.
Yeah.
No, it's not an Uncle Tony
From
deal.
Uncle Tony.
No, it's not.
No,
it's not.
No,
John Wilbur does shit with Uncle Tony, and he was going to announce it on Uncle Tony's channel, but it had nothing to do with Tony. Tony probably won't even show up.
So if you want to drag race Jezebel, dude, that might be the place, bro.
I won't be there. I can't go to Sykeston. It was going to be in Sykeston.
Did he announce where it's at yet?
Tonight.
Not yet. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly, but he said he's been saying Sykeston. He's been saying one of them in Middle Tennessee.
I had that. I made that sandwich.
And we ate it too.
Well, hopefully he says where it's at. That way we can get our shit together. Because I gotta figure out which car I'm gonna pick to bring.
He was supposed to announce it tonight, but Dallas is sick. He's got Corona or something. I'm not sure what he's got, but anyhow, he wanted to announce it with him because he's the one who's gonna. I guess he's really the real promoter of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We have 3 minutes and counting.
What are you drinking on over there, girlfriend? Oh God, no vodka and juice for me. No, thank you. No.
What's in front of the orange Roadrunner?
70 calendar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Johnny, you got your shit running yet?
No.
Which one? The Charger? No. No, I've been focusing on the Duster, trying to get it to the track, hopefully next month.
Oh,
then I'll get back on the Charger.
Hey.
Or
Did you
actually,
get that
Richard,
yet?
No, this is I'm talking too loud right now.
Hey, you got to call me tomorrow about that. Call me tomorrow about that. Yeah, I know. Call me tomorrow about that car.
70 CUDA drag car.
Muscle City is showing porn on here.
I talked him into buying that.
Yeah, I was on a live with Brian, and all of a sudden, next thing I know, I'm buying a CUDA. I'm like, fuck.
Hey,
And then
Jay, you're gonna go get it, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, I got it.
The stars aligned that night.
No, it's coming. It's coming.
Richard wants me to go. Richard might go down there with me just to help out and check it out.
Yeah.
Where is it at?
Well, it's in Wisconsin, I think.
Yeah, it's in Wisconsin.
Marty, what are you trying to do? Turn my
He's shaking.
10K. What do you think, Chris? 10K.
Whoa.
What's 10K?
That CUDA.
Oh, I mean, if it says CUDA,
1 minute.
Sounds about right.
1 minute to midnight.
It's a full drag car, man. It's not even.
Rob.
Us here in the central time zone, we got 1 minute.
For everyone in Central, we got less than 1 minute.
Oh, here we go. Dude, I'm going to celebrate like 4 New Year's tonight. This is awesome.
You know what? Hey, where's Peckerwood Custom? Where's Aaron at? He should have been on here.
It's Monday for him. New Year's is over.
No, it's already New Year's Day.
He was on earlier.
Oh, okay. Oh, I bet you watch out. I tell you what, Vegas, my buddy just went to Vegas today. He said it's going to be like Lebanon tonight.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Cheers.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Cheers.
Everyone in Central Time Zone. Happy New Year and cheers.
I don't have no beer. Fuck it. It's New Year. Hey, Rob and TJ and everybody Central Time. It's New Year's already. He said Marty says Happy New Year, everybody. We only got 2 more to go.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy
So
New
I
Year,
heard
guys.
Rob's been moving on up jigs, huh?
Yeah, man, it's gotten interesting. That's for sure.
Yeah.
They put me into the purchasing department now, so it's a lot. It's a whole lot of responsibility, and it's a whole lot of not being on the phone. That's for sure.
So
He ain't doing a good job though, because
Yeah, not for me. No, for the company.
For Jegs.
Yeah. So, and I'm part of some of the biggest lines like Holly, Edelbrock. All the crate engines and all the sheet metal, it all goes through me. All the heavy hitter brands and all that stuff. I'm the assistant to the head of those lines, and he's a very busy man, and I get to talk to these guys more than he does a lot of times, and he steals the deals and I do the paperwork. So it's a lot of fun, man. It really is. It pays pretty good too. So,
You hear him bragging about all that right there, but he's not in charge of the Budweiser purchase or the Coors purchase. If he got one of those two, we'd be best friends. Coors or Bud.
So does that mean you got a smoking deal on a Hemi for your 4-door?
No, like a third gen, I might be able to manipulate something. Yeah.
What?
But no, I'm not all about the third gen. So I may just keep it low.
Don't say that around here.
I like the 3rd gens, but
we don't talk about them.
They're just so damned ugly.
They are. They really are. So I think I'm just gonna wake up to 318, and then someday I'll grow up and put a 440 in it like a big boy and do something serious. But otherwise, it's just too cherry and peach and pretty, and I don't want to mess it up.
Well, according to Uncle Tony, you should be able to run like 7 seconds in the quarter mile with a stock.
All you gotta do is flip the pistons upside down.
John, tell John, cheers.
Yes, tell John, cheers, bud. Hey, my stepson's in your neck of the woods, dude. He's in Clarksville, Tennessee tonight.
Dang, that's close. That's close. It's about Clarksville's about an hour away.
Okay. Yeah, he's been there. He couldn't stand being away from his girlfriend, so his mom left me, but now he's with his girlfriend now, and he's moving.
Oh yeah, hanging out with the hose now.
Exactly.
Beer and hose. Yeah.
Rob, you drinking anything, Rob?
What?
You drinking anything? Cheers.
Oh no! Yeah.
Okay. Well, whatever you're drinking, water, Coke, whatever you're drinking, man. Jed,
Where's the beer?
Cheers to your horrible Mexican beer. Oh, Jed switched up.
I'll be right back.
Jed got his tea. I'm about to switch to Pepsi myself.
Got it.
William, what are you drinking?
I'm drinking tea.
Where's the cooler at?
Okay. That's proper, Chris.
Oh, it's over there.
Oh,
I'm a Southerner. I drink tea.
Oh,
the yellow and black, man.
Fucking Jags.
Upgraded to a beer.
God, it sucks getting old and fat. What do we got here? We got Rocky Mountain goat piss. We got Mexican piss water. Wow. We got wristed White Claws. Fuck, what else we got here?
Budweiser.
The fuck is that
White
shit? Mike,
Claws? Are you drinking with teenagers?
805. What? What is that? Is that blueberry? What? So who drinks that shit?
It's not blueberry. It's a dark.
I don't want. No. Ooh, Lagunitas. That'll give me the shits. No.
Is
Hey,
that a?
Richard,
Are
can
you
we see the
saying
person you're
anal
talking to?
5?
Life lessons right here. Yo.
Richard, can we see the person you're talking to?
Oh my
Right.
God! Don't.
Brooke, come here. Haley, what one of you sisters are you? There you are.
Hi,
She's right there.
friend?
Everybody wave to Haley.
Yeah, that's alive. That's famous. Everybody's famous except for me.
I'm not famous.
So you're
I'm not
talking all
famous.
kinds of famous people.
I'm not famous.
These are some of the biggest names in the United States.
Oh wow!
So
I'm so honored.
just
Thank
kidding.
you.
Called anal 5.
All the stops is the ladies.
Hey, don't nip me. That dog just bit me in my ass.
I would agree with all that bullshit you're spewing.
A piece of tail.
Whatever you
What?
do, man, don't jump into the fire after you get bit.
I already got bit in the ass. It's okay. They didn't get much.
These are cost extra.
Oh, wow.
Richard,
Guess
Richard,
what?
as a rule, if the girls you're with are drinking White
It's
Claw,
a filter.
you're going to jail.
It's a filter.
No, she's. How old are you?
It's a filter.
Fuck,
It's a filter.
I got her again.
I'm 25.
Okay. So,
Richard,
there you go, guys.
Richard.
What?
It's New Year's, but you need to focus. You need to focus, son. You've got a car to build this year. You're going real fucking
No,
No, you need to focus.
You don't
Family
need
friend.
to go to jail,
Let it
Richard.
slide tonight. I'm gonna let it
Fucking
slide
guy.
tonight because it's New
Family
Year's.
friend, brother. Family friend.
Richard, you deserve getting bit in the ass for trying to use those famous people to get a piece of tail.
I agree with that, especially since I'm not famous.
Right?
I'm not even famous, dude. You already lied. Like, how do you build a relationship like that?
Well, where did I go?
The most famous, Williams.
Where
the
did
one
we go wrong?
that's on here.
Well, how does it feel when I'm tickling your chin?
The only famous one is the guy that's up in that
No.
left hand corner.
Rob.
Yeah, and the guy down below
Williams
putting
has
hoses
been on
together.
YouTube longer than all of us, I think.
I saw you, Jed. It tickled, buddy. I felt it was the force. It was there. Yeah.
I didn't know you
Because of the Jegs apparel. You see, you got the Jegs hat on. Why does and see in Birdsong, he's got his Jegs unit out. That's awesome.
I want to change my. I want to change my name to the other dude who knew the guy in the other far corner. With the Jegs hat. Everybody changed their name to something referring to Jet.
Oh
God.
That's a lot of work.
Guy, yeah, that'd be a lot of work.
What?
Oh, that's pretty dirty. That involves sheep and naughtiness.
Hey, those are your sheep. I'll have you know, Chris, the sheep I gave my brother still in plates. Yours didn't last but maybe a month.
Shit.
And my brother at the time was single.
Chris goes cheap on his sheep. At least Jed brings out quality sheep.
When men were men and sheep were nervous.
I'm telling you,
Sheep
Jed.
only get
You give
sheep
me
only
something,
get
I'll
nervous when
find
they
a
hear
weak
zippers.
link on it.
Say what now? What'd you say, Chris?
I don't know. How does that go?
I said, you give me something, I'll find the weak link on it.
Well, yeah, just ask Dulcet. Dulcet, you found the weak link.
Yeah.
I tell you what, all the roadkill guys, this is probably the most truest.
Dulcet is hella cool.
Yeah.
Oh, Dulcich is dope as fuck.
Sorry, Mopar man, the other one was out in the shop.
Yeah, we gotta pay attention to Chad here.
He's a real nice guy, but he's getting older and he doesn't really want to do the whole junkyard scene anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I lost you guys.
No, you're good. We're listening.
We still
We're paying
audio.
attention.
Just don't touch
Yeah.
it; it'll come back on.
Hey, who's got a? Fuck, I forgot a bottle opener.
Oh, there you are.
Yep.
I thought I got cut off.
We can hear you. We can't see you, but just
Yeah.
it'll.
You just got your grin.
It'll come back. The feed will come back.
Richard does this to us all the time.
Thanks. Thanks, Ruben. Thanks. I love you too, buddy.
One minute we're having a good time, and then you're just gone. And then you're like, "Hey, dudes, I'll be back later." Three streams later, he comes back, and we're like, "Oh, hey, where you been?"
I'm incognito.
Drinking. I'm incognito. I'm down here in the. Say it, Richard. Say it.
I'm incognito drinking Mexican piss water.
Where the fuck you is?
That's right. Over here in the bonfire.
So, Johnny, if you never gave Freiberger that Charger, do you think you'd be driving it now?
No. I mean, I think when I sold it, when I put it up for sale, I was pretty much done with it.
Well, around that time, that car was probably only worth about what, $1,200 or so.
Well, I think I listed it for. I think I started about 2,800 and got down to about 2,400, and then he offered the heads, which I think were worth about 2,200 brand new. So, and yeah, I got tons of calls on the car, but I never got anybody to come and look at it except Freiberger.
What do you do? He just fucking pissed on my fucking leg. Get out of here.
But did you see on the passenger side where the roll-up window is on the quarter panel? I cut that piece out, the inner structure, because there was a big dent in that quarter panel, and I pulled most of it out. And after I did it, I was like, I don't know why I'm even messing with this car. It's missing so many parts, and it was so much work. I was like, I had nicer Chargers than this, and that's kind of why I gave up on it.
Yeah. Tell you what, they butchered the fuck out of that car, man.
Yeah, I saw your videos on it when you were taking it apart. It was like, man.
Well, I should have looked at it better when we picked it up, but it was dark and it was raining. And we were drunk. Oh, dude, I was plastered. Dulcet was fucking hammered.
Nah, it's all right.
We blew a tire. We blew a tire on the trailer, hauling the General Mayhem back, and we didn't. And we'd already blown five tires on this trip, so we didn't have any more.
They go back
out tires. So we ended up robbing wheels and tires off of Mayhem just to finish getting home.
Wow. Halo 96. I gotta go back outside.
Yeah, and then once I got home and started looking at that thing, I called Freiberger. I'm like, dude, this thing is freaking hammered. And he's like, well, do you think it's even worth fixing? I'm like, well, I can fix it, but damn, I'm going to need a lot more than 2 weeks to fix this thing.
Yeah.
It's one of those deals, Chris, where it's like you wake up next to, one of those nights out, and you wake up to something ugly the next morning. You wake up and Mayhem's in your driveway, and you're like, what did I do last night?
Hang on, I got to gnaw my arm off.
It wasn't even that long. We're like halfway home. Me, Mike, and a buddy of ours, Karsten, we're all in the truck, and we're just hammered, just passed out on the side of the road. And then we get up. I'm throwing up on the side of the road, and we're looking at this freaking Mayhem. And that's when we start really looking at it. And we're like, oh, man, this thing is freaking cut up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So at what point did you renegotiate your price?
I didn't really renegotiate until, I committed to a price, and it was Freiberger. So I was like, well, I stuck to the price. I kind of got hosed on that whole deal. I walked away with like maybe $5,800 in my pocket after the whole car.
That's a lot of work for $5,800.
Well, yeah, dude. Damn.
Chris, you think you gave them back a better car than Johnny sold them?
Oh yeah, Johnny hosed them too.
Oh hell yeah! Come on,
dude. No question. No question.
No, but I'm saying I don't know if Chris. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Chris turned it back into a Charger, but did you go above and beyond what
Yeah.
Johnny would have, you know what I'm saying? I don't know the condition.
No, the
Did
cars.
you see the subframe frame connectors that guy did? Those things are fucking badass.
No,
Oh,
the
yeah,
cars
yeah,
Tied all together.
No,
Oh, yeah.
Mayhem's pretty good right now. It's and Freiberger, he really liked it. So, I mean, it worked out. I got a whole bunch of recognition for the car, and a bunch of people that want me to do work for them. The only problem is I can't keep up with the work I got going, so it didn't really benefit me.
Hey, that's cheers, dude. That's a good problem to have, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I asked him, I said, hey, Chris, I need floors done in my Valiant. Get on the list. It's 2 years. Fuck. Okay.
Well, it's got to help out your YouTube channel too. At least at some point, it's going to have. If he, because he shouted you out a couple of times on that I've seen.
Yeah, me and Jed talk back and forth about the YouTube channel. Sometimes I'm kind of like, you know what, screw this thing. I'm not going to do it anymore. And then Jed's like, no, man, don't do it for the money. Just do it for the fun. And I'm like, yeah, it is kind of fun. So,
yeah,
Jed kind of pulls me out of the whole screw that type thing sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, I know I was listening to
job, Jed.
what is that? The Muscle Car podcast with that one guy. Oh, I can't remember his name now, but he's got a General Lee that he had. I can't remember, but he did an interview. He did a show with Finnegan where they talked. He did a podcast with Finnegan where they talked about
Rob
Dukes
Kibbe.
of Hazzard. Yeah, Rob Kibbe.
Yeah.
And he had just recently did an interview with Freiberger, and they were talking about the mayhem. And he mentioned you like 3 times in just that one interview.
Oh, I didn't see
So
that.
I think he's trying to get I think he's trying to get you business and stuff.
Well, I tell you what,
I think he's trying to help.
On that one Roadkill Garage episode where they did mention me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 30 times, you know, I had a bunch of buddy of mine call me and they're like, man, if I would have taken a shot for every time Freiberger mentioned your name, I'd have been fucking. So
that's cool. What hurt my soul was in the actual video where they put the General Mayhem up against Finnegan's Charger, or whatever the hell you want to really consider that thing.
Yeah.
It wasn't a single mention of you. It was, oh yeah, we put the car back together, and I was kind of like, well, that kind of stings a little bit. On the
no, I get it, because Roadkill is like their premiere show. That's the one that they put on, like, what was it, Discovery Channel or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or,
Motor Trend.
Yeah. So, and you know, it's all about sponsor deal and who's paying for this and who's paying for that. And does this guy really deserve a mention? You know how TV and politics work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of goes the same way with YouTube. You know, like a big, huge channel doesn't want to say, come on a small ass live like this because they think we're looking for subs, or they think they're, you know, they don't want to give you a shout out because they can literally sprinkle 2,000 subs on your channel. You know what I'm saying? They feel like you have to earn that. Like special people have to, you know, earn that type of thing, you know? So I never got it until I started doing YouTube, and I started trying to reach out to bigger channels, just like, hey, dude, I know you live in Phoenix and I live in Phoenix, man. You want to go to the drag strip together? And they're a huge channel and I'm a small channel. And they're like, you know what I'm saying? They don't want to, you know, there's that gap.
They don't want to intermingle.
I don't know if it's really like, I don't know if it's that. I mean, I can't speak for anybody else, but just my side of it, I get that as well. But I hardly have the time to wipe my own ass and try and build my cars and film stuff at the same time. That when you try and add more to that,
yeah,
it just you kind of have to you kind of have to put an end to it at one point. Just so you can even do your own thing, and then you know your YouTube stuff on the side.
Yeah.
And plus, if those people that you're talking to have families, that really limits their free time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been noticing that too. It's, I mean, just between normal life, work, trying to work on the car and then film it and then edit it and then post it. It's like your days are pretty full.
Yeah.
And then like I can't. My channel's really small, but you know, some of the guys with bigger channels, it's like Man, I can't imagine, like, when you go to an event, how do you spend time with everybody that wants to talk to you, you know?
Well, you know, the editing time doesn't really matter if it's a small channel or a big channel. You're still devoting the same amount of time.
The same amount of work. Like, so Johnny, like the same amount of work is done from your channel to say Jed's or Chris's channel. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the work is work, you know, but what we've added is we've added a hobby on top of a hobby.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, this hobby's a giant time suck. You know, I mean, that's all my family sees is a giant time suck in the garage. Now I've added another time suck. So not only am I working on cars, but now I want to go to events like duct tape. Now I want to drive across country for this John Wilburn event. You know, now
I noticed I did get a lot more work done and a lot more of my own stuff worked on before I had YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No.
That's 100. That's 100% true. I pulled a damn 360 apart a month ago, and it took me 2 days to do it because I was filming it. And normally I'd have that done in 2 hours, you know, just tearing it down. But it's just crazy.
Yeah.
But I do it because it's fun, you know. I got what now because of tonight. I've got like 259 subscribers. There's 13 people watching this right now. I don't care. I'm doing it because I get to meet these cool people in here. That's the reason I do these lives. Because all we do is just sit around and talk about car shit. And that's all I really want to do.
So before I work in a car, Chris, and everybody in this freaking live knows this, I've got to figure out how this fucker works. I'm like, what the fuck is this thing? And I'm putting my phone on it, and I'm finding an angle, and then I'm like, okay, oh shit, my camera's not on. I'm so worried about filming. Then I got to start working on the car. You know, you're like,
I had the same mount or the same little tripod setup. But like with I've had many problems like making episodes to where all of a sudden the SD card will just it'll fuck up or something to where you pretty much lost all the footage on the SD card.
Oh
shit! And I've thrown away episodes because that I just decided not to do anymore because I'd lost certain scenes that would have made the whole thing. It would have made sense of the whole episode.
Right.
And so I just didn't do it. And like a lot of people have asked me, how come there's no patina episodes? I mean, I've been driving this thing for over a month, and actually 2 months, and it's because I lost footage and some stuff I just wanted to hurry up and get it done so I can drive it.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to film everything, just get it done. And so I'm trying to get caught back up on that and just using some of the footage I got just to kind of do like a little behind the scenes thing. But even doing the behind the scenes things takes so freaking long to edit that it's kind of frustrating at times.
Chris, do you use your phone or do you have GoPros or do you use everything or?
I use my GoPros and sometimes I use my phone. It just depends on what I have on me. But the problem with the phone is it kind of sucks to upload the videos and pictures from my phone to the computer.
Yeah.
So I try and not use my phone for anything but pictures.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Grim Streaker, for subscribing to everybody.
See, I prefer my phone because my phone's in my pocket. I can bust it out real quick. You know, I do. I mean, you can't get like GoPro mounted car shots, but I use my GoPro and I plugged it into the computer. And like at duct tape, I had the phone and then I bought 2 GoPros. And then all of a sudden I went from having an entire channel off of my phone. Now I've got to sort through 3 devices worth of footage.
Yeah.
And dude, it blew my mind. I was like, this is crazy, man.
And when you start doing like action scenes and stuff like that, in order to make it really good, you got to have like 3 or 4 GoPros.
Yeah.
You know,
I've been putting everything on a thumb drive that my Apple phone can plug into. But I try to do most of the editing on the phone just because it's easier and faster. You know, it's simpler. I don't do everything on it, but so if I take the GoPros, I'll load it onto the computer and put it on the thumb drive or, you know, one of these guys.
Well, I didn't
and then
know
I'll load it onto my phone.
I didn't know they had a USB that can plug.
I know. Johnny just showed that. And I'm like, what the hell is that?
Yeah, it's got the little Apple phone plug on that side. and then it's got a USB on that side, so I could just plug it into the bottom of my phone. And I could put my GoPro, you know, like I said, I put it on the computer first, put it on the thumb drive, and then I load it onto my phone. And it's just quicker, you know, to put all the videos on using the phone app or the video app on the phone. It's just quicker, you know. The one on my computer, it's really slow and cumbersome, and you know, I do some stuff on it, like the sound is really shitty. Then I got to do it on my computer so I can crank the sound up. But if the sound's pretty good, I just do everything on the phone. Quicker and easier.
They have those flash drives for the C drives as well. So those would be like Android phones. You can plug it right into the phone.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's a lifesaver. So I wonder if those work off the GoPro too, Jay.
What's that?
Because I wonder if those work off the GoPro too, because the GoPro's a C whatever.
See, so this is a question I had. Since everybody here has a YouTube channel of some sort. So a buddy of mine was telling me that, so I guess VGG, he's been having issues with lost footage like you were. And from what I've read, heard, seen, I guess it's a major GoPro thing right now, where people are just losing footage after footage after footage. And I guess like Vice Grip, he's going mostly to his phone because of that.
What's VGG or whatever?
Vice Grip Garage.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. I thought you were saying it was a GoPro thing or something, but
I guess in one of his videos, I haven't seen it. In one of his videos, I guess he was pretty much pissed off because all of his footage was gone, and that he had done off of. I think it may have been when he went to the junkyard and he was checking out a charger or something like that. But I guess there was a boatload of footage that he lost using the I guess it was primarily with the GoPro.
I love Derek to death, and I love his show, man. But every time I watch a video, dude, it puts a Vice Grip Garage one on the next one up. It's a suggestion.
Yeah.
I fell asleep on the couch the other night, dude, and I fell asleep to Vice Grip Garage, and I woke up 6 hours later to Vice Grip Garage.
Yeah.
YouTube just kept it going, and I was like, holy fuck, man. I was like, I love Vice Grip. I was like, but damn, dude, they are pushing his shit.
I can't watch an entire episode of Vice Grip Garage. It's just
too long. They're just too long.
I mean, cool, dude.
If you didn't see the car, it's the same episode over and over and over and over.
That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, you know he's going to get it running. You know he's going to get it running.
There's other channels like that too, but yeah, it's the same thing.
He's had one. I think I've seen one where he didn't get it running.
He had one.
He had a Ford truck and he had a tractor one time. He couldn't get it to go because he couldn't figure out a carburetor issue.
I don't know. Did he ever get that mini Rambler back?
Yeah, he bought another truck. Are you talking about
he bought that ramp truck.
Yeah. You're talking about that mid-engine one, right?
Yeah, that 69 Rambler or whatever that thing was, American or whatever.
Yeah.
I can only watch probably about 30 minutes of that, and then like Chris says, I start falling asleep, and it's like, I can't do it.
Yeah,
I mean, great guy, but just
it's the same old shtick every time too. I'm sick of that.
Well, and then the whirling and the whirler, and the way he talks.
So
it's like, dude.
So there's the soft spot for me because I'm a Wisconsin guy. My family's in Minnesota. Yes, the way he talks is a little overemphasized, but that is actually how they sound.
We already have a red-green show.
I was gonna say, John, if you've ever seen the red-green show, that's how he talks.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have any problem if it wasn't such a big act because he is nothing like that in real life.
Yeah,
exactly.
I've been around Derek at Vice Grip Garage in the real world when cameras are not on. and it's not the same guy. The accent's not there. It's fake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Buddy of mine bought that Coronet that he had. A buddy of mine went up there and bought that thing, and yeah, it is an act, yes, but I don't know.
I don't
It's
get
an
it.
act, but it works.
Is you can have an act all you want, but eventually, like when I went to Duct Tape on Friday, Derek had a line of people the entire day. Like he must have had an agreement where he's going to be signing autographs or something like that. So all of those people met him, and every time I looked over, he wasn't laughing. He wasn't doing anything. He wasn't doing any of his Derek stuff. He was just signing stuff. And then I met him, and he was just a normal dude, and it threw me off because he didn't even have the accent.
Yeah.
You're thinking, okay, at least he's got the accent, right? Like that's who he is or something. Like he's from Wisconsin or something like that.
Yeah, Minnesota.
He was just, I mean, he was a nice guy. I've got nothing bad to say about the guy, but
yeah,
it threw me the fuck off though. I was like,
but the thing is, it's selling, and he's a millionaire now.
Yeah. I just can't stand all the clickbait. It's the big channels are nothing but clickbait.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. That's what sells.
Yeah, like these guys saying, "Will it run? Will my dad's van run?" And then making you watch a whole video, and then the next video making you watch a fucking advertisement about some idiot's channel doing a live before you even get to see the van run.
The whole video is just to advertise live.
Well, hey, at least when you watch Birdsong stuff,
you,
at least when you watch Chris's shit, he's either going to do something fucking cool, run into something, or break shit, and it fucking makes it interesting. Not like these other guys. Like fucking the Super Beater. That's the best fucking thing in the world. I don't care.
Oh, dude,
Call
that
me
was
a suck ass, whatever. The Super Beater was the fucking shit.
You know,
when you watch a 4,200 pound Charger sideways in the snow, there's something special about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Something about Super Beater. The only reason that car even exists is because I missed my flight and I needed something to do.
But dude, that is so fucking genius, Chris. Who came up with
it?
It's
genius.
Who came up with it?
I don't remember who. I think I did, but I think I bounced it off of something that Mike had said, and he said something, and I just kind of went Super Beater, and then we both kind of like went, "That's it."
Dude.
Aha moment.
Yeah. No, that's
pretty fucking awesome.
We have
is and it's not just Chris's channel, but it's everybody in this live right now that's got a YouTube channel. It's better than anything on TV, man. You know, I mean, it's there. I mean, I have my Motor Trend channel because I'm trying to buy a Johnny Mopar Matchbox car right now, so I resubscribe to it, and that's the only reason is Johnny told me I had to have that to get the car. But
Johnny, do you have one of those Hot Wheels?
I do. I had to cancel my subscription because I did it through the phone because it wouldn't let me re-up through the phone. So I had to cancel it and then re-up it through the computer to get it. But I got it.
Yeah, I didn't get one of those. I got the tail panel, so.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool thing to have.
Yeah.
It's still fucked up that they couldn't give you a goddamn Hot Wheels for all the work you did.
Yeah.
Well, when Freiberger was putting the car, when he first sent it to Chris, he was looking for parts for it, and one of the parts he had asked if I had I think an 8 3/4. Well, he gave a list of parts.
Yeah.
I had an 8 3/4 and a steering column, and then Mike Coffey had some parts, but in the end, I think Dulcich, he gave all that shit to Dulcich. Because I don't think you ended up using any of that stuff or maybe some of it you used, but he sent me a T-shirt, which was kind of cool.
Ruben.
No, I didn't use any parts. I could the K member, the 8 3/4, the steering. I think he did use a steering column though. But
I don't think
left
he
my house,
used.
there was no steering column in it.
Yeah, I don't know if you got the car before. I think you might have got the car before those parts went away because I think he got a dash frame from Mike Coffee, and I might have got a column from Coffee too. But he ended up telling me he didn't need the column, and then he sent Dulcich over because Dulcich was looking for an 8 3/4 to cut down.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, I got a C-body one here. So anyway, he gave the B-body one that he had paid for, he gave it to Dulcich. So he took the B-body 8 3/4 and the C-body 8 3/4 from me. And I think a couple of little miscellaneous parts, but nothing big.
Oh.
So check out Rob.
Well, this has been fun, gentlemen, but I think I have to get off. I am about to fall asleep right here. So
all right, we'll talk to you later.
It has been.
Have a good one.
It has
Well,
been fun.
I think Rob's falling
Happy New
asleep.
Year.
If you guys, I don't know if you guys noticed, we can see Rob's face this whole
I
time.
was just getting ready to say, Jed, have you noticed that it keeps going down and down, and we keep seeing a little bit more of his face?
Came out of the closet.
Who was the
That's
guy
my
who
name.
Yeah, look,
showed like that much of his face?
it's like his whole face right there.
It stopped being funny, so I just let it go.
I had to show Sherry.
It's been fun. I'll see y'all next time.
Later, William.
All right,
Good one. And Chris,
William,
it was
good
nice
to see you,
to
man.
finally
Good to
meet
see you.
Yeah, take care.
Rob, I'm telling you, that guy that trolled me on my channel a couple of months ago, that's either you or just Mopar Joe, man.
No, I'm not. I'm just Rob.
Oh,
This
also,
stopped being fun.
I'm just Mopar Rob.
Yeah. That's what they call me at work, too. Mopar Rob.
Mopar Rob?
Yeah. Because nobody knows Mopar, so they just come and ask the guy that does. And the only reason they know that I do know Mopar is because I have Mopar Hot Wheels in my cubicle and I have a Mopar tattoo. And you know Mopar, so I'll come ask you. And so it just becomes Mopar Rob.
I do want to say we have 13 people watching right now. To the 13 people that are watching this, you guys rock. Appreciate it.
Well, do the 9 of us count?
Bullshit.
Yeah, it's probably counting us too. Yeah, we got probably got 7 people right now.
This magic moment at Rob, that's great.
But Chris, if you ever want a small hole in the wall to hang out in, man, this is what we do. Saturdays we do it on Brian's channel. Fridays we do it on my channel. We're trying to get Tall John to do it on Sundays. And this is what we do, man. We just hang out for like 5 or 6 people and bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like 14 people watching right now.
Hey, Chris.
Me and Brian were talking about this earlier today. We're talking on the phone. I think Brian called me to see if I was going to be in the live. We wound up talking for like 3 hours. Same with Tall John. He called me about a computer problem. We wound up talking for 2 hours. But Brian goes, you know what's going to suck in the future? And I go, what? He goes, when we have like 100 viewers. And I was like, oh, I know, dude. The chat's going to be flying all over the place. We can't talk to anybody. It's going to be busy as fuck. He goes, dude, we're going to be missing the days where we had 10 or 15 viewers.
I was wondering where the chat went. I guess I have to turn it on.
Yeah, you got to go below. And it'll pop up.
Oh, okay.
Little messages on the bottom will give you a number.
Oh, no wonder I didn't.
Probably on the private message tab. If you look above that, it says something else. Oh, and you're on a phone too. I have no idea about
it says private chat.
Private chat and
Yeah,
comments.
you click on the little where it says messages. You click on it, and then it'll say comments, and then it'll say private chat. Click on the comments, and you can read the comments.
Oh, I missed everybody's comments.
I told Ruben, I'm like, you know, if Chris ever comes in here, you're gonna have to stop stalking him at burrito shops. You're just gonna have to quit. Come back.
Fools. Chris, I keep telling him, dude, I did not recognize Smurf. And the reason I didn't recognize Smurf is because you didn't work to Smurf.
My fingers don't work when there's oil all over them.
Yeah, don't be going for the same SD cards anymore either.
Well, all right, let's just get it out of the way, okay? So I ran into Chris at a burrito shop at Duct Tape. Tall John had a story about he ran into you at a car show. Richard has a story about he ran into you at a dirt track event. So Jed was like, yeah, Chris Birdsong might pop in here, I think a couple weeks ago or something like that. And I was like, oh, fuck. I go, he's gonna pop in here and see all these motherfuckers and be like, how the hell do all these motherfuckers wind up knowing
All
each
these
other?
motherfuckers that stalk me. I don't
Random,
stalk
dude. It's
people,
fucking
Chris.
random.
These idiots will, but I don't stalk people.
Hey,
Oh fuck!
when I met Chris, I'm walking through Fall Fling, and I come along and I see Chris. I'm like, oh fuck, that's Birdsong right there. So I come walking up and I go, hey Chris, nice to meet you. Shake his hand. He's dealing with some dude look like a fucking bum, and this guy's just talking his ear off. And I hear,
yeah.
you remember that, Chris?
I was hoping you would keep talking to me so I could tell the other guy to basically nicely fuck off.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that was the thing is I don't want to be pushing, because you get that shit all the time. So I'm like, fuck, I just want to be saying hi. It's cool to meet you, that kind of thing. So then finally the guy walks away, and Chris looks at the dude with the booth right there and goes, I never thought that fucker to ever go with something like that. You have to tell everybody. But anyway, yeah, that was well then we get over to there's the parts area, and then there's where the cars are at. So where we go, I get done going through the parts, me and my buddy Brian, and we go walking over to the cars. Chris is over there with the car. What'd you have, patina there?
Yeah.
Did you have patina at Fall Fling? I don't remember what car it was, but anyway. So we go walking around the car, and there's Chris and that same dude standing there waiting to talk to you. Remember that?
Dude.
And I was like, I'm like, thank God I ain't got a freaking popular YouTube channel. I'd be pissed right now.
Oh, I know, dude.
I said
I came away from duct tape. Like,
we didn't talking about you.
What's that?
I said, when that guy was talking to me and wouldn't leave, he kept talking about, I don't know, some kind of government Pinto motor or some bullshit. And when he finally left, and I said, God, I didn't think that guy was ever going to leave. That was the same time you were walking away, and I was talking, and I mentioned to my other buddy, I'm like, fuck, I hope that guy didn't think I was talking about him. I was talking about this guy.
No, I heard who you were talking to because we talked right after that. You went over to another booth, and then I was over there, and you're like, oh, hey, how's it going? And then and we talked about YouTube for just a second or whatever. And then I was telling you, because now if you go outside and you yell real loud, my brother's going to hear you because he lives a block away from you. So I don't know if you remember me talking about that, but then, it was, and I talked to you about the station, the wagon, the Monaco wagon or whatever it is you got in the driveway.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was.
Yeah, I gotta finish that wagon. Actually, it's sitting.
You still have that thing in that driveway, dude? That's cool.
I gotta finish that. Actually, it runs and drives, and I drove it, but I gotta redo the drain tube for the turbo. It doesn't quite have enough flow, so the turbo does kind of get backed up with oil. So I gotta redo that. The plugs aren't rated for boost, I guess.
Well, what's the story on that car? You called it the death or murder or I forget. I saw that like a year ago.
Wagon.
Yeah.
That's both these wagons are not mine. They're my buddy Mike's cars up in North Dakota. Jed's met Mike before. So Murder Wagon, the reason he calls it Murder Wagon is it used to be owned by some serial killer, and the guy's dead now in prison, or was in prison. I don't remember his name though, but it was some serial killer, and that's why he calls it Murder Wagon. He thinks it's cool, but in one point it's like, the guy murdered a lot of people, so it's kind of not cool to name a car after him, but the name sounds cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got we put a Holly Sniper on that thing, and we can't. I don't know. I don't really have a whole lot of nice things to say about throttle body injections yet.
Poo-poo.
Yeah, I'm not big on it either.
Carburetor.
I told you that. I remember that. Yeah, that was a mess. Yeah.
But it's just the problem I have with the Sniper or with these throttle body injections is what
what the computer on the throttle body injection setting is running at, like say it's running 13.5, and it's consistently 13.5, 14.0, 13.0, in the good AFR range. The problem I have with them is when you pull the spark plugs and look at them, the computer's fucking lying, because that bitch is black and it's rich. And it's like the throttle body injections are always like a half second behind what you really want with the throttle pedal. It's because the O2 sensor is what tunes the engine, so you're having to like wait for the O2 sensor to get the exhaust flow to really tune the engine. And I don't know, I'm just not completely sold on throttle body. They're good for the guys that just want to bolt them on and tootle around and have a car.
Or the people that have no idea how to tune.
Yeah, but if you're really wanting like a serious like shit and get car, and I'd rather have carburetor. I mean, the tunnel ram that's on my Smurf car, that has way better looking plugs in it than my fuel injected car. So I just not sold on throttle body injection yet.
It's antiquated technology, man. It's all based off of that TBI truck stuff from the 80s. That's all that they've adapted it to. And the only real way anymore, if you're really going to go fuel injection and go serious, is you've got to go multi-port like the OEs do. You know what I mean? So
well, the other thing with I know it worked on the older cars like the TBI stuff, but those factory trucks had a lot smaller cams in them.
Yeah.
They had bigger cams in them. Part throttle. It makes it hard to tune it.
Put a carburetor.
Yeah, I want to put a carburetor back on patina, but there is benefits to throttle body injection that kind of makes it hard to go back to carburetor. Like really, the only thing is cold start, and then when you turn the AC on, you do get the high idle.
They make solenoids to kick to do a high idle on a carburetor. They're like $80, but.
And then they also have the fuel pump control too, but really only 3 benefits. But
she's gonna make me another drink.
White Russian?
What engine you got in your car, your circle track car?
It's just a 4 crate from DM.
Oh, the clue is down there.
You can't run. I mean, I can run a Mopar engine in my circle track car, but the way the tools are laid out at a distance run crate motor.
Oh, okay. I didn't know they had that. Well, I used to run circle track in the mid '80s, and I run Mopars.
Well, if I add weight and I get no spoiler.
Valley. Clear drum tap wherever it's on the roof.
It looks like
Hey Brian, mute Richard real quick, dude.
it's open.
Hey, sorry, we're gonna mute you, Rich. I can't hear. You got some stuff going on in the background, brother. We love you.
Hey, Chris, when you had the Duster you sold to the Roadkill guys, why did you sell it? Didn't have use for it?
No. I know on YouTube a lot of people think I have a bunch of monies, but at the time, $700 is a lot better than $1.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, plus I didn't know if I was going to do anything with it, and Freiberger saw the car on one of my Instagram posts, and he messaged me. He's like, "Hey, I want to buy that."
And then they haven't done anything with it, have they?
No. So when I sold the car, we lived at my place for like months, and then I get a phone call from David. Hey, can you get that car? Can you make that car run and drive for us and have it ready for an episode? I'm like, yeah. He's like, well, we need it by the 14th. And I'm like, 14th of what month? He's like, well, this month. And I'm like, dude, that's like 7 days.
They're like, welcome to TV, motherfucker.
I'm like, he's like, well, can you get it done? I'm like, well, yeah. And I kind of wish I didn't do that car because I really didn't get any recognition, and then I only made $1,200.
Yeah.
I mean, basically on that episode, they were like, "Oh, and our buddy Birdsong put the motor in it for us." Like, as I'm watching, I'm like, I did a hell of a lot more work to that car than just put a motor in it.
Yeah.
I just talked to Dulcich. He calls me every once in a while. And I told Dulcich, I was like, you know what you guys should do with that Duster? On roadkill, you're kind of the clown of being a driver. Like the most. That's pretty much. They pretty much make him out to be like the clown behind the wheel.
Yeah.
I told Dulcich, I was like, you guys should get that dirt track Duster track ready and track legal and enter it in a street stock dirt event and Dulcich racing. I told him, I was like, that would be a pretty cool episode.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I'm ready. Go on.
Chris, do you think you'll eventually make yourself like? Do you think from watching the shows they have a lot of their, I want to say their outer circle people eventually make it into the show? Do you think you'll ever make it into the show one day?
No.
Like a character?
Would you want to?
Or would you want to?
The problem is, I don't care for Tony and I don't care for Finnegan, and it's likewise.
Oh wow!
I feel you on the same page, Chris, as we've always talked about before.
Yeah.
And that's real. I mean, that's real. Not everybody has to like everybody. That's the real world.
Even when Finnegan was at my place and they were filming for that D100 episode they did, when the camera was on, Finnegan was happy, go jolly, like the coolest, like car guy out there. And as soon as they turned the cameras off, yeah.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
And I mean, not surprised. I mean, people are like that.
Well, it's just, it kind of, the whole thing blows me away. Like, I mean, just doing this YouTube stuff, the fakery that is kind of exposed to everything you see on the TV shows, like a friend of mine was doing the behind the scenes work on one of the TV shows. I'm not going to say which one it is, but it's like he's got total insight to, what's really going on, and kind of like, so you have like the guys that have their face on the screen, it's like 4 or 5 of those guys, and they do some work, but there's like another 4 or 5 guys behind the scenes actually doing a lot of the work on the cars. And then the shit they're slapping on the cars, like sheet metal screws and bondoing over everything, because there's just no time to actually build the cars correctly. They're just like flying through it, And then like the whole show, it's like, oh, well, we're buying this car, we're going to sell it, and then buy that car and stuff. And it's like all the people buying the cars and selling the cars don't actually exist. Like these cars are not actually sold to them, by the people that are portraying to be the seller, and the people buying the cars are not actually buying the cars.
Well, one of the biggest people that I'm thinking I'm talking about is Counting Cars. They're the biggest, most bogus show out there, and that's local.
Yeah, to you. Yeah.
So rumor has it on Counting Cars that they did a 68 or 69 Charger. I think it was black or something like this. It was years ago.
I think it was 69 with the Eagle.
Yeah, that was 69.
Yeah, I think so. So rumor has it. Now I kind of remember a lot of this because I remember there's a guy here in Wisconsin that restores older Mopars, primarily B bodies. Well, when I seen the episode, I'm like, God, the car looks familiar. And I seen it posted on like Facebook Marketplace or something like that here in Wisconsin. And after I seen it, I'm like, it looks awfully familiar. And I probably about a month and a half later, the rumor, I guess you can call it, came out that car was purchased already restored or already done from a guy in Wisconsin, hauled out there, and they did some brush work or something to it and prettied up the outside just a little bit to give it their touch.
That was like a purplish color? I think Birdsong was on that episode, weren't you?
No. I've never done anything with counting cars. They're just completely fake. I mean, I got a buddy that's got a classic car dealership here in Las Vegas, and counting cars will go to them every once in a while. Say, hey, we need some cars that we can film some skits with that we're going to buy them off the streets. And so that day, all of it is set up. It's all 100% fake. And if you notice on the show, they'll talk about this project car that comes in. They'll roll open the garage door. The car will back in, and then it'll be a whole lot of blah 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 bullshit. And then at the end of the episode, the garage door rolls out, and here's this restored car.
Yeah.
That's because they didn't do dick to that car, but except paint it. That's all they do there is paint.
Oh.
So, they subbed the car out to all these other companies here locally, and and they said they got the car done in 9-10 days or something like that. Yeah. No, it's the same thing. I mean, I like Steve Darnell is a friend of mine, and I like the guy. He's a super cool guy. He's the same guy on camera and off camera, but the show's bogus.
Okay.
And he'll tell you, he's like, yeah, we have to do it like that for the show because that's what they want. They want the drama. They want this.
Yeah.
But like that, when they built that 4x4 Charger with the chain-driven blowers on it.
Oh yeah.
They said that they built that car in 9 days. I saw the car when they first brought it in and started working on it, and then about a month and a half, 2 months later, he tells me, "Hey, come down and check out this car. We just finished it." So I go down there and it's done. And then I see the episode, and it's like they said they built it in 9 days, and I'm like, huh. I remember when you got it in, and then 60 days later you finished it. I was like, either my math is wrong or you're lying about the 9 days.
Yeah. Yeah. My friend that does the behind the scenes on that show, or he did it for a season anyway. He was like, if you watch the show, you notice it's like it's every episode is a carbon copy. It's like they have adversity, they overcome the adversity, and then it's sort of like the hero moment, when they accomplish this, finishing the car. And it's like that drama's got to be thrown in to every episode to get people hooked, I guess,
Yeah. And like in the first couple seasons, they had that Canadian tattooed up chick. I forgot her name.
Yeah. What happened to her?
He finally threw her.
Twiggy.
Yeah, Twiggy.
Yeah, no, what it was is the producer of the company said, hey, we need to have this girl in the show to help. We need a girl figure. And so they had to film everything with her in it just because the producer wanted her in the show.
Oh.
For ratings.
Yeah, she didn't work there. She had nothing to do with the car building. She was just there.
Yeah.
Bring a hot chick and get ratings.
Well, that's kind of how I feel about Graveyard Cars and the guy's daughter. I was like, was she brought in for ratings?
How many of you guys actually can stand watching an entire episode of Graveyard Cars?
I did the other day.
I tried today.
I'm weird. I love it. The dude's stupid and goofy, but I love it.
And here's the thing.
I can't stand them. I like the cars. I can't stand the show.
I've actually met Werman. He's the same asshole in person as he is on camera. That guy is a fucking 100% douche nozzle. I'm gonna go to hell for saying that, but I'm sorry.
Here's
He's
the
just
problem
as much a smart ass as he is in person. As on
Here's the
camera.
problem. I don't know shit about Mopars compared to the group that's sitting here right now. And when I can watch a Graveyard Cars episode and call bullshit on some of the shit and some of the facts, there's a fucking problem. You know what I'm saying?
The problem I have with Graveyard Cars.
He's not the expert that he appears to be.
No, but the problem I have with Graveyard Cars is it's what, a 45-minute long episode or something like that. The 40 minutes of that is just blah 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 bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
There's like 5 minutes of actually working on a car.
It's all a shtick.
Yeah.
And there's like 17 trivia questions you got to get through, and there's like fucking, and I'm just like, I'm just here for the 71 CUDA and your daughter, bro.
I get tired. I get tired of the typical bullshit misinformation thing. Like one episode, he talks about these Magnum exhaust manifolds and how great they flow. Why are you wasting time with headers? And I'm going, do you ever heard of scavenge, you fucking dumb shit? But that's the show. And he's going to push these factory manifolds. And, but anyway, and that's kind of a sort of trivia thing that I'm dealing with on it. I just can't stand the goofy fighting and the stupid bullshit too.
I just watched an episode yesterday, and by watching, I mean I set it up in the background as I'm working.
Yeah.
So I didn't really watch it, but a couple of times I glanced up. They were working on a front suspension. He's talking about how he's doing everything 100% correct. And I'm looking at these control arms, and I'm like, because they did that Cosmoline dip on the factory control arms.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, he did it backwards. So the Cosmoline was on the wrong side of the control arm, and and it didn't look like Cosmoline. It just painted. Like he painted half the control arm silver and then half the control arm gold.
What?
And yeah. And there's an easy trick with Cosmoline. Like when I'm doing a factory appearing control arm, I spray the entire control arm with a cast iron paint, so that way it looks like raw metal. And then if you actually, where's that? I got it right. Oh, here we go. If you use this stuff right here, battery protector paint, and you just blob it on there, just blow it on there. The way it runs and it darkens up in certain areas, it looks exactly like Cosmoline dip. It to the T looks just like it. And so I'm watching just the 5 minutes I saw of it. I'm like, you're wrong. Those are not correct.
Yeah.
I'm not a purist by any means.
The only smart thing he's done on that show, dude, is somehow he has rights to that show. That he's able to play that on YouTube 24 hours a day.
You know what? I think it's like you watch a movie, like let's say like a Rambo type movie, right? And for 99% of the people out there, it's like, oh, it's a great movie. It's authentic, for all they know. You get the military guys that actually do this shit, and they're like, that is so fucking fake, right? And I think we're kind of the same way. We're the gearheads that actually have done a lot of this shit, so we see it for its fakery. But the people that actually watch those shows and that they're catering to are probably that 99%. The guys that don't have a car, don't wrench on a car, they're just watching it for entertainment.
And they want a car one day. They can't afford a car. You know what I'm saying? They're kind of living the dream through.
And by the time he's done with it, they can't afford nothing. They couldn't even afford a lug nut in a car.
Yeah.
Know that if you're on the night long, the rivets in your floorboard pop out and the floorboards fall out?
Let's say that again.
I said, did you know that
what?
You're too long.
Yeah. And it goes down the road. Yeah.
Fast and Furious.
Danger to the manifold.
Yeah.
To the manifold.
Manifold pressure.
The whole thing with Graveyard Cars, though, and I just whenever I watch it, it's like when watching a bad movie. It's like you just got to kind of suspend your disbelief and just like, okay, this is kind of entertaining.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you watch it, if you've ever seen an episode of The American Office, he has stole his stick from Michael Scott on The Office. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
you guys, I
Yeah,
bet
you're right.
none. If you just watch one episode of The Office, and the boss on The Office is exactly where Mark Warman stole his stick
Yeah,
from.
you're right. You know, I couldn't stand that show, The Office, and then one
Oh,
day I
that-
just started watching a season. I watched all 7 seasons. Fuck, that's a good
I
show.
wasn't there to watch the Titanic sink, but I watched. I mean, I know it sank, so who gives a fuck?
So does anybody know the reason why David Ray left the show?
Who's David Ray? Who's
David
that?
Ray was his right-hand man after Darren got canned on Graveyard Cars.
Well, I remember Darren.
Yeah, but David Ray came in and got hired.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. The guy that
He has a crazy looking team.
He's actually got his own shop now where he does real shit.
Yeah,
I heard he got tired. I heard he got tired of Mark's stuff and left, and that's what he did. He started his own shop. But that's only hearsay.
That's the guy that does all the car assembly.
Yeah, that's the dude that did all. After Darren left, he took over for him. Super cool guy. That guy knows his stuff. Darren is an actual awesome dude. Or David Ray. I'm sorry.
Yeah. He doesn't make many videos, but he started a YouTube channel. And
Yeah, he
when I
did.
was doing front suspension on the Roadrunner, and I was Googling front suspension videos before Johnny fucking made his good ones.
Yeah.
I found him.
Thanks, Ruben.
Well, Johnny, I mean, your fucking videos are fucking gold, man. I mean, but I could have used them, like, when I was building this motherfucker.
Yeah.
This conversation further solidifies why
I'm going to take my front suspension apart because I ordered this brake kit and it came with the the finish on it. And then I watched Johnny install this brake kit and he painted the motherfuckers. And I'm all, I didn't know you have to paint this shit.
You guys have brakes?
And I'm like, so I gotta take mine apart. Brakes are for pussies, right?
Only if
there's
you're
one
doing
thing.
circle track in the dirt.
Right.
Yeah.
By the way, I love what you did with your dirt track car with the patina over it.
That was awesome.
That was so
Yeah, that was cool.
Freaking
I
badass.
wish I had $1 for every picture that was taken of that car at that event.
Fucking Jesse
Dude,
over
my
there
kids
arming
seen
up. What
me.
the hell?
My kid seen me flipped out.
Look
All
at
right,
Jed
let's
over
go.
there arming up, guys.
Chris,
Are you ammo, and Jed starts whipping out the ammo.
I'm unpacking the range bag today.
I was gonna say, what is that noise? I hear a noise, but I see Rob eating cup of noodle, and it's really throwing me off.
What'd you say, Rob?
Like a weird plastic noise, but Rob's eating cup of noodle.
It's actually pasta salad.
Oh,
Chris,
yeah.
I was gonna ask you if I ever got the opportunity, and now I have the opportunity. Why not more dirt track content, dude? Is it not popular on the channel, or?
Yeah, nobody really cares. I mean, I just film it because I like watching, and I learn from watching the footage in the car.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I've raced asphalt for many years, and I consider myself pretty good. But in the dirt world, I'm still relatively new. I think I've only done like maybe 12 or 13 dirt races. So it's fun. Before the race starts, I have something in my head, like what I need to do. But then when you're on the track, you kind of get a different mindset, or you kind of forget. And so I'll watch this video and I'm like, why the fuck did I waste so much time behind this guy at the bottom? Why didn't I just throw it to the high side and sail around him? So it's nice to see the footage and kind of remind myself, okay, next time in that situation, I need to do that.
What do you like better, the dirt or the asphalt?
Asphalt is good for just getting to the dirt track.
I ran asphalt, so we used to always say dirt is for planting potatoes.
Yeah, asphalt racing. Now, with asphalt racing, you're on the jagged edge of the handling of that car. I mean, you're in there, you're wheeling that car off, and you're working your ass off to try and keep the car in line while you're driving it. But from the grandstand's point of view, all they see is it doesn't look like you're really wheeling the car. At least with dirt, from the grandstand point of view, it looks like you're in that car and you're just sawing off the steering wheel and you're just hanging on to that fucking thing the best you can. So dirt is much better to watch. It's way more fun to drive, and you don't have to have the best car in the world to be competitive on dirt. With asphalt, you do. I don't care how good of a driver you are. If you don't have a damn good fucking car, you're never going to win on asphalt.
Yeah, that's good points. Chris, somebody in chat wants to know, have you ever thought about running a lakeside?
That's isn't it?
I don't know what lakeside is. Racetrack, I'm assuming.
I got one for you, Chris.
I try and just stay close to home. I'm going to Yuma here on January 4th. We're gonna go do like a 3-day event in Yuma, and I just do the dirt racing for fun. You know, everybody's trying to get me to go serious with it, but I've been broke racing before, and I just don't want to be broke again racing. So I just want to do it for a hobby and do it for fun with the little side money I have. I mean, racing is a hell of a lot of fun, but it's expensive too.
Yeah. Chris, you got to move down to Phoenix, man. I'm trying to get Johnny to move Phoenix too, man. You guys live in expensive places.
Hey, Chris, how much does a quarter panel cost?
What's
I'm talking about for a sponsor. How much does a quarter panel cost?
I'm not picky.
What do you want?
Oh, I'm open to any little bit helps.
Well, here's what I got. I got one then. Speaking of that, all right. So everybody starts talking. Everybody starts
Rob,
talking
you guys
about
are sponsoring Kenny Wallace with his dirt car.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's a dick.
Fucking bird song, Rob.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm in for 1,000.
Yeah, no, that's good.
I'm in for 1,000.
Chris, hey, you know me, dude. I'm in for a couple stickers, bro. You know me.
Hey guys, let's let Rob talk here.
Okay.
Here's what I want to throw out. That wrap you did, that patina wrap you did on your dirt car.
Yeah.
Right. That was great, and I'm sure it wasn't cheap, and I'm sure it broke your heart to bash and bang that thing around. But let's throw a little inter-channel love here, right? Let's say you and Jezebel, Smurf and Jezebel, finally get to go up against each other.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's Throwdown and Showtown and all that shit. What's to say you couldn't, if Jezebel beats you, you've got to wrap your car in a Jezebel wrap. How cool would that be, dude?
Damn.
Would they even look different?
Ooh.
Oh.
He'd then be purposely beating the car up.
I like it.
I think
Though, the thing is, for that race, I'll volunteer my services as a handler so people don't come up and bug you. Jed can tell you how good I am at that job. What?
You're a good handler, Brian. What'd you say? What?
No, it was we went to Indy last year, and I was joking around with Jed because I was calling world famous YouTuber Jed Scott, and I'm like, when the fans come up, I'm gonna push them away. I'm gonna be like the handler guy. But then we're standing in the booth, and there's actually a couple people come up, recognize him. I'm like, oh yeah, go up talk to him. Shit, he's just a normal guy. Go talk to him. He loves that shit.
I think if Jed loses the race, he needs to put a big old heart on the door and put Cyndi Lauper inside.
He'll do it. He'd be down. He'd be down for that.
Brian, I'm trying to keep everything off of the camera here for you.
That's cool. You
Hey,
ain't doing nothing. You're not drunk and you're not doing stupid shit. So that's cool.
Yo, Richard.
Hey, TJ, let's get together and do something with Chris's car.
I think we need to
get together and give him a little gift package or something.
You know in real world right here, I did sneak up on Jed, and he was singing to his radio as he was TIG welding.
I've been on long car trips with Jed.
Was it to a Kiss song or was it to a Nickelback song?
Oh, that's a good one. That's good.
We're gonna do this again. There's nothing wrong with Nickelback.
Only everything is wrong with Nickelback.
No, it was more
Rob
Ted.
is killing it tonight.
All right, Chris, are you for or against Nickelback?
I think they have one good song.
If they have one good song, that means all their songs are good.
What happened to Rob? What happened to Rob? What happened to Rob? Look at Rob. He's speechless. Can't talk.
Is most of their songs are like broken-hearted, like alternative rock, isn't it?
Yeah, they're all upset they broke up with their boyfriends. I get it, but it's just.
Okay, let me rephrase good song by like, if it comes on, I'm not like having to run to the radio and turn it off.
Again, unacceptable. Sorry, I'm on an island on this one. It's fine.
All right, Richard, back to what we were talking about. Chris, when I was doing asphalt racing, the number one expense every weekend was tires. What's your number one expense?
Well, when I was racing asphalt, it was tires.
Yeah, but what are you doing now?
Oh,
what's
dirt.
your number one?
Dirt.
I know. What's your number one expense now?
I'd say probably either fuel or tires.
It depends on the event, but I would say entry fees.
Really?
Because if it's a week-long event, you're having to pay for every day and every crew guy that's there. So if you have 3 guys and yourself,
it gets pricey.
It adds up quick.
Oh yeah.
But for a regular week race, it's mostly travel expenses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So you actually have like a pit crew that you have to pay them, or are these guys
Well,
volunteers or what?
I have to pay to get them in.
Okay.
You should anyhow.
Yeah. If I have to drive somewhere that's at least 200 miles away, which that's pretty much all the racetracks around me are all about 2.5 to 3 hours away, and so just the fuel there and back is more than what I spent on entry fee, because we're only racing like a total, like whole week, the whole day, we probably only do like maybe 35 laps. That's it.
Okay.
And you don't burn a whole lot of fuel in 35 laps. I mean, with methanol you do, but methanol is also cheaper than race gas by a lot.
Hey, watch it.
So I would say my biggest expense is travel.
All right.
Besides,
I'm calling you, Richard, tomorrow.
Just call me tomorrow. We'll figure out something. You know what I'd really like to see Chris do? I'd like to see him go to Boone, Iowa. If he goes to Boone, I tell you what, I'll cover some of his days there. Because let me tell you, for a full crew of 7 or 8 guys for 9 days, was $2,900 for entry fees. Yeah. And I paid that trip cost me $21,000. And that was a lot of people.
Were there hookers involved?
Chris, how come you don't do me, or Chris? I know this isn't big on YouTube, but it is on like Twitch with video game streaming. Me and Brian have talked about this before, but how come you don't do like kind of like GoFundMe's? Not GoFundMe's, but what are they called on video game on?
Donations. Well, it's hard to do donations.
Like donation goals. Why don't you say like, hey man, I'm going to Yuma. It's going to cost me $3,000. If you'd like to donate, here's the link, and let people fucking donate, dude. Because there's a lot of people that would like to support you, man.
Yeah, dude, come on.
And I mean,
I've thought about that.
Come on, Chris, be a beggar.
Be a beggar, man.
Chris knows I'll shame him.
But it's not about begging. It's not about being a beggar. It's about, hey, people are willing to help you out, dude. Do it. Live your life, man. We're behind you.
I don't know. The only problem I see with that is if somebody does help you out, you feel like you owe them.
No, you don't owe me shit.
No, because Chris had people do he did the thing with the wrap. Chris, did you get a lot of people help you with the wrap? Or, I mean, you got something, right?
No, I did. I mean, it was nice. I had a couple subscribers just send me $20, $30, but every little bit. At the time, I mean, I was trying to scrape all the money I had together just to even get to the Duel in the Desert. And so, because I mean, I spent like at the time, I think I spent that whole Duel in the Desert between getting the race car ready, the wrap, tires, fuel, and that was $6,000 that I really couldn't afford to spend.
Dude, $6,000 money to race, bro.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Hold
I love Johnny Mopar, but if I had to pay $6,000 to go to duct tape, I don't know.
I wouldn't draw that kind of money.
At the duct tape drags, they had that burnout kit and all that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've wanted to do that for 2 years in a row, but I didn't have enough spare money to buy enough when I did that. So I just didn't do it.
Yeah. Jed, is that pepper?
I didn't do it because I don't have the skill. I'll wreck my fucking car into one of those fucking concrete beams.
Oh, she's pretty.
Well, plus you have to have the power to spin.
I just itty.
My kitten.
Yeah. So duct tape's going to be a good time next year, Chris.
Oh yeah.
Johnny's bringing his. Johnny, you're bringing the charger next year, right? No, don't give me the shruggy shoulders.
All I'm saying is, next time around, I'm not taking a car that's not running. So if the charger's not done by then, I'm not taking it. I'm taking something that's running. That was kind of
carburetor.
Yeah, carburetor and a radiator, and a few other little things. But yeah, it's not that far away. But money is tight, and it's like right now I'm just checking all the boxes on the Duster, get it to the track, and honestly, if I had to go back, I should have made the Duster a priority and just got all the shit that it needed done and took it to duct tape drags just to have something actually go down the track,
I would like to try and bring Lemonator next year.
Dude, please do it. I love that car.
Yeah.
I'm so jealous of that car.
It's been down way too long. I got the short block built for it. It's sitting back in the engine room. I just need to put it on. I have everything to do it. I just need to get it done.
Bro, that car's freaking sick. I love that car.
Is that the car you stole the heads from for patina?
No,
Minty.
There's a yellow 70 Duster with a blown small.
Oh, yeah. I remember that video. Yeah.
And you're saying you would bring it to duct tape, or you would bring it to the mats?
Duct tape.
Sweet.
Yeah,
dude.
Now, see, when I
Chris, what's going on with the damn Bahama yellow Roadrunner you got, dude?
It's I put all new suspension under it, did some upgrades to it. I built the short block for it, and then another car took its place, and then I think customer car took its place. I had it in the driveway and I was working on it, but
that's what people forget on YouTube, man. You got customer cars, dude.
Yeah.
And
well, let me say this: screw that freaking El Camino.
I didn't want to say it, Chris, but John said it. I love the video though, dude. Like I love. I mean, I feel like, the cool part is you don't make a lot of videos. So when you make a lot of videos, it's like, oh, cool, Chris Birdsong video. And then we go on a goddamn adventure across country, man. I'm like, holy fuck, dude. I was sitting here for 30 minutes. I just went to fucking Wyoming.
Well, the part I like is he pulls off the side of the road and changes air bleeds. That's the part I like right there. I want to see some tuning.
Yeah. Yeah. Sitting in the engine compartment, changing air bleed, getting all that he can out of that carburetor.
Yeah.
Didn't I tell
That's
you
some
people like
shit.
seeing that stuff?
Man, cool beans, man. Cool beans. Well, Chris, it's been refreshing, man, having you on, man. At least we have somebody new to talk about and ask questions to. Johnny Mopar gets tired of us harassing him about fucking General Mayhem. So
Yeah.
we've got somebody fucking new to harass now. So appreciate you being on, man.
Or Rob, all the questions we ask about parts and jegs and shit.
I know, right? Poor Rob. And Jeb, he gets tired of asking about the M.
Jed still is waiting for his piece of General Mayhem too.
Hey,
Oh.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
You
Jed's
kept
getting a little General Mayhem action?
Yeah, I still have a bunch of pieces of Mayhem in the backyard.
Oh, dude. Chris, throw something to Johnny, man.
Dude.
Johnny.
John Mayhem?
I don't think
I would
Johnny has
love to
anything.
have a piece, but you're by no means do you have to give me anything.
This man has nothing. Nothing.
By all
There's a
means,
little Matchbox car left of General Mayhem.
When I cut the quarter panels
Give him something of the old Mayhem.
when I cut the quarter panels off that car, I texted Freiberger. I was like, "You should just like cut this thing up into pieces and like give it and raffle it off the fans or something."
Yeah.
And then like months later, he's doing just that. He's cutting the
Yeah.
things up in pieces and giving them off to people.
Yeah.
Dude, Chris, hit Johnny up on Instagram. Hit Johnny Mopar up on Instagram and cut him out a little piece, man. He love, and you know, it's not that Johnny. It's not like the girl that Johnny can't get over, okay? And that's not what General Mayhem is. But it's a piece of the history, and it's a piece of the current car that he's driving now that's so cool. You know, like I've talked to Johnny on the phone before, and I told Johnny, I go, you know what you need to do, bro? I go, you need to make the fucking Charger that you got right now blow the fucking doors off of General Mayhem, dude.
Yeah.
I go, and it's not derogatory, it's not malicious, it's not anything like that, but it's your old car. It's a car that was sitting in your yard, and you've got a new car. You've got a 68 Dodge Charger. And Johnny, I've actually got something to ask you. I watched your video where you're installing the tack, and you've got another 69 or 68 Charger in the background, dude, that we've never seen. What's that about, dude? That black one.
Yeah, it's a 69. My buddy actually called me up. And this is pretty recent, but he goes, "Hey, are you interested in my 69 Charger?" And I said, "Yeah, dude, totally." And because he wanted to buy, of all things, a Chrysler Newport, like a 67 Newport, and he needed $3,500 to buy the Newport. So he asked if I wanted to buy the Charger, and I'm like, "Fuck yeah!" So I bought the Charger, and I helped him tow the Newport home. So, I mean, I got it. He cut me a hell of a deal. I mean, he did a buddy hookup because the car is a really solid car. It's missing everything. It's a lot like General Mayhem, only it's in better shape than General Mayhem was. Super solid car, but like 0 parts in it.
I think I need to put a tall John sticker on the El Camino.
I didn't hear that.
That would be awesome.
Ruben, you don't understand. You haven't listened to enough talking Mopars, because I know the Johnny Mopar history, and I know the Johnny Mopar circles of cars that he has. It's like out here are the cars you don't care about, and the closer you go into the circle, it's the ones you care about more and won't get rid of.
You're right,
He's
Brian.
got like Chargers out here that he'd sell for like $50.
I've listened to 2 Talking Mopar podcasts. I've listened to 2 of them. And just because I'm not on Facebook a whole lot, you know, whatever. And the 2 that I listened to, I spent the whole time going, Johnny's never fucking told me about that. Johnny's never talked about that on our fucking.
Man, you wouldn't believe the stories he tells.
I gotta start listening to these podcasts, man. But yeah,
I wouldn't believe. I want to know what he tells him not on the air. It's like, oh my god,
super secret shit, bro. Fucking exclusive shit. Now they're doing the Motley Crew of fucking Mopars.
Yep.
Yeah. What is that all about? I'd like to actually know what is that all about? How is that? Is it just you guys all collaborating together, or?
Yeah, I mean, we've been.
What's up, girl?
we all hang out and talk to each
Nothing.
other. We've been hanging out and talking with each other for a while, kind of like behind the scenes. So we give each other support and stuff. It's all kind of centered around Chris because everybody knows Chris, you know. So it's Matt and Chris from Matt from Monroe, and they know Chris through Talking Mopars. And then DIY Hemi is Mike and Blake, and they know him through Talking Mopars, and then I know him through Talking Mopars. So we've always just kind of BS together behind the scenes, and ask each other advice, questions, that kind of thing. So I think Chris is the one that was kind of like we Chris and Blake mostly, like, we need to get together and just put something together, as a group rather than all of us as individuals. So that's where the Motley Crew of Mopars came from. So it's I think it's going to be cool. I think we'll see how it turns out. For myself, I think you'll still see kind of the technical stuff from my channel. Like what Chris and I did at Muscle Cars at the Strip, that'll probably be like the Motley Crew of Mopars, at least initially. And then probably after a week or two, then it'll, whatever I took video-wise, I put on my own channel. But it'll be a central location of all of us kind of creating content, just for the muscle car or the Motley Crew Mopars. So, but yeah, dude.
I didn't really film anything at Muscle Cars at the Strip. I kind of regret that.
Yeah, it's hard to capture everything, like what that really kind of, because Chris was really hardcore into recording and doing lives and stuff, and I was more like kind of being there in the moment. And I think that's the trade-off you go through. It's like, do you stand there the whole time with a camera capturing everything, or do you participate in everything? There's a sacrifice that has to be made either way,
That's kind of where I'm at. When I go to events, I'm going there to be part of the event, not I want to be there with my friends and live the moment, not record it.
Yeah. I think it's
Chris, will you put this on your El Camino for me?
Yeah,
he's got it fucking ready. Oh,
I heard I'm out there taking a leak, and I hear that. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's almost like we all need our own cameraman, so that we can participate and live the moment and have somebody there capturing it,
Dude, Johnny,
I wish I had a buddy. I wish I had a buddy here that could come over and film stuff, so that way I'm not having to. I hate talking to the camera myself because it I don't know.
Yeah.
It just doesn't. I want to be working on a car like with a friend, and so that way we can catch all the commentary back and forth.
Yeah.
But when you're doing it by yourself, it's I don't know.
hard.
It's hard to try and make everything interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's weird because it's like, I'm friends with a lot of you guys, and everybody's just spread across the whole country, and it's like, man, I wish there was somebody that lived close to me kind of doing what I'm doing, and we could trade off. Like one.
Well, Johnny, that's what I wanted to do in January, dude. Is I wanted to. I mean, if you film your shit in January, dude, that's your deal. But I wanted to go somewhere, film an event, and not be a part of the event. I wanted to just be the camera guy, and I wanted to see what moments I could capture without my head in the goddamn camera. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to film, dude. And that's kind of.
And what's cool is like when you're just hanging out with your buddies and talking shit on each other, or joking around and stuff like that. Like, that is awesome content. When you got to stop and record, you're almost like kind of getting into character, I guess, and you don't. Like Chris was saying, by yourself, you can't really joke around with yourself, and I don't know.
It was funny, dude. It duct tape. I came across this channel that has like 10,000 subscribers that I watch, and I go up to the guy, And he didn't have anybody around him or anything. It looked like his friends, right?
Yeah.
With cell phones. And I go, hey, dude, I just wanted to say I love your channel, bro. And he goes, oh, hey, what's up, dude? He goes, I know who you are. And I go, really, me? And he goes, yeah, I watch your shit. And it was the first time anybody outside of my family had acknowledged I had a YouTube channel. And it felt weird. He's not a big channel or anything. And I went, oh, really? And he goes, yeah. And I go, yeah, I'm here filming. And we start bullshitting. And he goes, oh, yeah, dude. He goes, yeah, you never film these events by yourself. He goes, I always bring friends. He goes, there's just too much going on. He goes, I bring a couple buddies. He goes, they film the whole thing on their cameras. He goes, that way I can just do my thing. And I felt like such an amateur, dude. I had like 500 subscribers at Duct Tape. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's what I'm doing too, bro. I got some buddies over there filming some shit. Yeah, that's what I'm doing too, bro. Yeah, I know how it goes down at events like this. And luckily Jason's with me and shit. And I'm like, oh, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, that's my buddy right here. He's filming shit. I'm like, fuck, dude, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, you got to have somebody else. If you want to have I think a good channel, you got to have another person with like when I went to Jed's place a few times, just the commentary back and forth to me was more entertaining than actually working on the car.
Yeah.
And
there's something real about it too, like that real human element to it, you know, that I think people are attracted to.
Well, even like a couple times at Jed's place, we're just sitting there bullshitting while cameras are not on, and we're both kind of like, shit, we should have recorded that. That was funny.
Yeah.
I think it's something every car guy can relate to.
Well, it's like, Chris, that one morning when I woke up and I found you sleeping in your General Lee.
That's
my first instinct was it was freezing cold outside. And it's like, this guy don't need to be sleeping outside, so I didn't even think about it. I went up there and I drove to your fucking car. We came inside and bullshit, and you took a nap. And it's like, shit, that would have been pretty funny as an intro.
Yeah,
So then you
right.
freaking try and recreate it, but you can never get that spark the second time.
No.
Yeah. No.
I have a question. Okay, I got a question on that video because I've always wondered this. That wasn't staged at all, was it?
What?
Which one?
Where Chris was sleeping in the General?
No, like he legitimately
I
was sleeping
slept.
in General, but we recreated it because my first thought wasn't to have a camera in my hand when I just woke up.
Okay.
And I was legit
legitimately-
sleeping.
Yeah, I didn't know he was in my backyard. He legitimately surprised the shit out of me. I wasn't like excited, like happy. Oh, there's my buddy. It's like, what the fuck is this dumbass doing sleeping in his car in my driveway?
Well, I drove all the way from South Dakota all the way to Jed's place at like 55 miles an hour all night because I didn't want to spin the motor too hard because I only had one torque converter bolt hold the torque converter onto the flex plate.
Yeah, I remember that.
Holy shit.
Oh, I remember that, dude. I remember that. And that's the I was gonna say that's the episode where you let that little Indian kid sit in the General Lee, huh?
I let so many people sit in it.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that was cool. I was like, that's fucking cool. Hey, Chris, I gotta, because you're really the only guy I know that drives across country in a muscle car, man. I mean, nobody I know fucking actually does that. We used to back in the day, but nobody does it anymore. What's the weirdest shit you've seen driving on the road? Like, you seen anything crazy? Like chupacabras, fucking motherships, fucking
lot of lizards.
Bigfoot?
Oh my god.
No,
Hey, you
I
guys
would
know
say,
I'm an alien guy. I'm gonna ask that question, bro.
well, the most what I see with driving classic cars all the time is just the love for the car is just tremendous everywhere.
Oh yeah.
And like in the General, I've broken down in the General a couple times, and I'm not on the side of the road for more than 10, 15 minutes, and I've got people stopping. Hey, you need anything? You want anything? You know, but if I'm driving like a regular pickup or something that just nobody cares about, hell, I'd still be sitting there.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
I mean, like I didn't film this, but because I was just after I dropped that duster off to Jed, I was driving through. What the fuck was that? One of those I states, not Indiana, Illinois, one of those states.
What are the I guys?
Yeah, and I blew an axle bearing on the General, and it didn't like just break a little bit; it completely exploded. And I was dead in the water on the side of the road.
Shit.
And I wasn't there for but 10 minutes, and a guy pulls up next to me, and he's like, "Hey, do you need a ride?" I'm like, "Well, is there any driveline shops around here?" And he's like, "No, man, you're in butt-fucked Egypt. There ain't nothing around here." And so what we did is he said, "Well, why don't we just put the Generally on the trailer, and then I'll tow you to my house, and we'll fix it." And I was like, "Well, how far do you live?" He's like, "Well, about 3 hours from here." And I'm like, "Fuck." But it was in the direction I was going. So, yeah, so we go all the way to his place, and when we get there, he rolls open his garage door, and he's got a freaking 68 Hemi Charger.
Oh, you lucked out. You could open the garage door and it had like a fucking a rape fucking little setup going on.
Well, I had my gun with me.
Okay.
But
yes.
But no, it turned. I mean, I ended up having Thanksgiving dinner with him.
Fuck yeah, dude.
And then split and drove to my sister's place in Georgia, and that's when I loaded up that cop car and headed home. But I
Chris,
blew
imagine if you had a film crew with you, dude. That's a fucking movie, man.
Oh,
like
yeah.
what you're talking about right now, like you broke down, went to this guy's house, got a 68 Charger in the garage, then you had Thanksgiving with him. Dude, that'd have been a blockbuster movie, dude.
Yeah. Well, I should have. I don't think I even brought any GoPros or anything that week. I think I just had my cell phone.
Yeah.
Like I didn't film anything at Jed's place either when I was there. I don't think I did anyway.
A little bit, I think, didn't you?
No, I think I did all the filming. I don't think you did anything.
Oh,
that's right. Jed did it. That's right. Jed did it.
That's right. The only thing we did was
I figured I would film the duster part, but I didn't really plan on really filming the General, working on the engine because I was kind of just enjoying the moment. But at the same time, it's kind of like, well, fuck, might as well film it. I mean, you're here.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. We did we did try to do the valve stem seal. I forgot about that.
Yeah, we took your engine halfway apart.
Yeah.
I got a question for you guys. How did you guys
right. That's right.
How did you and Jed meet? Like, what was the how long has the friendship been going on? How'd you guys meet?
Chris's channel was like Itty Bitty Baby. I remember right.
I don't remember. I think I messaged him on Facebook or something.
I remember my first impression of Chris was obnoxious, asshole, show it off, way too good at what he does, and I didn't like him. And then I got to know him, and I was like, oh, he's pretty cool. And then we became really good friends,
and I'm still the asshole, show off.
Yeah.
But you're friends.
Well, yeah, but you do it with such panache, though.
Well, I mean, I liked Jed because he does what he can with what he's got. Which that Charger, he has his own personal touches to it with Jezebel or Jizzy Bell. And
sorry, Jed.
Dude, and he doesn't give a fuck. Jed does not give a fuck what anybody thinks. That's what I've always liked about his channel. I'm like, that hood tech he's doing on that Mopar, god awful. I want to slip my wrist every time I see it. But I'm like, fuck it. Whatever, we're going with it. That hood tech?
Oh, yeah.
What's wrong with that hood tech? That thing is sexy, man.
Hood techs belong on GTO.
Anyway, let Chris finish. Let Chris finish.
Oh, I was just saying that when I saw Jezebel, on Facebook or whatever, I was kind of jealous. I was like, man, I fucking like that car.
That car's nasty, man.
Yeah. And then you see Jed's car in real life, and you're like, this is it is a piece of shit.
That hood tack is hideous.
It's a sketchy car.
Hey guys, I've been at this for 5.5 hours. I hate to do it, but I think I'm gonna have to.
What the
gonna
fuck?
have
We're
to
not
call it
even
now.
at your New Year's yet. We're only 15 minutes away from their New Year's. 15 minutes away from Johnny and Chris's New Year's.
Yeah.
Well, hell, I better fix my junk before that.
Hey, Chris. Speaking of pieces of shit, whatever happened to the red Charger with the slant and 3 on the tree?
Oh, Pokey. That's it's sitting in my buddy's barn in North Dakota.
Is that car for sale?
Yeah, no, he's actually been trying to sell it, and he's got a whole bunch of people that want it. But the problem with Mike, if you try and get pictures out of him, like he is the worst at actually going into his barn and taking pictures of a freaking car. So the car hasn't sold yet because the dumbass won't go in the garage and take pictures of it.
Well, I've already seen it on the video. Is what we see on the video what it is?
No, it's a lot better now than what it was.
Okay.
He's added, fuzzy dice to the rearview mirror. He's got
much better.
He's got new floor mats. It has a new air filter, and it has a new water pump.
What are we talking price wise? Double digits?
I think the car actually is a lot better now. It's got cooler wheels and tires on it. It's got he's put new gauges in it. He's put new armrest pads on it. He's actually done a lot of little things to the car that make it overall better. And I think he wanted like $35,000 for it. And that's the last. That's the last I remember.
Next.
Yep. But that's the problem with Chargers right now, is they're just stupid expensive.
Yeah, they are. And that car seemed to me to be body-wise real good condition.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's not rust-free by any means.
Damn.
I'm sure there's.
I can't even get into the Charger game.
Like, I'm actually.
Yeah, JMR. I wanted to address the chat. JMR. Yeah, I just did. That's why I went away and logged back in. So I'm going to talk to Brian when he gets back. If Brian wants to hit the hay, I can take over the channel and we can keep it going, guys. But
well, I got to get off here because I've been I'm here in the future and it's 3 in the morning.
Wait a minute, Rob. Wait a minute. We got 2 guys on here got a New Year that cheered your ass in. Couldn't you just wait for like 13 minutes to cheer their ass?
You know what? Yes, I think I could do that. I'll try.
I love you, man. I love you, man.
Rob coming in like a clutch. And if you guys would like to see a picture of the first person that ever trolled my channel, if you watch the VOD from earlier, it's Rob Z.
It was
or
not
Mopar
me.
Joe. We can't figure it out. That's either Mopar Joe or Rob Z. We can't
It wasn't
figure it
me.
out.
I
You guys
guarantee it wasn't me.
But I did call Mopar Joe earlier, and Chris jumped on because we wanted to see who had the craziest hair. But Mopar Joe said he was indisposed at the moment. But all right, here. Well, I will share this picture. This is kind of a crazy picture of Joe. Mopar Joe. Who do you guys think has the craziest hair? Chris Birdsong or Mopar Joe?
Mopar Joe is more famous for his hair.
Yeah.
I don't know. Chris with his mullet. That's pretty famous.
That is.
Chris is bare baby hairless ass is famous on my channel, so up with that.
You know what I'm sad about, Jed, is that Chris came all the way into your neck of the woods, and when he woke up from his slumber, you took him to McDonald's.
That's where he wanted to go.
Why not Olive Garden?
We don't have Olive Garden. And I'll be honest, I can't stand Olive Garden.
Now I know. Now, Jed, you're getting the Olive Garden's gift certificate from me next time.
Okay, John Wilburn.
The reason I slept in my car is I was afraid of sleeping in Jed's house.
That seems like a valid point.
There's the green pickle. Show him the green pickle, Jed.
It's out in the shop. Come here, Chris.
The green pickle's in the shop.
The yodeling pickle.
The yodeling green pickle is in the shop, Jed?
Yeah.
That's odd.
I needed company the other day.
You need two pickles. You need a shop pickle, and you need a private pickle.
I have a private pickle. I just can't yodel it right now.
Oh.
Hey,
So John, what's your problem with El Caminos?
I don't really have a
you
problem.
don't want to.
I really don't have a problem with El Caminos. I just, it's one of those anti-Chevy kind of things. But I really don't care.
See,
I got
my first.
I got lots of buddies with them, and I like them. They're fine. I'd rather have a Rampage.
Chris, if there's one phone number that you want, it's probably Tall John, and he can have a fascinating conversation with you. Chevy heads versus Mopar heads. It blows me away every time I hear it, man. I mean, Tall John's been around since the shit was fucking born, bro.
You know,
I don't know if that's good or bad.
Do you guys know who Gary Enlow is?
No.
No.
With Pentastar Performance in Wyoming?
No.
Oh, well, Gary Enlow, he's a pretty cool old dude. He's an old Mopar guy. So in that episode where I drove Smurf back from North Dakota when I first bought it, and I broke a rocker arm. I remember that one. Yeah, Gary is the guy that showed up with the rocker arms to fix it. And ever since then, me and Gary have been good friends. And he's just a cool old Mopar guy, and I like hearing his old stories. And you've probably seen this picture online many times about that. It's probably in the 70s, a guy sitting on top of a 440 with a 4-speed in his hand and a wood grain steering wheel, and he's like sitting on top of the engine in the driveway like he's racing just the engine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen that.
Oh, you haven't seen that one? Well, that was him, and he used to dirt race back in the day with Chargers and Roadrunners. He had a orange 69 Roadrunner pulling the orange 69 Roadrunner race car.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool
So
shit.
I like bullshitting with the old guys because they always got the cool stories.
Yeah, Tall John's one of those dudes for me, man. I could listen to Tall John fucking tell stories for hours, man. He's actually from the San Diego area.
Rob got to talk with her mechanic, dude. How fucking cool is that?
That was fun. 20-minute phone call told me how to put a third-gen Hemi into my car.
There's that word again. Don't say that around kids.
You see Jed's eye just fucking me.
Jed's eye just twitched. Don't say that word around him. Look at it.
Hulk Hogan out of his shirt right now. Dude, I tried to have Bryce Cole on here, and Jed fucking ripped the guy in the asshole, and the guy was out of here in like 30 minutes.
All right, let me tell you a cool story.
Serious?
Or not a cool story.
Yeah, Jed fucking got rid of him in chat.
Hold on, TJ. Did you really do that, Jed?
I had Bryce Cole in this fucking chat, and then Jed was in the chat going, Gen 3 Emmys are fucking
who the hell is that?
polymotors and fucking blah blah blah. And then Bryce Cole's looking at me like, what's going on, bruh? I'm like, I don't know. He just fucking left.
Who's Bryce?
His internet went out.
Who's Bryce?
Whatever. I love fucking Jed.
Who's Bryce?
He was the fucking guy with the white coronet with the Gen 3.
Okay. You guys want to hear? So what I had against that guy is he's got this baby-sized channel bragging about his sponsorship with frickin' Holly, and then he goes on about Gen 3 Hemis and how they're great and how he ruined that car. And all I can say is anybody who takes sponsorship from Holly, fucking piece of shit to me, because they don't understand what Holly is actually doing to the marketplace, the aftermarket.
Holy shit! Hold on.
How do you mean? What are they doing to it?
Well, Holly is a monopoly.
Yeah.
They are legitimately, by definition, a monopoly. And they're so big and so overgrown, and nobody gives a shit because nobody cares that they're putting all the other manufacturers out of business, putting the squeeze on them. I can go on and on.
Yeah.
You just got to dig into it. Holly has acquired super shops. And that should be all I need to tell you is they want to put Summit, Jake, Speedway, they want to put everybody out of business, and they want to be the only dog on the block. And that's not speculation. Anybody who has a business or is business minded can see that, because Jake, Summit, Speedway, they don't get a deal on the parts. They don't make hardly any money on those parts. What Holly sets the price at is the price. And if Summit, Jake, Speedway don't want to sell the parts for that price, then Holly pulls their products, they go under. Tell me that ain't a monopoly. So if you take a sponsorship deal from Holly, you are supporting that. And it's a shame because I'm a Holly man and I bleed Holly carburetors.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know
I
what
know
happened
Holly
when
has
Holly
gotten
bought?
ridiculously over expensive.
Yeah, and that's because they can afford to charge whatever the hell they want. There is no competition.
Yeah.
Nobody
You
makes
buy
a carburetor
gaskets and
or
a
fuel
needle and
injection.
seat. Might as well damn near bought a carburetor.
Yeah. So when Holly bought, you know why Holly bought Hillborn? They didn't care about the heritage or anything else. They bought it just for the name. And when they moved Hillborn from California to their main place in Bowling Green, they moved Don Enrique, who I knew from the Enrique and Adams race team. If you don't know who they are, look them up. They're a big deal. They moved Don Enrique there, and I had talked to him, and I talked to Carol Hillborn. And Hillborn used to be able to call them, and you could talk to Carol Hillborn, the wife of the founder, and you could give them the serial number of your intake, and you can get an original copy of the sales invoice when that intake was sold new, and all the specs on it. And they wouldn't charge you; they would send it to you free. And I did that with an intake I had that was special ordered for for Gene Adams, and Don Enrique had remembered that intake. And when Holly bought them and moved them, all those records got destroyed. Holly doesn't give a shit about any of that.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's typical corporate America shit. It's not really about the heritage of the carburetor anymore. What was Holly is long gone. It's the corporate America that owns it now, and it's what it's doing to it and its competition. Right?
Pretty
Just
much.
a mirror image.
Yeah.
There is no
Darren
competition.
Mofar's
for that.
Express in chat says, I've seen that happening bit by bit. Jed, it's a percentage, right? 100%. Jed is 100% right. Sorry, I read that wrong.
Well, you can't say nothing good about Edelbrock because unfortunately Edelbrock tried to move to get out of California so that way they could stay afloat, and it bit them in the ass.
Well, Rob
Edelbrock
was saying something about that too.
Yeah, I
it's
know.
a mess.
And because of that move and the lack of help, Edelbrock will get hurting, and you know who's going to come in and scoop up that company?
Holly.
And it's going to be all in shadows, smoke and mirrors, because you know if Holly would have just bought out Edelbrock when they were in good health, that would have rose some eyebrows. But with Edelbrock being in a hurt, if they don't get their shit together, they're going to get scooped up, and then there will be no competition.
Have you seen that new Elbrock carburetor that looks like a Holly?
Yeah, the Holobrock.
Yep.
The Holobrock.
We've talked about that. We've talked about that.
Yep, I know the guy that tested those for Edelbrock. His name's Nick. They tested them, And Edelbrock would take the information basically home that night. Obviously, they didn't go home because it was in Kentucky. They would bring the information to wherever, and they would run the numbers, and then they would come back with other things to test on that carburetor. And they would run those tests and go, and it went for 3 days straight. But anyway, yeah, he didn't give me any information. He just told me about it.
I'd like to try one. I think I think with that extra metering or with that extra circuit that you can tune with, because the problem I have with carburetors is I mean, I've got carburetors that work really well for the street, track, all that stuff, but the problem is there's only so many circuits you can tune, and when it transfers from one circuit to the other to a next one, it goes through a big ranges of AFR ratios, and since that new Edelbrock carburetor has an additional circuit, it seems to me like maybe it would help smooth out those transitions and make it to where it's more level playing field instead of jumping around like a graph chart.
That is exactly where they're trying to work, because the carburetor, they want the same advantage of wide open and the tunability, but they wanted to be able to be still streetable at the same time. The Holley's very streetable. All the carburetors have that issue of going from the transition, going off the idle into the main. And they and that's exactly what Edelbrock is working on with that carburetor.
Oh, there we go. Bombs are going off.
Hey, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Fireworks going off.
Johnny and Chris.
It's like Lebanon outside.
Yeah.
Oh, they're doing donuts over down the street.
I would love to have a carburetor that has more tunability to it. Like with the Holleys, you can only pretty much what I can tune with a Holley is your idle circuit and then your low speed cruising, like just street speeds like 35, 45 mile an hour. And then everything above that is the main jet circuit. It'd be nice if there was a little bit more tuning in between that.
Here's the thing that, everybody complains about Holley's idea of doing the math on deciding what carburetor you need. You go by the cubic inches and the RPMs and you divide by 2. Then you do the 1278 or whatever that number is, and that tells you what carburetor you need. So you figure 650 on your 340 or whatever you're working with, and then you throw a 750 or 780 on there, and all of a sudden your car's quicker in the quarter. And so everybody's always saying, well, Holley's off. But they're not, because Holley's making carburetors for there are more people on the street than the racetrack. So they're making these, they put that number to the general public, let's say, and that's when the smaller carburetor gets that transition. It covers that in-between spot. But you get big and that area goes away. And it becomes, you go from idle circuit to wide open only. There's nothing in the middle. Anyway, that new carburetor tries to fix that problem. I don't know if they did it. I haven't worked with one myself, so I think I'm going to get one though soon. Talking with Nick, I think I'm going to get one.
I want to get one as long as they're reasonable and tested.
They won't be.
Oh, I know
they won't be.
They're not going to be initially.
That's what I'm worried about. Is the price point's going to be way up there.
Buddy of mine got a
price on it.
Hey, Brian, you got a link?
Buddy of mine got some information on it from PRI, and he said they're going to be about 100 to 200 above a Holley of the equivalent size.
Yep.
In my opinion, that's chump change. And I don't have the 150 to spend. I still think it's chump change. Because, again, if you make it better and you use that thing for 100,000 miles or 50,000 miles, that's pennies per mile. That's chump change. So I just don't think we spend so much money trying to make performance. Why don't we just leave stock exhaust and stock intake and don't put a cam in it? That carburetor's still going to work. So it just, in my opinion, it's jump change. If it works, it's
If it
jump
works,
change.
yeah.
And but I think I'm going to be able to get my hands on one for free, and
Wow.
I'll let you guys know. So,
And you're the man to do it, man. I mean, if anyone's going to get their hands on one for free, it's you, John.
and I guarantee I'm going to enjoy the hell out of tuning on it. I just can't wait to get my hands on it. I get so sick and tired of hearing everybody talk about that RPM divided by 2, cubic inch, the formula that Holly uses. That number is so accurate for a street piece of shit. It's not even funny. And it's so wrong for racing. Because on racing, we sit on the line and we do a burnout and then we go wide open throttle. And all we care about is let's let it idle and let's go down the track. And a carburetor's job is not that typically, especially on a street car.
Yeah,
that's one thing we talked about. I talked to Chris about it and a couple other people in Birdsong about carburetor sizes for Jezebel's tunnel ram. And being a 500-inch engine making a little over 600 horsepower, a lot of people were going 750s or 850s. I'm like, but what about street driving? Because it's 70% street. And Chris told me he was running a pair of 650 Brawlers on Smurf, and I was like, huh. Well, those engines are very similar. So
yeah,
I could look at 250s, and I don't think it would have picked up any power at all.
My it's like tunnel ram and dual quad. My always has been, if you're going to go single 4-barrel, you figure out the formula, and let's say you figure it out for racing. I always go bigger for racing. I have a formula. I'll put it out someday. But anyway, if your formula says you should have a 650 and you decide to go tunnel ram and dual quad, then you should do 2 650s. That's how I always do it. But you remember we were talking about that, Jed?
Yeah.
A 6-pack is not 1,350 CFM.
Nope.
By the time you do the way they figure out CFM, a 6-pack comes out to about 780. So if you do a 440 at $6,000 and you do Holly's number, it comes out right around there, 750, 780. I forget what it is. I've checked it a long time ago, but it's right in that range. And it has very little to do, if you try to make a 4-barrel number work or a 2-barrel number, because it's 2 500s and a 350 at 2-barrel range, sucking that carburetor at 3 inches. And 4 barrels are done at 4 inches. Well, if a 4-barrel is half of what a 2-barrel is, then what's a 6-pack? So if you do the 6-pack ratio, it comes out to 780. But anyway, if you do the Holly numbers for the street, those numbers are right. I mean, they are right. They're good for gas mileage and they're good for cruising. But if you're going to go racing, that's all you intend to do. That number's way off.
Yeah.
And
I do got to say this. Birdsong lost feed. He can't get back on. He wanted me to tell everybody that he really enjoyed his time here, and he hopes to see you guys around again.
Cool.
Yeah, he had a lot of fun.
Good.
Yeah, tell him anytime he wants in, he can come in.
Yeah, I hope he comes back so we can talk carburetor stuff. That's ignition stuff is kind of one of the things I do, but I love carburetors.
I do too. I collect them.
Yep. Well, and I know when I was texting you earlier and we are talking about the manifold, and I'm going, I've got this carburetor, and then I got to thinking later, I'm going, shit, he's probably got 20 of them damn things.
I've got a couple parts Spreadmore Hollies, but they're all way too big, and that van just needs something simple that'll work.
Yeah, well, the ones I have are 650s.
That'd be perfect.
And well, let me tell you what I did with a 650 double pumper one time. It was a Spreadmore Holly. It was 100% stock. It was right out of the box. And I used to have a 72 Rally Challengers, a 344 speed car, original. and it had about 70,000 miles when I bought it. I took it out to Carlsbad Speedway, and it ran a 1570, and that was with the thermoquad. And when I bought the carburetor, or when I bought the car, the guy gave me a 650 double pumper Holly, but it was a spread bore carburetor. So at the track, I swapped the carburetor out, did nothing, just bolted it on. It was a 4-speed car, so I didn't have any of the kick, the linkage and bullshit for the automatic. And the car went 1520. It went a half second quicker with a carburetor change, and the thermoquad on a 340 back in them days was 750. And this is a 6. It was 100 CFM less, and I went 1/2 second quicker in the quarter.
I believe it.
And that's how much better that carburetor works, by the way. Because if you tune that thermoquad and you get what you can get out of a 750, it's quicker than a 650. But that out of the box Holly spreadboard double pumper was a half second quicker than that thermoquad.
I dig it.
But anyway, those are good carburetors. Oh, and the whole reason I mentioned that, Jed, was that was on a 340 and a factory 340. And I think the cams on a 72 340 are a little bigger than a 2-barrel 360. And I'm not sure that's true. But even then, it works so good with that 340. I think it would complement that 360. I think
it would be a good deal, and then at least give us a place to start with the 360 and whether or not we want to keep it or toss it.
Yeah, I think you're going to like that 360.
No, it's Dad. You got to impress.
I think you're going to shit your pants, and I can't wait to hear you when you get that engine put together. I think you're going to go, fuck, these 340s haul ass. 340s are ballistic.
Well, we had a lot of people in here, and I had the valve covers out. I've got a set of fabricated polished aluminums, and I got a set of chrome Rosos. There's so many people in here, I didn't have a chance, so I just put them back in the living room.
Yeah. Now the 340, that 340, it ain't gonna do like a 440, stock 440, let's say, right? But you throw the gear to it, and you wing that little bastard, and you're going, holy shit, what's under the hood of this thing? They really rock and roll. The 340 is pretty cool. And here's the thing about the 340, and we already talked about this. A 360, in my opinion, with the exception of the fact that the crankshaft is cast iron instead of steel, the 360 is a better piece. I'd rather have the 404 bore over the 4-inch bore, but when you got more cubic inches and you get it by stroking it so the engine's just already ready to make torque, then you put the 202 valve in like a 340, you put the 10.5 to 1 in like a 340, and you put that camshaft in there, the 360 stomps the hell out of a 340.
If I was made out of money, I would build a 340 and I'd build a 360. Same specs across the board, and I'd put money on it. That 360 spanks that 340 all day long, every bit of it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And I think that per cubic inch, the 340 might be slightly stronger. But, if it was 1 horsepower per cubic inch, then the 360 beats it, right?
Yeah.
So let's say the 360.
Grim Streaker, the problem with doing that is they got different stroke cranks. So you can't put a 340 crank in a 360, and it kind of defeats the purpose.
Right. But the whole thing is if you go number to number, the 360 is the dominator. I mean, done deal.
Oh, sorry, I'm still lame.
I had to put the two buddies next to each other.
Oh, cool.
I see I'm at the bottom.
Motley Crew. Got to put the Motley Crew next to each other.
Happy New Year's, guys.
Hey, Chris.
Happy New Year.
Gentlemen, I'm going to head out.
Right, everybody. Let's get a round of applause in the chat for Chris.
Jay, thanks for hanging with us tonight.
We'll see you later, Jay.
Have a good one, gentlemen. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Jay. See you soon.
All right, Jed. Happy New Year's, man. Love you, bro.
Bye, buddy. Bye. My phone's about to die. Yeah, my phone's, I got 5% on my phone.
All right.
All right, Richard. Love you, man. Happy New Year.
Love you guys too. Peace,
Thanks for
White
hanging with us.
Russians, and peace to everybody.
Hey,
Richard,
charge
thanks
that
for
phone
tuning
up. I got to call you tomorrow.
I'm trash canned right now. I'm done.
Richard, when you can, send me a text. I need to add you to my phone, and I forget which one's you.
The 925 area code. Yes.
All right.
Yes, I'm the only 925 in your phone, bud. I guarantee it.
Just click on just whatever you do. If you want to know Richard's phone number, just click on the present.
I don't want to click on the present.
He's the one sending the present to you.
No, don't do that. That's not what we want.
We got somebody you need to send that present to, but
yeah.
Hey,
That'd
Richard,
be
after
Anyway.
tonight, I'm just glad you didn't catch yourself on fire like you almost did
No,
the other
I'm inside where it's warm.
God dang fire starter.
I'm telling you.
all right. We'll see
all
you
right,
later,
guys.
buddy.
All right, man.
We'll
Love
see you
brother.
guys later. I'll talk to
Yeah,
y'all
later.
later.
Later,
All right,
Richard.
bye.
I kind of want to tell the joke I told Tall John that one live that made him almost pee himself laughing.
No, I did
No,
see myself laughing.
no,
There's no almost about it, Jed.
I pretty much did.
I have told that joke, and every time I tell it, I pee myself laughing. That's so damn funny.
It's not late enough for that joke yet, guys.
No, it's not the bad one.
I'd like to give a round of applause to Brian and Dust of a Garage.
It's not the bad one.
6 hours.
Wow.
Cheers for
6
Brian.
hours,
Cheers
dude.
for Brian.
Yeah. After all, Rob told him how not to make that sticker.
Yeah, right.
Chris, what do you got going on, buddy?
Not a whole lot, man. Just hanging out. Family finally went to bed, and I'm sitting here with a drink, having a good time, listening to you guys laughing about all the Holly drama. I thought that was pretty funny.
Chris, can you move your? Chris, are you able to move your camera a little bit down, dude? We're seeing a lot of.
Sure. Oh, here.
Yeah, we need to see your nipples.
Yeah. That's a prerequisite.
We like to get the nip action.
I'm not wearing any pants right now, just so you know.
Oh,
It's okay, but we like to get it where John.
All right, since you ain't wearing any pants, Jed's got a joke for you.
Well, first I gotta say, Raker, I would love to put a 6-barrel setup on the Duster, but there's 2 problems. 1, W2 heads. No such thing as a 6-pack intake for W2 heads. 2, have you priced a 346-pack intake? I can't.
Yeah, especially now that Edelbrock's going through their shit. There ain't no telling when they're going to make those again.
They haven't made those in a long time.
Well, from what I understood, and Rob may be able to confirm or deny this, but they would make a run of them whenever they got a lot of orders for them, and then they would quit making them.
Yeah, they make them in runs and made to order, and there's a certain amount that they're looking for to make it worthwhile for them to, have them cast and have them machined and have them packaged and all of that. So, they're always going to go where the money is, and a small block Chevy and any iteration of their small block Chevy is always going to be at the head of their table trying to get, that's what's going to make them their money. So, this is not for lack of other people wanting them. It's wanting this 346 pack. I can tell you right now that there are 800 back orders on just a Ford 429 intake from them, because Jed talked about it earlier. They've kind of painted themselves into a corner, and they're struggling to get out of it, and the paint's not drying. So it's a mess.
Hey, Rob.
Yeah.
You're fucking cute, man.
What is that?
Rob is a fucking dreamboat. I don't know if anybody addressed that.
I'm telling you, I seen him sitting there, and he had that corner of the eye look on him and shit. I'm like,
dude.
I'm glad my old lady ain't out here.
Dude,
Rob, you got so many dudes here with a man crush on you.
Hey,
Yes,
you
little
guys all
I don't have a crush. I'm just wanting to keep my old lady from him.
Dude, I was in the military, dude. I've seen a lot of guys like Rob's, bro. I can resist these guys, bro.
No, you can't.
Wow.
You know?
And the
Oh,
more
Chris.
beer I drink, the cuter you're getting. By the way,
Me?
Chris, you know Ruben. Pretty sure you know Jed. I think you know Johnny.
Chris, it's
I'm
nice to
not
have you
sure.
on YouTube, man. I'll just go out here and say it, dude. It's nice to have Chris Albright on fucking YouTube. This is nice. This is nice.
But above
Yeah.
Johnny there, that's Tall John. He's awesome. Just the knowledge he has is completely awesome. And then right above you, we got Rob from Jegs. That's his name.
Cool.
That's
Right
he
on.
could have it legally changed to that. And
AKA
he's kind of our insider in the parts business.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
He kind of
Nice.
tells us what's going on. And
Also,
Z
known
is
the-
French for Jegs.
Brian, can I tell my joke, please?
which one is it?
Tell your joke, and then I gotta go.
Definition of handsome.
Diana, what's up? Happy New Year. I'd like to say Happy New Year's to Diana and JMR and the Grim Streaker and Raker and everybody in chat because I feel like we've been missing out on chat.
We have, but I mean, chat's been crazy. We're just now down to the numbers we're used to having, thanks to Jed.
15. Yep. We're comfortable now.
Okay, I'm telling my joke regardless, Brian.
Okay, go ahead, Jed. I'll let you get away with it.
The definition of handsome. Teacher in Detroit asked a student to use. Oh fuck, the phone went quiet. Asked a student to use handsome in a sentence. A girl named Letitia says, "Sometimes when I be sucking Jamal soap pull my soul, my jaw gets sore, and I have to use my handsome." The quality of our education system sometimes brings a tear to my eye.
And
That's
yes,
crazy.
Mr. YouTube, that's Jed.
As good as it is verbally, he sent me the.
I got to use my handsome.
Chris,
Letitia and
what's going
Jerome,
on, man?
huh?
Happy New Year's, go.
All right, guys. I'm tapping out. I appreciate all of this. Thank you again for having me, man. This is great.
All right, Rob. Thanks for showing your face finally.
Yeah, man. I'll catch you guys on the next one.
We dig on you, man. We do. We really do. You're cool, dude.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you guys. Happy New Year.
Rob.
Happy New Year, Rob.
So for everybody in chat, that's Rob. That's the guy that Jed's always talking about in his
Hey,
videos.
subscribe to his channel.
He doesn't have a channel. We need to get him a channel. He acts like he's this ugly, hideous dude, but I mean, has he seen any of us? Really?
I went to the pisser and I came back and I noticed we've lost Jay. We've lost Chris Birdsong. Did Chris Birdsong
his
computer? Oh yeah, his he cut out. We traded one Chris for another.
Yeah, his shit was bad all night long.
Yeah. I feel, dude.
I'm glad he was in here though. He's a good guy. I hope he comes back
good
for
guy.
more. I really do.
And Chris, if you're watching this right now, tune in any Friday or Saturday.
Yeah, I hope we didn't scare him.
No, dude, this is what it is, dude. We don't have a big following. We're not, those type of people, man. If you want a hole in the wall, fucking hang out in. This is where you go.
Jed's texting him. Jed.
Hey,
we're kind of
Johnny,
nervous.
is
We're
is
kind
that
of
a
nervous.
garage door behind you, Johnny?
What? Say what?
Is that your garage door behind you?
Yeah, I moved
Oh,
my
okay.
computer 90 degrees, so.
Oh, okay. You were out in the garage the whole time? I didn't know you were out in the garage. I thought you were in your house.
Shit, if I was in the garage at home right here, right now, I'd be freezing my ass off.
Dude, I'm more nervous that Chris is here than fucking the other Chris was here. Like, I'm more nervous that Chris Albright's here. I'm like, dude, is this a podcast?
He's got millions of people
set up correctly. I'm like, dude, is my voice good? You know what's impressive is that Chris Albright's voice is the exact same in here as it is in.
Oh yeah, it's the
He's
same
got a
when
radio
you meet
voice,
him
Chris.
too.
You
It's
have
the
a
same
radio
when you meet him too.
He does.
You have a
He's got a
radio
great
voice.
radio voice, man.
Mhm.
When he first started doing the podcast, when I've heard his first recordings, I was like, oh, this guy must have did radio before this or something. Like, just natural fit.
Yeah, he has a great radio voice, man.
All right, so Johnny's got the garage door behind him. Chris, is that a film strip behind you?
No, that's
those are acoustic panels, so that my voice sounds really, really good all the time.
I'm gonna ask Brian a question. I'm gonna ask Brian a question right now. Brian, are you okay with us giving this live over to Chris from Talking Mopars? Let him do his fucking thing right now.
You know what? Though.
Let's do it. Let's let Chris do his fucking thing right now.
Because I want to start the year off right. Yeah, leave me alone. I had a little bit to drink, but I do want to start the year off right. This right here, I wouldn't be doing this. It does. I saw Chris do it on YouTube, and I was like, man, this is cool. I joined one of his lives that time, and I was like, man, this is cool.
That's what got me. It's like, man, if he can do it, anybody can do it, right?
And I was like,
just kidding, Chris. Just kidding.
Now, the whole 6 hour long shit, I blame that on Ruben. Ruben started that shit.
Yeah, you guys took it to a whole different extreme than I did. I was like, these guys are fucking crazy.
Yeah.
So you know what, Chris? You know what's crazy, dude? Is we're having so much fun, dude, that we don't even notice.
Oh yeah.
I looked up at the clock right now, and we hit 5 hours, and I was like, I've been sitting in this chair in my garage for 5 hours.
I think I saw the live one night, went to bed, woke up the next morning, and it was still going.
We've done
it. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, no, that was the live where I was practically begging for subs. No, that was where I wasn't doing content anymore. I was literally begging for subs.
It started with trying to get me the subs, then it ended with giving Ruben the subs.
Well, that was the thing, and really, we've done that with Tall John. We've got him.
And we do it for fun, guys. We do it for fun.
Yeah, we do it for fun. But the thing is that the only reason we even ask for subs is because we want more people to see this. Yeah. Because I don't know who's been in here the whole time. I know Aaron's been in on a lot of these, but the conversations they go, and it's like, man, people need to see this. Like when Johnny comes in here, we have Tall John just spews out knowledge. It's like, man, there's people out there that hear this. That's the only reason we're trying to get our channels bigger. We're not trying to make money. We're not trying to be YouTube famous and be like, this is going to be our job.
Hey, speak for yourself.
Well, I'm talking about the three of us that do these lives.
Give me the money.
Hey, you know what? You make a hell of a lot better content as far as videos and everything than I do. You deserve the money. Chris, you put out shit and you put time in you a lot more than I do. You deserve the money. Yeah. I'm doing
money. There's money in this shit.
I've heard.
Chris, me and Ruben were talking about this earlier. It's not about the subs. The subs just kind of confirm that maybe we're going the right direction or maybe we're not.
Yeah.
And that's really what it's about. And if you get more subs, it says, hey, people are saying we like your stuff. And I'm not just on here to spew. I want to teach. I want to help. That's my thing. I want to help.
Yeah.
And
it's the future content.
Johnny's not putting fucking drive shaft loops in and putting a camera under there and wasting his time just to say, hey, look, I put a drive shaft loop in. It's about, look what I went through, and hopefully you won't have the same issue, or this is how I got it accomplished, right?
Yeah, it's like, I'm not buying that Mancini piece of shit. If it ain't gonna work, I'm not buying that.
I'm really proud of the fucking community, man. I'm really proud of the community. I think everybody brings something to the fucking table. You know what I'm saying? Like Johnny just cranks out the it's not a how-to, it's not, but Johnny just films his shit, dude. And he just does it and he films it. Jed films his vlog. It's like this is what I did this week in my garage, and if you don't fucking like it, whatever. I played with the tractor one day, and the next day I put a fucking Hemi together, whatever. You know, Tall John, dude. Tall John's videos. I mean, people don't, and it's gonna hit. It's gonna hit. One day it's gonna hit. But people don't realize that fucking Tall John, dude, is the fucking dude that I've been looking for my whole fucking life. No. I've known a lot of motherfuckers, dude, that preach a lot of fucking shit, and they've steered me a lot of different directions, man. And in the end, I'm going, how do I know more than you do? You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of bullshitters out there, dude. But Tall John, dude, you watch some of Tall John's videos, dude. He's a real fucking deal, man. And it's just everybody brings something to the table, dude. And then you have Chris. Chris isn't on YouTube, but he's on Facebook, man. And he's doing these talking Mopar fucking videos, and he did the Mopar hunting shit or the Mopar hunter shit. Which, Chris, every time I talk to Brian and we bring you up, man, I go, how do we get Chris on YouTube? That's our main conversation. Is we say, how do we get Chris? Dude, Chris, if you were on fucking YouTube, dude, you'd have 100,000 fucking subscribers, man.
I was so late to the game, but actually, it's funny you say that. Is one of my goals for 2022 is to upload all the podcasts and then go through them and create micro pieces of content, going through and clipping them out, because there's some fucking golden nuggets in those podcasts of just funny stories and shit like that. Yep. I mean, I could probably, no bullshit, I could probably cut up 1,000 videos, but my computer, this little piece of shit over here, is so slow that it takes me about to get one YouTube video uploaded onto YouTube. I probably sat here last night for an hour just to get my episode 2 up. So I gotta get a new computer or something. This thing's too fucking slow.
I'll get with you, dude, because there's a certain file format that you have to upload on.
Oh, okay.
So when I didn't know that certain file format, dude, it was taking me 9 hours to upload a YouTube video.
Yeah,
dude, and I found a certain file format from research. I got tired of that. I upgraded my internet to the fastest internet they have on the planet, and it was still taking fucking 8 hours.
Yeah.
So I'll get with you, dude. And now my videos take 10 minutes, dude.
Really? Yeah, because I upload in MP4s.
That's it. That's it.
Really? Okay.
So it's the one you want to do is 264.4. I was doing straight MP4s and they were taking me 9 hours. So you want to upload it in the format of H264.
Okay. I'm writing that shit down.
Bother me because I haven't uploaded that many videos.
It's HD content in the same format. It's just compressed. And it literally takes 10 minutes to upload a video now.
Nice.
Right, now,
I got to do that.
When you're watching YouTube, look at the Dale Earnhardt Jr. podcast on YouTube. All right. Now he's doing podcasts as podcasts, but your stuff reminds me of his style of podcast. And if you watch his stuff, he's making tons of friends over on YouTube. That's why I'm not sure why I was blown away when I found out who you were and everything, and I didn't see you over on YouTube. I'm going, dude, you need to get over there and, like you're saying, cut the segments and put these little pieces out, because that's what Dale does. He'll do a 2-hour podcast, cut it into 3 pieces, and throw it on YouTube. So go check out his stuff. Now, he's got name recognition also, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. But your name recognition comes from the quality, and you have that. In my opinion, you have that.
Thank you.
Now, I'm just a jerk off in Tennessee, but I think you have that. That's my opinion.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are working on.
Yes, Diana.
It's just.
We talked about that earlier. We talked about
that kind of stuff all the time.
And we forget, and we talk about this. All right, we're talking about how to make this better. Sometimes these conversations get so good that we realize we're not ignoring you guys, but we can't stop the conversation.
Yeah. Once it gets flowing,
we don't want to butt in.
You're like,
we're always
a good question, but it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Damn it.
Yeah, we're always watching you guys. And John's told me that John will stop the fucking conversation and say, hey, I'd like to address the conversation or comment. So please, guys, we are always paying attention to chat. We're just waiting for that moment to let you guys back into it. You know, if that makes sense, because the conversation's so good that if we stop it, it'll kill the fucking point trying to be made. You know?
Yeah, once you stop it, it's hard to start it back up again because
It is.
And part of that's our fault because once you stop it, we've been sitting. One of us thinks of something stupid to say, and then it gets everybody laughing. It's like, oh, what were we talking about? That was really good shit. But now, no, it's not just you, Jed. I do it too. I do it all the time.
Yeah, but he's petting his pussy.
You know how bad I want to see. But no, he was doing that during one of those serious conversations. I really wanted to jump in and say that, but I was like, no, I can't. I have to stop myself.
That's the biggest problem I have when I do lives is I read the chat and like I want to acknowledge the people, but I can't break the conversation.
Yeah.
So it's really tough. It's one of the hardest things about doing lives because sometimes I'm listening to what's going on and I'm looking in the chat and I'm like, oh, that's a great question. Oh, that's a great question. Or, oh, that's funny. It's so hard to bring them up. But I do like the feature that StreamYard allows you to pull up what people are saying and just put it up there. So now I just pull up something that I'm looking at just so that at least the people in the chat see that I'm acknowledging them and going, hey, I see what you're saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I see that you guys are doing that and that's good.
Honestly,
and sometimes I get tired and I have to use my hands some.
I mean, that's actually one of the reasons I don't like doing lives is it's just too much to manage. You're, trying to have a conversation with people on the live, and then you're trying to include the people from the comments into the conversation.
It's this
like,
format is really rough to do. Like what Uncle Tony does, where he just sits there and reads comments and answers questions. That would be a lot easier for us to do, but that's hard to do. I mean, we had 10 people in this room today.
I was gonna say, earlier, dude, we had 9-10 people in here, man. So you're talking to 9-10 people are trying to have a conversation, and we're trying to include chat.
Yeah, and that's just really hard to do.
It's wild. So,
but I'm telling you, this is for me. Being on the live, it's so fun because you get to spew your whatever, but I learn more from everybody else, and I love it. It's great, and it's awesome. It's just good stuff.
I just do it. I get on here with you guys because then I don't have to worry about managing anything. I'm just here to shoot shit, hang out. It's like we were all hanging out in the driveway, standing in front of a Mopar, just talking shit.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
That's kind of the vibe we try to put off. It's like, hey, you got all these guys from different parts of the damn country who would have never talked to each other. I probably would have never talked to Tall John or Ruben, especially with that hat, on the street.
These guys don't like those. John's a flat bill hat guy too, and so is Richard.
Who does?
Richard's got a flat bill hat.
Yeah, turn your hat around. It's a trucker hat. That's not a flat hat.
You can't see it. Look, if he does, he's hiding it.
Richard's a flat bill hat guy. Johnny's a flat bill hat guy.
I don't have a hat.
West Coast thing.
He doesn't even wear a hat.
Actually, guys, my bill is not actually flat.
Don't try to embarrass them after they're gone. They can't speak for themselves.
Yeah.
Stop that, Ruben. That's not nice. That's just not nice.
You're always giving me shit about my
It's a West Coast thing. The flat bill thing is a West Coast thing. So
that's not. That's a homo thing. I mean, no. That's
you know why I wear a flat bill hat?
That's a 15 different genders thing. No, 16 genders. Wait. Okay, you guys decide how many, but that's what it is.
But no, I do. I have no. But the thing is, it's so weird because me and Ruben have talked about this. We both agree that if we just would have seen each other walking down the street, there's no way we would have even thought about talking to each other. It's just
personal.
It's not personal. It's just you kind of. It's just not even just a hat. It's just the kind of thing of you don't know until you start talking.
Well, for the same reason Brian's giving me shit about my flat bill hat, like I look at you guys and. I mean, dude, I mean, maybe I'm just a nice guy, but I can't even say the fucking word. Like, I don't know. You guys just don't look like people that I'd fucking like hang out.
Like fucking rednecks and shit.
I wouldn't hang out with me either. Have you seen my camera squad?
No, but you know what I'm saying? Like, and I've told Brian this. I go, you know what I like about life? You know what I like about this life, Brian? I go, I like about this life that you've proved why I'm so outgoing with people and why I like meeting new people is, you know, Brian didn't, like Brian's saying, Brian looks like a guy I'd pass on the streets and I think, yeah, me and that guy probably won't get along. But if I would have said hi to the guy, I would have got to know the guy like I did right now, me and Brian, dude, get along like fucking two peas in a pod, dude.
Well, yeah, that's why I kind of.
This is refreshing. It's
Getting every
refreshing.
dude's pants tonight.
What?
Was that?
It sounds like Ruben's trying to get in every dude's pants tonight.
Yeah, it is. But that's all right. He's had a little bit to drink. No, but I mean,
you know what? Though that I do want to address that about me. That if I consider you a friend, though, if I consider you a friend, I am a really great hype man, dude. Like, you ever need somebody to like make you a thumbnail or fucking promote you, dude, and I'm your friend, I'm the guy, dude.
See, Ruben, now you got Brian's hopes up that you were coming out of the closet.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna follow, but now it's like no.
No, dude, no.
Hey, you got Brian blushing. Is what
coming out of any fucking closets.
I'm old. That's high blood pressure. You have no idea what I've dealt with already tonight. You have no clue.
But I wanted to do an end of the year video, and I got sick and I didn't fucking do it. So I'm gonna do it my 1,000 subscriber video. But you know, just the year I've been doing YouTube. I've been doing YouTube for 1 fucking year, man. And this has been, I'm not gonna fucking bullshit you guys. And I'm not drunk and I'm not fucking, sauced up. And it's been emotional, dude, because I've been really thinking about this, dude. I've been really fucking thinking about this. This 1 year that I made a decision to start filming this fucking Roadrunner behind me has been literally the greatest year of my personal life. Not my family's, that's a whole different setup. But me as a human being, dude. Me as a fucking human. I have learned more. I have done more for myself on a level that I've ever done in my whole fucking life. And it's because of fucking YouTube, dude. It's because I set out and I said I'm going to make a channel. And there were days I didn't want to work on my car. But I wanted to make a video. And so that forced me to work on my car. And there were days to where I felt like working on my car, but I was like, oh, fuck, I don't feel like making a video. So it was vice versa. And I did that for 12 months, dude. And dude, look at all the people I've met. Look at the fucking.
And that's the whole thing. And that's kind of the whole thing too. You kind of, and I see it. You're like, man, I'm not up to 1,000 subscribers. But you got to look. There's people out there with good channels that don't get up to 1,000 subscribers in a year.
Yeah. I don't think you can use that as any kind of a gauge. I mean, I try to watch other channels that are bigger than mine, and I'm not trying to knock them, but I see some of the channels and it's like, man, he's got a lot of subscribers and his channel is huge. And I'm not saying mine is better, but it feels like, how come there's such a discrepancy? Like, it seems like I won't be as big as them, but I should be a lot bigger than I am. And that's really just the YouTube algorithms, and
it is
your journey, from beginning to now. You get better as you go. Your
and
videos get better.
me and Ruben talked about this earlier today. Johnny, your channel be way bigger if you were telling somebody what was wrong with the red Duster and had some girl's ass in the camera. Do you know what I'm talking about here?
Yeah.
And it would make a big difference. So then it jumps you up there. And once you're jumped up there and all these people, let's say only 1% of everybody that is subscribed watches your stuff, it's going to push your channel further.
Yeah.
And there's more than 1% watching your channel. You see the analytics.
Yeah. So, well, I actually don't pay that much attention right now. But to your point, there is like a guy that I watch that has like about 100,000 subscribers, right? And I was watching one of his videos, and I think out of that 100,000, he had something like 300 views, and it was just over like a day or two. It wasn't a big long span, you know. And on a pretty good video of mine, I can get about 300 views on a decent video. Now, the My Coffee videos skyrocket, but on an average good video of my own, it's about 300. So in his case, 300 of 100,000 is 3%, right? But 300 for me out of about 1,000, it's like 30%. So that's pretty good.
Yeah,
it's a pretty good turnout, you know, as far as people watching your stuff. And I'd kind of rather have people come to my channel that want to watch what I'm doing rather than kind of like, you know, having the girl with her ass hanging out and like kind of drawing everybody in. But then they're like, well, I was here for the girl, and then the content I put out, they're not really there for it, so they don't really watch it. They're subbed, but they don't really watch it. You know, I don't really want those guys on the channel.
Well,
I'd rather have people that want to be there.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's another thing we talked about is those subs and those comments are really kind of a barometer for us to know whether we're doing the right thing or not.
Yeah.
Because it's not about hanging out and showing our faces and putting ourselves out there in the public. It's about helping. It's about teaching. It's about, this is what I did. Don't make the same mistake. This is what I did. Do the same thing. So that's why I see everybody's channel.
One of the points I was trying to get to is that, like, this whole YouTube thing has busted me out of the shell, right? Like, it's just busted me out of this fucking thing. Like, I was telling my friend, like, I'm like 2022. She like tonight she rattles off of things, or she rattles off a list of things she wants to do for the family, right? And then I rattle off a list of things I want to do for the family, but on a personal level, like John Wilburn's event, duct tape drags, maybe Mopars on the strip, dude. And I'm like, I need an RV for all that. I want to take my family for all that. Dude, she's looking at me like, where the fuck did this guy come from? Like, you were just, like, a couple years ago, you were just a dude sitting on the couch. You know what I'm saying? And now I'm, like, in events, and, you know, I'm pointing to guys on my TV going, I'm going to race that guy. You know what I'm saying? She's like blown away. She's like, where is all this coming from?
You know what's really going to blow her away, dude? It doesn't, like, I hear people always talk about subscribers and shit. And when it comes to subscribers, it's like, you know, what I always hear, like, get to the 1,000 so you can get monetized. How many subscribers do you actually need to make some real fucking life-changing money?
Oh, God. 50,000. A lot.
Yeah. See, like, if you just keep doing what you're doing, dude, grow an audience, get some merch, get some shirts and shit, you're going to make... And if you approach companies, do some affiliate marketing, and get some lower-end sponsors on board, dude, you'll make more money than you would on YouTube, and you won't be stressing about getting to the 50,000 subscriber, 50,000 views and shit. Like,
not to interrupt you, but,
go ahead.
Not to interrupt you, but, like, dude, I've got a 72. Not to sound like a cocky asshole, and I'm going to say this right now on a live, but and
you say that a lot for somebody who's not a cocky asshole.
I've talked to these guys on the phone, and we're all in the same boat. But dude, I've only got a 69 Roadrunner. I've got a 72 Challenger.
Yeah.
I'm buying a fucking 70 CUDA. And that ain't YouTube. That's me.
Good.
It's me because I'm out there and I got a job and I'm hustling. This YouTube thing is just a hobby. You know, me personally, I don't give a fuck if I never make a dime on YouTube. I'm doing this to create my own world to share my cars with. You know what I'm saying? And if one day I wind up making money on YouTube, so be it. But if you watch my videos, none of my videos I can't make money on them anyway because I put Led Zeppelin in there and all this fucked up shit. But like I like the size of Jed's channel. He's got 18 to 19,000 subs. It's a healthy fucking channel. Like when I went to duct tape and I saw guys like Vice Grip that were standing there for 8 hours signing autographs just for fucking 8 hours, and they couldn't even leave. And I saw a lot of other guys doing the same thing, and I saw a lot of their channels. I walked away from duct tape. Duct tape was the first time in my life I'd ever seen like famous people, you could say. I walked away from duct tape going, I don't want that. I want to share my cars with the world, but I don't want the personal fame. You know, I don't want to be bogged down like that. But, you know, we're all chasing this 1,000 subscriber thing because that's the benchmark YouTube places in front of us.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? That's that gate that you have to pass through for it's some, you know what I'm saying? It's some fucked up gate, you know, that YouTube never had before.
Sure.
You know, and there's, for me, like, you know, like Brian has a job. John has a job. Scott's got a fucking thing going on. Johnny's got a job. You're a fucking trash truck driver. As soon as I heard you're a trash truck driver, I go, oh, Chris is rich. You know what I'm saying? Like we've all got, you know you're rich, Chris. You're driving a trash truck, bro? I know trash truck drivers.
Hey, I had to work over 600 hours of overtime to break 6 figures, and I'm still broke because I live in Washington State.
You live in Washington, exactly. But if you're
I'm broke as fuck.
Yeah, it's like California in the far north, right?
Yeah. It's bad.
But for that, like, we've all got the jobs, we've all got the cars already, dude. Like, Chris, you've got your dream truck, dude. I've listened to your podcast.
Yeah, it is.
Dude, Johnny's like in a Mopar goddamn heaven already. Like, what car could YouTube bring to Johnny that he doesn't already fucking have?
Yeah, no,
You know,
absolutely.
Yeah, sure, fine. In 20 years, we'd all like to step off of this and have a nice retirement. But, you know, I don't even know what the fuck I was talking about. I don't even know.
Ruben, I want to be like Jed's channel because then I can put out a video that just sucks, but I like it.
You know what really changed things for me, and this is going to sound stupid, but it's true, is I'm walking through SEMA, and there's tens of thousands of people, right? And somebody goes, Chris from Talking Mopars, and I'm like, no fucking way. Somebody recognized me, and they came up to me, they wanted a picture with me, and we sat and had a great conversation for like 15 minutes. And he kept saying, oh man, I know you got to go. And I was like, I ain't got nowhere to fucking be, dude. Let's talk. Like, shit. That was crazy for me because, to what you were saying earlier, you do meet a lot of cool people doing this kind of stuff. And I don't know if I'd want to be sitting there at a table signing autographs for 8 hours, but if somebody's going to recognize me and say, hey, I appreciate what you do. You get me through the work day, 5 days out of the week. I'll just listen to your podcasts. That shit that blows my mind, Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, Jed, that video was awesome. And, yeah, I get it, Chris. That is cool. But I don't get the part you're getting that you like. I don't get that. You know what I get? How tall are you? Do you play basketball? And I just want to say, are you a housewife? Because you look like one. You know what I mean? I
don't think Chris knows how tall you are, John. How tall are you?
6'9".
Okay, that's pretty fucking tall, dude.
What I like to tell people, though, is 81 inches, right? And then they go, well, how tall is that? Well, you bugged me with the question, so here's the answer, right? But even then, when you get to that, after I'm done saying it, I'm like, I feel like I don't know how to say it. I feel like an idiot for saying it that way. Like you're mad about being 6'9"? No, not really. But hey, shut the hell up, But you're not. I'm not getting the recognition I want, I guess.
Tall John's so fucking tall that he's told me that 100 times already. And I think when I first meet him, it's just gonna be one of those things that you have to say, like, "Fuck, you're tall, dude." You know what I'm saying? I think it's going to be one of those things. Like, I've seen the videos where he walks around. He's fucking tall. Like, I think when I first meet him, we're going to have to get that right out of the way. Like, fuck, dude.
Yeah. The first thing I want to do when I meet Ruben is I'm going to stand side by side and say, take our picture. Here, watch this. Look at it. Here you go. Now let's talk about Mopars. Here we go.
Yep. And then we'll never address it again. To be like fucking, you're Mexican, I'm tall. Okay, cool.
I can't wait. I can't wait to stand next to Jed either because he looks so tall on his videos, doesn't he?
he
Jed
just
looks like a
keeps, he
goddamn
just keeps his
lumberjack.
cameras at 3 feet when he films. So.
Well, it don't
He
help.
also brings up the fact that his dad looks so much shorter than he does.
Well, yeah, I'm only 6 foot tall, but Dad, I feel kind of bad when I'm filming because sometimes when he stands right next to me, he looks so tiny.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Aaron says, I feel tiny or whatever. What was it he said?
But Chris, I'm excited to see you're going to be putting content on YouTube, man. I'm excited to see what it does for you this year. You know, and I think a channel like yours, man, I think it would thrive on YouTube, man. And nothing against Facebook. Nothing against Facebook.
If I had started on YouTube, we might be having a different conversation right now. But I started on Facebook, never thinking I would ever do anything on camera. I didn't even when I started Facebook, I didn't even think I'd have a podcast, and here we are. So, had I seen into the future, I definitely would have planned my route differently. But you know, it is what it is. We'll see what happens. I just want to get my content on all the platforms that I can and just see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really think it's going to make a difference, and if I'm wrong, you can tell me later. But I like your stuff, so I think this is the platform to do it.
I think you could do it on more than one. I'm on Facebook, and I'm starting to pick up steam on Facebook a little bit. You know, nothing like what Chris has, but I'm picking up followers.
I've kind of felt the same way with Chris, and I've told him this before too. Like, man, you got to get on YouTube. But it's like I lean towards YouTube also, and my personal opinion is that I think everybody's got their genre of social media, and they kind of just stick to it. So the guys that are on Instagram, you might coax them to come over to YouTube and subscribe. But they really hang out on Instagram, and they don't really deviate from that. And the Facebook guys hang out on Facebook, and the YouTube guys hang out on YouTube, And I think if you're going to really hit it hard, you probably do have to hit them all.
Well, it's like Joe Rogan. Like Joe Rogan moved his podcast to Spotify. So Joe Rogan did like $500 million deal or something with Spotify, right? So here's what Joe Rogan does, and it's kind of what Chris is talking about doing. Joe Rogan takes a 10-minute clip of his 3-hour podcast on Spotify. He takes 3 10-minute clips and he posts them to YouTube.
Yeah.
And that way, not only is he making that $500 million deal on Spotify, but he's still making money on YouTube.
Not to mention that brings people to Spotify.
And then that brings people to Spotify because they want to see the entire fucking podcast.
See now, but that's the thing. Like I picked up like 100 followers on Facebook, and I was like, cool. So I went on my page and I threw up all kinds of links and videos and stuff. I said, hey, come check me out on YouTube. I didn't gain a single sub from that. I don't think. Well, maybe a couple.
It's tough, dude. It really is tough. I have 50,000 followers on Facebook, and I have 126 subscribers on YouTube. Now, I don't post shit on YouTube yet, but there's potential there. I love the idea of repurposing content for every platform except for Twitter. Fuck Twitter. I hate Twitter.
Yeah.
But the rest of them, like I see potential in all of them. But it's one of those things where if you're late to the game, like you're playing catch up, and you'll be playing catch up forever. You know
Dude, don't think you're late to the YouTube game, dude. The YouTube game's going to be around. It's just begun.
Sure,
Even with channels like Vice Grip that seems like guys like us are late to the game, right? Our channels are super small, and fucking you got guys like Vice Grip that made 1 million subscribers in 3 years or whatever. Nah, dude, this shit's just begun, dude. This is the new shit, dude. This is the new shit. Now, somebody that starts 10 years from now, maybe late to the game.
Not to mention, now after tonight. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Talk to
I was going to say after tonight, you have at least 2 new subscribers, me and Jed's cat.
Hey, I've been subscribed to Chris on YouTube.
Chris, the program that I use for my editing, my video editing, is called Shotcut. It's free.
Okay.
Don't get duped into this bullshit. You have to pay fucking $80 for a fucking
I already pay for Adobe shit to record my podcast, so I already get the Adobe stuff. The problem is I'm a simpleton, dude. I like the simple shit. Just give me the simple. Like most of my videos are unedited. I use Headliner. So what I do, like for instance, when I posted the second episode of my podcast, Headliner allows you to make things called audiograms, which allows you to clip out a certain section of however long you want in your podcast, and you can post it to Instagram, Facebook, yada, yada, yada. They also allow you to post full episodes, and you can do it in any format. So I'm just pulling up each episode and loading it on YouTube format, and then coming up with a quick graphic, and then just throwing it up. Because with the podcast, like if I was doing videos like a lot of you guys do, the thumbnail's super important. But for me, I just need to get my content on YouTube, and then the things that I do aside from the podcast, I would probably focus a little bit more on the thumbnails and stuff. But the idea of me getting my stuff on YouTube is just to get people to listen to my podcast, because that's my bread and butter. Let them watching my videos is really, I mean, it's a little piece, but audio is where I'm at.
How many podcasts do you do a week?
I try to do one a week.
And what day is that? Friday?
It varies. I tried to be a little bit. I tried Mondays. I tried Sunday nights. I tried Fridays. I have not noticed. I know people are talking about consistency. I haven't noticed a dip or anything crazy with as long as I release 4 episodes a month, people stay happy. But if I miss one by a couple days, I'll get 3 or 4 emails of people going, "Hey, where the hell are you? You all right?" Like, yeah, I'm fine.
It's also on Brian. I mean, you can make a whole fucking channel just off of lives. But so say for your thing for YouTube, say you do a podcast on Friday, and me and Brian have talked about this, as you're doing, and we're going to start doing this, as you're doing your podcast and you're like, holy shit, this is a good conversation, write down the time number, write down the time stamp, so that way you can go back into the podcast and clip that for YouTube. So say you do a 3-hour podcast on Friday, take 3 10-minute conversations out of that podcast and release them on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I'm writing that shit down.
That one 3-hour podcast that you're doing on Facebook turns into your 3 videos that you have to do on Facebook. And Facebook wants you to do 3 videos a week. That's what Facebook considers a content creator.
I noticed that.
If you do 3 videos a week on Facebook, it pushes your content more. Because like right now I'm doing 1 video a week, right? I'm going to the junkyard and I'm doing a video a week. So Facebook goes, okay, sure, you're kind of trying, but you're not really.
Facebook or YouTube?
YouTube.
Okay.
So YouTube says, okay, yeah, YouTube considers me a guy that gets bored once a week and makes a fucking video. Where Johnny, right before Johnny hit 1,000 subscribers, Johnny was fucking cranking out the goddamn content. And I don't know if anybody noticed, but Johnny's fucking channel went whoop. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like Johnny was held on 1,000 subscribers, and Johnny was cranking out the fucking content like every other fucking day. And it was quick little fucking videos on disc brakes or fucking headers or this or that. And YouTube was like, cool, this guy's a content creator. And it was pushing Johnny's shit. And Johnny went whoop right up to 1,000 subscribers. You know, to where, you know, I think, and that's what I've heard. You know,
no, I think there's truth in that, because I didn't do that by design. It was just I was just getting enough content, and I try to throw it off on my phone and get it off my plate as fast as possible. So I did go through a stretch where I was doing a bunch, you know, at once, and I noticed it too. It did spike up. I hit the 1,000, and then I still have problems trying to get monetized on YouTube. So it's like it kind of overshot. I'm about, I don't know, 1,200 and something right now.
So how come you can't get monetized, dude? What's going on with that?
It's a clusterfuck. I basically went through the monetization steps and everything, and I honestly don't know why it's hung up, but it's basically, there's 3 steps. They have it pretty simple. You give them your information. Step 1, that was easy. Step 2, you create an AdSense account. And when I went in to create the AdSense account, it's screwed up. I mean, I put all my information in there. And the shitty thing is, like, they do not have any support until after you're monetized. So I don't. There's zero support from AdSense, YouTube, Google. However, I just recently figured out that they do hang out on Twitter. So I've been contacting them through Twitter, and they gave me a little bit of help. It didn't fix it, but I'm going to hit them up again probably tomorrow, just letting them know, like, hey, it didn't change anything. Like, I'm just going to keep badgering them until they fucking fix it, until they can tell me exactly, like, hey, you're missing a period at the end of this sentence you need to put in, or whatever, we got to reset your account, whatever it is, that I need help.
I was gonna say, who was I talking to the other day that said they had no problem getting monetized? Tall John. Tall John, did you say you got monetized in like 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Damn.
Wow.
I had to do the AdSense like you're talking about, and I put all that stuff in and did what I had to do there, and then I didn't think it was done. And then the next day I got an email saying you've been okayed.
Yeah.
And and now I think I've made like it's huge, man. I'm about ready to, I think we're gonna go to dinner tomorrow night. I made $20 so far.
Yeah. See, I would love if I could I would be stoked if I can make $10 or $20 or something, just to say, like, this is paying for something,
Well, here's something you gotta know about AdSense. You do not get paid until you hit $100 threshold.
Yeah.
You get paid monthly. So if you make $10 a month, each month, it's gonna take you 10 months to get that $100.
Jed, are you comfortable saying what you make on YouTube, man?
It completely depends on the month, but yeah.
Off of
I'll also say this.
18,000 subs.
Here's another problem with getting monetized on YouTube. People don't even realize YouTube doesn't take any taxes out of your paycheck. So at the end of the year, you end up paying into the system no matter what.
Okay.
And that is the biggest pain for me, is having to have tax write-offs ready. And there's not a lot you can really say, like when I bought this computer or I buy a camera, it's like, oh, well, I can use it as a tax write-off, and I can, but that's the only way to keep where I ain't paying the government all this money in. My best paycheck this month, I also will say this, since we're talking about monetization and everything, the amount of subscribers you have means nothing in terms of what you make. It's all about your views and how much they've watched the video for.
Yeah,
So
how long it's been viewed, right?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
If you get 8,000 views, it doesn't mean you're getting a penny per view, which is kind of what it kind of accumulates to. It's about how long. Say, like, if half of that 8,000 only watched the first 10 minutes of the video, and the other half of that only watched like the first second and said, "Screw this guy, I don't want to watch him," you ain't getting paid for the other half.
Yeah.
So it's a very complex algorithm and how you actually get paid. So, like, the newest van video, which just came out at 4 p.m. today.
Fucking loved it. Dude, the van shit, I'm all about, dude. I saw that. I was like, yeah, dude. Awesome.
Let's see.
Sorry.
The analytics aren't up yet on it. So we'll go to the video previous to that, the quest for the first start that Tall John loves so very much. That video has 11.9 thousand views. Watch time is 21,000. I got 115 subscribers off it. Estimated to make 95.26 off that video. Well, as a matter of fact, here I can actually just do this. Don't normally share that kind of shit this way, but you know what? This would be a good education device.
You want me to throw that up there?
Yeah, fuck it. If I get in trouble by YouTube, oh well.
I don't think you
will. So here's the actual analytics on the quest for the first start video. As you see, almost 12,000 views. 2.1 thousand watch hours. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 2,100. Okay, I read that wrong. Picked up 115 subs. Estimated revenue. But yeah, you come down here, you can actually see how people found the video, recommendations, home, up next, subscription feed, notifications, goes on and on. Average view duration. Now, this is what's important. So, a video that is 24 minutes long, people typically watched half of it, well, less than half. This is not good. This is what you don't really want. This is people skipping around the video, and that actually hurts. So I'll say this: if you have a person you really love on YouTube, don't skip through their video. If you really like them, if you honestly don't care about the video, by all means, skip through it, because that hurts the video more than anything. You can come here to your reach, your impressions, views, unique viewers. I got 9,800 unique viewers on this.
I just want to throw out there, Jed's stats for this one video are like my entire fucking year.
On this, the traffic source, you can actually see where people are coming from. I get a lot of viewers come from my Facebook because I share it out to my personal page and a couple of my Mopar groups. So I get a lot of traffic from my Facebook groups. Which is also, I got a lot of friends who don't know how to use YouTube, so they rely on me to post that. Like one friend in particular, my buddy Ed, he doesn't know how to really work a computer, so one of the videos he gets to catch are the ones I remember to upload. Let's see here. Audience, this is one thing I wanted to do. So returning viewers had 6,000, 9,800 unique. This is one of those things where you got to look into if you want to do this shit for a living and you want to make money. Not subscribed. I had 59% of the views were not even they didn't click subscribe and they weren't already subscribed. My returning amount of subscribers was only 41%. You typically want this number to be bigger than this number if you're going to do this for a living, which is something I don't give a crap about. You can see your male to female viewership discrepancy. I'm kind of surprised I have at least 5%.
Wow, you got chicks watching your stuff.
I know. And then, here's one thing I really get a kick out of. I can actually see the age range. So this is one thing I look at. 45 to 64-year-old, mostly males, watch my videos. And this plays a big part into when I choose to make the videos go live. And I have that feature somewhere in here. No, not that one. We'll get to that tab in a second. There is a tab in here that shows me about when people choose to watch my videos. And most of my viewers are working class, middle-aged dudes. And I know they're not going to be home at 8 or noon. They're home at 4 to 6 p.m. in the evening, and that's when I choose to upload my videos because this demographic is what matters. And plus, I also don't want my videos to get buried for them. I want them to make sure they know they can see it. So overall, you've seen the video has 12,000 views. It is scheduled to make 25.20 or 95.26. This is one video. Here you can see all the different ad types that are running through there. And we can actually delve deep into the video itself.
Like, can't you choose where to put ads in your video?
Yes. So, and I don't use the YouTube editor. It's freaking garbage. Let's see here. Editor. No, not the editor. Piece of crap. Oh, yeah, that's down here in monetization. So, this is all kind of new stuff. You got to have a video that is at least 8 minutes long, but you can manage where you put your ads. And that's actually quite a few ads. Most of the time, I'll let YouTube place these for me based on previous deals. If we come over here to just a channel content and the broad analytics, this is where I need it to be. Audience. So this is all stuff like if you really want to make YouTube pay, these are channels that YouTube unfortunately says they're similar to mine. The only channel in this grouping that I like is this guy. Kind of this guy. These other three, I don't give a damn about. But you see here, this bright pink section, this is where most of my viewers are watching my videos. And that plays a key role in when I choose to upload. And here's just, basic general stats, you can see on a channel that makes somewhat decent money.
So, is one day better than another day, or you just stick to 4 to 6 o'clock?
I've done some experimenting on days of when to upload. Typically, a Monday is an okay day. You want to avoid really in the middle of the week as much as possible if you're wanting it to be successful. Friday, Saturday are the best days.
Okay.
Friday's great if you release it a Friday night because it'll still be fresh enough on Saturday.
Right.
And the same thing goes with Saturday. If I do a weekend upload, I'll make it go live at Saturday early in the morning, like at 7 or 8. And that way it goes fresh all the way into Sunday. And that's when you'll get a big boom of viewers. I don't do this for money, but I still look at it as a business in a sense.
Yeah.
So,
It's crazy that Jed mentioned loading on Saturday morning early, because that's the video that got me monetized through Facebook, because they want 600,000 minutes viewed in 60 days. And I uploaded the video of that 85 Dodge fucking Charger, and it got 500,000 views or 400,000 views in one fucking day. And I was like, you've got to be shitting me. And it was Saturday morning at 8:30. I went live for that video. I'm actually looking at I've never actually compared, like, Jed said he made, we'll call it $100. I'm trying to find a video where I made $100, and I'm trying to compare the analytics from YouTube and Facebook. They're two completely different things. I actually like the analytics he has here, and it's interesting because July was my biggest month too, based on what I'm seeing, what he's got. So it's interesting that July is so hot for videos. I don't know what he was posting, but
it's not about the months; it's about what was being posted then. And July was when we'll come over here to content. That was actually the time. The stupid camera's in the way; I can't see the damn arrow. That was the time when my uncle gave us the option to come do this 58 Chevy for him.
Oh shit, it's the Chevy guys that did it.
Yeah, well, you see this
those motherfuckers.
Well, you look at this video right here, this thumbnail. That's what sold it. Vintage Street Rock Rescue, because people love rescue. It's got weeds all grown up on it, and we ended up doing
Big Cam.
Yeah, 47,000 views, 38, 16. So it's this kind of view that you got to get to make, say, that $1,000 you just saw. That's one of the best months I ever did. And actually, I got shorted on that paycheck. There was supposed to be another 600 attached to that, but YouTube yoinked it for whatever reason. But then you can see this is what I try to express to people who want to make YouTube a career. You are not guaranteed shit.
No.
1 month you can be, and even if like you just look at a normal job, this is not enough to live on.
Yeah. Fuck no.
Nowhere near enough. This is an entire month worth of work, just videos, editing, and if you actually splice everything up, you cut it all up, and you look at it, your time in editing, your time in filming, your parts paid for, this doesn't even pay for that time.
Yeah.
But then you look at the next month, $300. Then you look at the month after that, $452. You can't make a living off of YouTube at this level. If you're going to make it a business, you have to set it forward and make it a business goal. But even then, you're not guaranteed.
You can't rely on these video views, dude. I'm looking at your numbers, and you could make a living and not even worry about this shit that you're getting from YouTube. That's pennies. But if you were to land, because if you were to look up influencer marketing, you won't believe what people charge. You know how much I charge for an ad? $1,200. Now, how many people have actually fucking signed up for that? None. But I also haven't been promoting my media kit. But with the numbers that you get you'd be right there with 18,000 subscribers. They have graphs and charts, and people have done some serious research about how much you can charge to post an ad in your video that is host read. So you would read an ad for a company that you believe in or whatever. And with almost 19,000 subscribers, you should have no problems getting at least a few $100 just for dropping an ad in your video. And that's just, per video and shit.
I'll say this. So that's one thing I absolutely refuse. I refuse to have any kind of promotional work. I don't really care to be promoted. Like if I came onto your podcast, you gave me a shout out. I'd be like, okay, that's cool. I appreciate that, man. I'm just here to hang out with you.
Sure.
But I get emails, like literally, I get about 10 every day from people wanting me to advertise their product.
Yeah.
I send them an email back in this same language. Fuck you. If you want your shit on my channel, it's $2,000 US paid up in front, and I get to say whatever the hell I want about your product. Truth. I'm not going to claim it's some miracle product that works flawless and sell some junk, because my channel is not about selling out to you. No.
Has anybody bid on that yet?
No.
Really? That's
No.
fucking amazing to me. Wow.
Because I'm going to be honest. I do not fluff things. If you go back in this vlog and you hear my opinions, I'm a very blunt man. If I don't like something, I point that shit out. I call people out. And I'm not going to pretend like some product is amazing just because they sent it to me for free.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with you 100%.
And my channel's not about, money. I mean, hell, you can look at this. In 2017 is when, 2018 was when I got monetized. I hit 1,000 subscribers in roughly April 2018. So it's taken me this long to hit almost 19,000, but I don't really care. I honestly wish my channel was, still smaller, because honestly, my channel it's not big. This is still a baby channel in the scheme of YouTube. I mean, baby.
You're big to us, Jed.
Well, I don't view it like that. I'm just here to hang out.
I know.
But my channel size has actually caused more problems with making friends and keeping friends, because people get jealous. People want to be friendly with me just because they want shout outs. And you got to be real picky and choosy over who you let into that circle. And I'm lucky I have a knack for picking out good people. I'm just a couple that snuck under my radar, but I'm happy to have the good group of people I can hang out with.
Ooh, you never told me about the person that snuck under your radar. Who was that?
Brian, right?
Yeah, amen to that, man. Amen to that, dude. And and for everybody in chat that is going to start a YouTube channel in 2022, Jed just showed you the stats of your YouTube channel. And it's going to take 2 or 3 months to get those kind of numbers. Not Jed's numbers, but just numbers in general. And I've watched a lot of YouTube videos on how to decipher these numbers. And it's true what they all say. YouTube will show you what to do in the stats. YouTube will show you what your best day to upload videos are. YouTube will show you the best time of day to upload your videos, that people are receptive to your fucking videos. YouTube will show you where all your video views are coming from. Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, people messaging, like me sharing a video with Johnny Mopar. That would be a view through Messenger. So if you guys start a YouTube channel in 2022 and you want to do it, go for it. Just fucking go for it. But pay attention to your stats like Jed showed you. Jed showed you guys something very fucking important right now.
Oh yeah, that I was going to say thanks, Jed, for showing us that. I mean,
There's not a
thank
lot of
you.
YouTubers
Everybody
out
just
there
puts
who
out
are
there.
willing to share that kind of stuff. And I will say this. So I was at the pawn shop the other day, and I was there shopping for firearms. That's a hobby I have that I wish I could share, but I can't, thanks to YouTube being liberal pukes. That's okay. That's okay. But I was in there talking to Gary, the owner. He's a friend of mine. and he's always, he gets on my nerves just a little bit because every time a new customer walks in, he goes, "You know who this guy is? He's got the biggest YouTube channel in the area. He's a celebrity. Don't you know who he is?"
You live in Kansas, Jed.
I said pawn shop, Aaron. Pawn. And
you know you like it. You know you like it.
no, it's a little awkward for me actually. But his daughter was in the store the other day, and that's one of her dreams. Just like a lot of young people, my nephew included, they want to be Twitch streamers. They want to be YouTubers because they saw someone and they made money, and that's their dream because it seems like an easy job, easy money. And he had me, and his daughter was like middle school age. He wanted me to straight up tell her how to couch cabbage with YouTube. Basically, I had to shatter this little girl's dream because she wanted this to be a career. And I told her, if you want this to be your thing, you might as well forget about going to college, forget about everything else, because you got to start right now and you've got to sell your soul if you want this to be your career. Because you got to go full bore into it if you want it to pay. I know for a fact what Birdsong makes, that stays between him and I, but even what he makes at 50-some thousand subscribers isn't enough to live on.
Dude, Chris said it in a couple months ago. Chris said he makes like $600 to $800 a month.
You're shitting me.
No,
Yes.
no.
Chris did it in videos.
This fucking criminal. You guys need to go on fucking Facebook, dude. The amount of bonuses I'm getting right now from Facebook is fucking for reels. For 1 minute or 30-second reels, they're fucking throwing out money like it's fucking crazy.
Dude, a couple months ago, Chris addressed the fact that people are always telling him, why don't you get a shop? You know, why don't you move out of your house and get a bigger thing? And he said, look, guys, he goes, I'm making maybe if I'm lucky, $800 a month on YouTube.
Fuck.
He goes,
what?
Pay for a shop. He goes, and after the overhead and after all that, he goes, I'm not making money, man. And
Holy
he goes,
shit.
Yeah, he said it about maybe 2 or 3 months ago on YouTube.
Man.
On one of his videos. Yeah.
Just hearing that, I'm like, fuck YouTube, dude. Fuck
And I mean,
YouTube.
He might have been.
Fuck.
He might have been at 40,000 subscribers. You know, I mean, we're talking 2 or 3 months ago. Chris has been growing at a pretty good.
Sure.
Yeah, he did. He is growing real.
So you know, maybe he's making 1,000 a month now, but you know, I mean, still, that's not bad side money, but it's nothing to like go. You know,
Man, that's fucking criminal that he's making that little. Same with you, Jed. You should be making a lot more than that too.
Are you making more than that, Chris, on Facebook or?
The videos that I have
I mean, I don't wanna
that hit. No.
Since
Just seeing Jed's numbers, if I pulled a video that had those numbers, I would make kind of equal. But it also depends on the video. Facebook's weird, and I'm not sure if YouTube is the same way, but the CPM varies. Like, I've seen CPMs as high as $16 fucking dollars, which is insane. So that's $16. CPM is cost per milli, which is cost per 1,000 views or whatever. The biggest one I had was I made $1,000 off of that 85 Charger video. And that was the first.
What are you averaging a month, Chris? Like, no, I mean, you don't have to get specific, dude. Since we're comparing YouTube to Facebook, and you're saying like, you know, oh, these guys are making like, fuck, dude, you guys should be on Facebook. Like, I mean, now that you're throwing that out there, like,
with the numbers, I'll say this: I'm not making like the numbers that I have would compare with Jed's, but I also don't post as many videos as Jed. You know what I mean? And it also depends on the types of videos you post.
The same amount of money that Jed's making on Facebook, but with less effort. Basically,
I would say, yeah, an 8-minute video that I posted live on Facebook, no planning or anything, no editing, jack shit. A live video that was 8 minutes long made me $1,000, roughly. We'll call it $900.
Well, shit,
that's
Johnny,
for a live video, 8 fucking minutes. Okay. Now that doesn't happen every month. It all depends on the video, but people love to see me. People on Facebook. This is the difference between Facebook and YouTube. YouTube doesn't have the ability like Facebook, where it's a real social platform where people can share shit. So they can go, look at this fucking moron from Talking Mopars, looking at this car in this yard. He has no business there. If it was my house, I'd shoot his ass. And they talk shit. That's engagement. The more people that talk shit, the more money I make. That's why I stopped fucking with the trolls. I was like, yeah, fucking troll the shit out of this video. And I watched the fucking money just climb. It's fucking insane.
I gotta get with you, Chris, because like where I've given up on Facebook is I have a real life business that I've owned for 11 fucking years, dude. And I have 1,800 customers, real life customers right now. I have 80 Facebook likes on my company Facebook page. And every one of these people, every time I fucking service their fucking house, get a text message that says, like our Facebook page and refer us to a friend and get a free fucking service. I'm like, and that's why I give up on Facebook. I'm like, and then I heard you had 50,000 fucking likes. And I'm like,
I tapped into the key to Facebook, and that's getting shit that people want to share. You have to post shit like Jed's videos. Fuck. If he shared some of those van videos in the van groups on Facebook, he'd see his numbers fucking skyrocket. I fucking guarantee you. Let me put it to you this way. This is how powerful Facebook is. I'm part of the Tin Grill Dodge truck community. Okay, that's 72 to 80 Dodge trucks. All right. This fucking community is so hot that I created 2 fucking t-shirts on my phone. And where's my phone at? Let me show you how much money I made just on 2 fucking t-shirts. We'll say 95% of this money is just on 2 t-shirts alone. And I'll show you guys this. You guys are going to be fucking blown away by this shit. Let's just let it load for a minute. So on Amazon, there was a program called Merch by Amazon. It still exists, but it's kind of harder to get into. I got into it, created 2 t-shirts on my phone, okay, cleaned them up in Photoshop, posted them up on this, and promoted them in 2 or 3 Facebook groups. Now, some Facebook groups are like, oh, get the fucking spammer out of here. But if you're already involved in a group and they trust you, you can get away with this kind of shit. And this is what, let me see here. I don't know if you can see. That's how much money I made in 1 month. So 263 shirts sold, okay? $1,300 fucking dollars with 6 returns. That's off 2 shirts, me doing absolutely nothing except for creating 2 t-shirts that I saw had a lull in the t-shirt community. So there was a lack of product for them. You know what I mean?
Chris, now that we're on the subject of t-shirts, so your t-shirt guy, your t-shirt company, are you doing it the traditional way where you're like, okay, the other day we were looking at t-shirts on with Jed, and we liked a t-shirt. He made a dick pic and it was fucking cute. It was on a pink fucking shirt. We wanted to print like 1,000 of these motherfuckers. But then we realized we needed $17,000.
Fuck that.
No, but I'm saying like what I want is like if somebody buys a shirt, I want it to be printed by the company and sell that one shirt.
Yeah.
Is that how you do it?
It's called print on demand. If you want, like, we could go into it all night. I'm not going to bore these people, but if you really want to know about print on demand, I can tell you all the fucking about it. You can have shirts. Jed could have Scott's Speed Shop shirts, and he wouldn't have to do shit except for upload the fucking design, which he could pay a professional designer to design the design, and then he's fucking hands off. He doesn't have to do the ordering, the printing, or the shipping. He just fucking posts it, and he has his own fucking website where people can go and buy the fucking merch. That's it.
That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't want to do. I want to provide the community with shirts. I want to provide the community with stickers, merch, whatever the fuck these people want. But I don't want to, as far as like, and don't get offended anybody in chat, but as far as the people that requested stickers, like once a week I go out and I mail a bunch of stickers out, right? I have to handwrite the fucking envelope. I'm sitting there. I haven't handwritten shit in fucking years. I have to put a fucking stamp on it. I have to look at fucking envelope. I have to fucking go to the post office. I'm like, dude, this is time. This is time out of my fucking day. And then I think to myself, what if my channel had 50,000 subs and I had like 100 stickers that I had to do this week instead of 4? You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't want to deal with the merch part of it, but I want to provide it for people. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, we'll have to have a conversation. We'll have a conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Make sure I'm in that conversation because I want to get that ball rolling as well.
Absolutely. I've actually thought about doing it because so many automotive content creators don't provide their products when it's really easy. They just don't know how. I actually thought about writing like an ebook about it and charging people $5 just so they can learn how to do it. It's so fucking easy. It's unbelievable.
Dude, I like being around people like you, man. You're a moneymaker. You know,
you have to have multiple streams of revenue in order to like the t-shirt shit that I showed you from Amazon. That's just on Amazon, and that funds a lot of my podcasts, aside, like all the costs associated with it, aside from the subscribers that I have on Facebook, because Facebook allows you to monetize subscriptions too, kind of like Patreon. That's why, like, if you have a YouTube channel and you're not on Facebook, you're kind of shortchanging yourself because you can double dip and create 2 platforms where you're potentially monetized. That's why I'm starting to dip into YouTube, but everything I hear, I'm like, fuck, it's going to be such a long road to get to monetization.
No. It won't for a channel like yours, dude. You're good. We're just dudes fucking making videos. You're actually
that's the thing. You've already done a lot of the work. You've got an audience. You just got to get them to move over a little bit.
So I mean,
easier than it sounds, dude.
Yeah.
Or harder than it sounds.
The first step is posting on YouTube.
Yeah.
You know, and the thing about you, Chris, is you already have your dedicated audience on Facebook. So, dude, posting on Facebook is just some extra shit, or posting on YouTube is just some extra bullshit that you do, and you do it for a year, and at the end of the year, you look back and you go, "Oh fuck, I've got 1,700 subscribers." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Posting on YouTube for you is just, it's cannon fodder. It's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And then once the traction starts rolling in, then you're like, okay, this is for real. You know, this is actually, I'm getting the fruits of my labor. You know what I'm saying? It's like me and my business, man. It's like, you know, I knock on somebody's door. I'm there to sell them product, right? They don't answer the door. I leave them a flyer on the fucking door. I know 99% of the people never even see that flyer, but 1% do. And it's just extra business I get. I'm not counting on it. It's just extra. You know, that's how you should treat YouTube. It's just extra.
Yeah,
you know?
I'll give it a shot. I mean, it's worth the time. If anything, my whole goal is to get people to listen to the podcast. The video shit is just a side thing, hopefully to gain some more exposure. My bread and butter will eventually be audio, and I know that I put 6 years into building the Facebook page, and then now we're going on 3 years of actually doing the podcast. So the thing with this kind of stuff is you just have to understand. A lot of people give up too soon, and they don't fucking put the time in. You got to put the fucking time in. Unless you have a fucking rocket ship video that sends you to the fucking moon, and then people love your shit. Which how much does that happen to people? You know, it's like becoming a movie star. You know what I mean?
A lot of people, they don't make $1 million in the first 90 days, and they say, "Oh, fuck this shit."
But hey, you want to know what this is my opinion, my own personal opinion. The key to fucking blowing the hell up is having a fucking community of people like this, right? And you all fucking, it's a giant promotional circle where people fucking tell other people about the shit, and you all share the same audience, and then eventually it's going to get to the point where there's going to be a fucking website, and it's going to have to be a streaming, it'll be the new Netflix type shit of it'll be the Motor Trend for content creators like us. Because Motor Trend doesn't want to have us, so why not build our own platform and fucking monetize that way?
I have fucking said that to every person in this fucking group, except for Jed.
It's true.
I don't want to sound crazy to Jed. Jed will think I'm fucking nuts if I ever fucking said this to Jed. But because Jed's been doing YouTube a very long fucking time, and I have not. I've just got into this a year ago. But for the guys that are in this room, and Jed's included, Jed's fucking the man, dude. It sounds cocky to fucking say it, and I'm gonna fucking say it live right now, and I've never done it before. We're
7 hours in. Nobody will ever see this.
We are, right? No one's ever gonna watch this part of it. We are the fucking future of automotive fucking content, dude.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
I'm a guy with a fucking Roadrunner, and I'm just doing stupid fucking shit. But me personally, I'm not watching Motor Trend anymore. Me personally, I canceled my cable. Me personally, all I do is watch YouTube, you know, and it's I've really said it to my friends to keep them going, because we're small channels, and there are days to where you look at your fucking channel and you think you had a blockbuster video, you launch that bitch, and like 30 people watch it, and you're like, oh.
What people forget is people like, and I'm not talking shit about anybody here, but just hear me out. People like Freiberger, Finnegan, Tony Angelo, all those types of people that you see on TV wouldn't be shit if it wasn't for their, and I shouldn't say that. I mean, they could make their own path or whatever. But the only reason we know about Freiberger and Finnegan is because of Roadkill and Hot Rod Magazine is what got them to that race in the first place, okay? In 15 or 20 years, there's going to be people that come from this little sector of content creation, which is blue-collar guys that are just like everybody in the chat. The only difference is we're on fucking screen, and that's it. That's it. Anybody can do what the fuck we are doing, essentially, if they put their mind to it, right? We're creating that community.
Exactly.
Right? We don't have a fucking big backer like Motor Trend or Hot Rod or whoever the fuck. Like,
and we're better, dude. We're fucking better. Watch a fucking Jed Scott video that you launched today.
You said it, not me, dude.
No. Watch a fucking Jed Scott video that you launched today.
I can't turn on Motor Trend and watch a video about a shitbox van, but I can turn on fucking YouTube and find shitbox vans all over the fucking place, and I love it. I fucking love it.
You want to see a guy that has a super fucking small channel that has a video that's better than anything I've ever seen on fucking Motor Trend or fucking Graveyard Cars? It's the guy above me, Tall John's Fun Shop. He's got a video of bringing home his 68 Roadrunner. Okay, Chris, this is what I want you to do for the weekend, dude. Subscribe to his channel. Watch the 68 Roadrunner video, dude. This is a man. Dude, this is a man and his 11-year-old son that filmed a video that made me fucking cry, bro. Okay? It made me cry
right now.
I have fucking kids, dude. I'm trying to do this with my own fucking kids. This guy travels across country, brings home a 68 Roadrunner, works on the carburetor with his son, shows you some shit, gives you some tech tips, and when you think it's just going to be one of those Roadrunner bring it home videos, the motherfucker starts the bitch and chirps through all 4 fucking gears.
Well, great. You spoiled the video. He ain't got to watch it now.
It's the happiest fucking ending you'll ever have in a fucking video, dude.
Awesome.
Yeah, and
check
I
it out.
spoiled it.
I looked at this fucking man's video and I went, this is what it's about, dude. This is fucking better than anything I'll find on TV. And whatever, man. Whatever.
It's the truth, though. And a lot of it's because it is real life. You know, reality TV took off. But now it's dying out because people realize that ain't real.
It's fake bullshit.
You go to YouTube, that shit's real. You know?
Guys, you want to see reality? Look at my fucking video the day before I went to duct tape. I was 5 transmissions deep. Johnny Mopar didn't think we were going to make it. He popped in the chat and went, whoa, what the fuck just happened? I thought you were going, bro. It doesn't look like you're going. And at the end of the video, I didn't know if I was going, but I said I was.
So you guys want to know, we were talking about reality, reality here. Jezebel, I blew my clutch up in Jezebel May 9th, 2021. It's taken me this long to get everything to put that car back together.
Yeah.
And that's one of the hardships that people that come from, watching reality TV. It's like, well, we just got to get that stuff done. And it's like, no, this stuff takes freaking time.
Yeah. How come it's not restored in a week? I don't get it.
Yeah, it's like Johnny. Why wasn't that charger done for duct tape? I mean, it looks like you had all the time in the world, but people don't understand, But that's what happens when you build a car.
Well, yeah, when you're watching TV, the part that you don't get to see is that it's like, well, there's a regular job in there. There's there's family involved. There's paychecks that you may not have enough money to get the parts you need to fix that part of the car. Like, none of that shit is factored in on the TV shows, But when you're doing the YouTube stuff and you're doing real life stuff, that's all big reality.
Johnny's last video. If you guys listen to Johnny's last video, he spent $15,000 on the charger from his 401k.
Yeah.
It's not money the fucking guy had lying around. He borrowed it from his 401k and still didn't make it to duct tape drags.
Yeah.
And if people go, a lot of people would think 15 grand's a lot of money. Dude, I bought this fucking thing for fucking 15 grand. I spent 10 grand on it. I spent less than Johnny did. And I've got everything on this fucking Roadrunner is brand new. And I barely made it to fucking duct tape drags.
Yeah.
And ran an 18-second, and I spent 10, 12 grand. So when Johnny said 15, and I saw those aluminum heads and the nice fucking block, and Johnny went the nice route. I spent 12 grand and I didn't touch the electrical. Johnny still has a fucking harness to do. Johnny still has a fucking interior fucking shit to do. It's like, dude, when you said 15 grand, I was like, yep, that's exactly what it costs, man.
Well, just do it. Get one of your big time sponsors to give you all the money for it. And there you go. I mean, that's honestly what people think.
Like Talking Mopars, right? Maybe I could get Talking Mopars to sponsor my videos.
Hey, let me make some fucking money first, and we'll talk, dude. I fucking.
I'll put a fucking Mopars fucking sticker on my whole back window.
No, I wanted to say this. We're talking about time, and there's other things in our lives doing YouTube. Today was the last nice day I'm gonna have before it snows its ass off. Supposed to be snowing, probably starting here in a couple hours. And when that happens, that derails putting Jezebel back together, working on my dozer, really kind of halts a lot of the content production.
Yeah.
And instead of filming a video with Dad or doing that kind of stuff today, I chose to spend the day out at the farm with my dad and my brother working on the tractors, no filming, shooting. We just had fun shooting our rifles, working on the tractors. And that's another thing, I only have my dad on the weekends to work with him and kind of send in my brother. And, we don't want to spend every single weekend wrenching on the cars.
Yeah.
And you also got to pick which cars you want to work on. That's one problem we got. Everybody's always asking me about, we want Javelin videos or we want satellite repair video. We want you to put that satellite back on the road. But people don't also realize that I don't want to work on the damn thing.
Yeah.
The problem is, like my Javelin, people want a video on it, but what the hell do you want me to film? That car runs, drives, does everything perfectly. What am I going to do? Just hold the camera up and film me driving up and down my main street 5 times, which I've done 3 times already? No. The car can just sit in the backyard because it don't need anything. I'll let a freaking bunny rabbit eat the wiring harness and have Subway. They can't have content.
Yeah. I mean, the same thing happened with the Charger. I was burnt out. I mean, I was trying to push that car in every available weekend, and I would even say I pushed a lot of family shit out of those weekends to try to make that deadline. And all that sacrifice was in vain anyways, but I'm burnt. I'm tired of working on the car. I mean, it's a beautiful car. It's a fucking Charger, but I am tired of wrenching on it, and I'm ready to, go play with the Duster for a little while and get away from the Charger and then go back to it later. But,
And you can see that in your videos, dude. You can see that in your video when you're around the Duster.
Yeah.
And like, I was talking rings of cars. Isn't that what it is, Chris? It's rings of cars.
Yeah.
That he could go into. He
I
picked them
do.
all up for $50.
But I don't work on them as far as like where they lay from the center. But one thing, I was talking earlier, Chris, I was kind of talking about when we went to Muscle Cars at the Strip. Kind of one of those things you observe, you don't really think about, but you observe it, and it's like, you were really hardcore in doing the filming and doing the lives and stuff, and I'm like probably a little more just being there at the event. And what it makes you realize is that you sacrifice, you either participate in the event on one extreme, you take it all in, or you completely sacrifice that and you document the event, and the right answer is probably somewhere in the middle, but
it is.
You can't have it both ways, completely.
I try, The problem with me is that I'm so focused on. I had to stop thinking about it like, oh, I could make a lot of money off this fucking video because it's great content. Now I had to get out of that mindset now, because I Facebook gave me a little taste of what happens when you fucking hit big on a live video. That was the fucking biggest mistake I'd ever made, was seeing how much money I made on that one fucking 8-minute video, and how it took me to that. It leveled me up in Facebook, and I got monetized, and I was like, holy shit. So I thought, fuck it, live videos where it's at 100%, and that's not the case at all. The case is good content. And I learned that lesson this summer, going to Mo Party, and dude, if I wasn't so fucking concentrated on going live at Mo Party when I had no fucking cell service and I had my GoPro ready to fucking go, I could have gotten so much good footage. I've actually been going through some of the GoPro footage, and it's pretty good for what I had, because every time my phone failed and the live would drop out, I pulled out the GoPro, and there was shit I had on there that I didn't realize, because I was so stressed out and pissed because I had that mindset of I have to be live to make a lot of fucking money. Wrong mindset. That was my biggest fuck up of this year, and I learned my lesson. Now it's just about, for one, living in the moment, because there was a lot of cool shit I missed because my face was in my fucking phone. Now
not to it's you, Chris, but I watched, I tuned in for all your Mo Party fucking lives.
Thank you.
And so you did a Mo Party live to where you're in the CUDA and you were fucking hyped. You're you were in an AR CUDA live. Going to Mo Party. And I was like, fuck yeah, dude. And I'm doing my work and throughout my work day, because you just pop up and I get a notice, and then I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, dude. Nice. I'll sit on the shitter and fucking watch this guy. But then,
I've thought about that.
But then after that, dude, after that, all your lives after that, dude, and I'll say this because we're 7 hours and a half in deep and we got 10 people. You kept apologizing. You spent the whole time apologizing for the shitty lives.
Yeah, I was fucking.
It ruined the whole fucking thing, dude. It ruined the whole fucking thing, because at one point you're sitting in the tent and you're like, "Yeah, I'm with these guys. This fucking live basically sucks, and I'm sorry, guys." And but every fucking live was you apologizing for how horrible the lives were, and they actually weren't that bad. At some point your reception was okay, but I was like, "Oh man, dude, I'd rather this guy just walk around making YouTube videos than apologizing for a shitty live," because that's what you spent the rest of the day. You could tell you were pissed off.
Yeah.
And you were in your neon fucking get up, your neon fucking dude. And you're like, yeah, we're just sitting here, fucking, this sucks, fucking, I don't have fucking reception. I'm so fucking sorry, guys. This fucking sucks. And I was like, well, there's a 70 Coronet behind me. I'm like,
See, that's the weird thing too, is sometimes when it's glitching out on my screen, and I noticed that when I went and reviewed some of the lives, I was like, dude, I was glitching out that whole time. I didn't even know they could fucking see that shit. That's what really pissed me off. So I learned that lesson, and the biggest lesson I learned is when it fucking cuts out completely and it shuts off the live. That's when I'm getting nothing. I didn't realize that some parts of it, I was like, I don't even know if I'm recording, but I'm just gonna go with it like I am, because it was glitching out so fucking hard. I didn't even know.
Dude, the last couple of weeks I tried for the first time, because for YouTube you have to have 1,000 viewers to go live off of the YouTube app, right?
Uh-huh.
So I wanted to do the lives like you're doing, and there's a Twitch streamer I watch called Murder. He does them from the drag strip, and that's what I want to do. I want to start doing once a month from the fucking drag strip, we go fucking live. And his lives are cool because people are, it's like we're doing now, and people are fucking like, he's like, what do you think this fucking C8's going to do against the Supra? And people are in the chat, fucking, it's a good time. And I want to do that on YouTube. He does it on Twitch. So I did it off of StreamYards, and on StreamYards, to me, it looked fucking solid. To me, it looked smooth as hell. I didn't see one fucking glitch. I watched the VOD the next day. It's like, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I did that for 7 fucking hours?
Yeah.
I'm like, holy fuck, dude. It was horrible.
There's definitely a give and take with live video. So I've learned that do some live and some GoPro, but make sure whatever you get live, you definitely go back with the GoPro and get that shit again. Because worst case scenario, you just repurpose the content. That's all there is to it. This is almost a game of just repurposing all your fucking content. It really is.
Mm-hmm. And I watched you, like, I found your channel through Johnny Mopar. You know, and he was putting a sticker in the window and stuff. And I'd never, and that's just the way the world is. Like, there's a lot of channels that I've never heard of before. So I started watching your stuff, and then you went to SEMA. Yeah, it was SEMA, and you were driving down the strip in your rental car. And the live was perfect, dude. The live was, like, perfect. And I was like, and you were just bullshitting, you were just fucking jamming down the strip and and I'm like, oh shit, there's that casino I like to go to. Oh, fuck. I wanted to type like, Chris, pull over, let's go into a casino, dude.
That shit is fun. I love it when it's going good, and I'm just It's weird though. Like, I'm driving down the strip and I'm looking, and people are like looking at me, and I'm just talking to my fucking camera.
Yeah, now you're that guy. I've seen it in my life.
I'm that fucking asshole that does that shit.
Dude, I used to make fun of a guy like me. I go, now I'm the guy. I'm the guy.
Yeah.
In my drag strip video, I was, because I went live the whole time. So at one point, I'm in line to get fucking carne asada fries. And I've got my phone on a fucking thing, you know? And I'm like, hey, guys, what's up? Yeah, we're just in line to get carne asada fries, blah, blah, blah. Oh, dude. Oh, hey, what's up, Raker? What's up, dude? Hey, you're in Chicago, blah. I'm talking to my phone, and I look over. And this girl's just looking at me like I'm lost my fucking mind. And I look at her and I go, I'm that guy now, huh? And she looks at me and she goes, yeah. And I'm like, crap, dude.
My wife still talks shit. She's like, you've got a bunch of fans, but they're like 50. I'm like, oh, thanks. Anybody that listens to me fucking talk, hey, we're friends. If you're going to listen to me talk, then we got to be friends at some point. Because I'm like, I don't even know if I would listen to me talk for that long. But
good deal.
Look, you don't understand. When I first found your podcast, it was when I was driving out to Jed's house, and I fucking I was like, oh, what's this podcast shit? Because I think I listened to a couple other things. I was like, I wonder if there's anything on Mopar, and you were it. And I was like, okay,
yeah.
And I'm like playing it over the speakers, and I'm like, my wife's sitting there. I'm like, oh, she's gonna hate me after this trip. But she was getting into it too, so I was like, oh, okay, cool.
That's awesome.
But that's a 4-hour trip each way, and I went through I don't know how many.
I still get emails from people saying, man, I just fucking Googled Mopar podcast and you were the only one that showed up. And I was like, fucking hey, still? Like, I don't know why people haven't jumped on board, and I'm not telling people to jump on board, but like every time I see like all you guys right here, you guys could all do podcasts. No fucking problem at all. Like Jed talks about it's about to be snowing, and I'm sitting here thinking, fuck, dude, you could be sitting here doing exactly what we're doing and talking to your fucking fan base of 18,000 subscribers. I know that I'd probably jump on and be like, hey, tell me more about this fucking van, dude. I'm interested. Like, you know what I'm saying?
That's one thing I will say, it's kind of neat.
I'm gonna go ahead, Jed.
If I do a random live stream, which is what I do on my channel, is I'll just randomly, in the middle of the day when I'm working on the shop, I'll just be like, you know what? I've got about an hour I can kill right now.
Hell yeah.
So I'll just randomly go live. I won't tell nobody. I won't put nothing out. And I always typically, and I'm proud of it, and I will brag, I can get about 90 people, just random 90 in there at any moment.
That's good, dude.
And
Fuck yeah.
I have a rule. You donate money to me, I will hunt you down. I'll shove that money clean up your ass. Because I got a firm belief that most of my viewers, you know, like we just seen in the analytics, are hardworking individuals, and they got their own hot rods. And I would prefer my viewers keep their money and put it into their hot rod rather than send it to me. I work my ass off just like any other dude does to afford my hobby. I don't want anybody else giving me money unless they're getting something in return. And it's kind of, I'd like to start offering merch again, but, you know, it'd have to be like that merch on demand thing, because I don't have the time for another thing like that. I send off enough packages as it is, and I do all the boxing and labeling myself, all the packing.
Fuck, man. Yeah, we need to have a private chat with everybody who's interested on demand merch, and I'll tell you how I do it, and then you can determine. There's so many platforms you can use, and it's so fucking easy, dude.
Well, I was talking about this StreamYard thing. We do this privately. So the same thing we're doing live, we just don't hit go live.
Okay.
So it'll do the same. It's like it's Skype basically, or whatever the fucking shit is, or whatever those people are using.
He knows all about StreamYard. He's the one I found StreamYard through.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That was like that was like the first time I went on his live. Like I said, started me wanting to do this. But the coolest part of going on his thing was after it ended, and I'm like, damn. You know, we went live for like 2 or 3 hours on year one, and then we sat in there for like another hour afterwards. Everybody just bullshit. I'm like, oh, that's fucking cool. I got to get everybody else in on this. We got to do this shit.
Dude, and
we
if you
just
watch
forget
my
to shut it down at the point where normal people shut shit down.
Dude, if you watch my lives when I first started doing my channel, it was this. It was like me talking to all these people going, I wish you guys could be in here with me. I wish there was the technology to do that, you know? So it's
That
pretty
was me too. I did a live, and I'm just like sitting here like, okay, oh, there's somebody. Hey, what's up? And then you got to wait for them to talk, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah. And then
it's pretty amazing that
I was
this
just
even
like, but then found this, and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, Brian was the first one to use this through, these guys were doing White Guys. And they were doing it on Discord. And I knew what Discord was, so I could see them switching through the fucking cars through Discord. And then one day I saw them switching through the cars through something else. And I saw the fucking the YouTube or the website thing at the top, and I was like, StreamYard. So I was like, what the fuck is that? And then they all came together at the end, and they were talking. And I was like, oh, fuck, dude, that's fucking cool, man.
See, now that shush, Ruben. Chris didn't know anything about Wide Guys. Because whenever when me and Jed started talking about it, and then I found out about Chris doing the whole Mopar Hunter thing, and I'm like, fuck, Chris is gonna think I'm taking all his shit. Because that's what we do on Wide Guys. We go on Facebook Marketplace, and we'll pull up, you know, like we had 3 guys, each guy finds 5 cars. It just fucking, we found some wild shit too.
Fuck yeah.
Oh god. But you know, and we'll pull it up, we'll talk about it, we'll talk about the ad, and then we'll move on to the next one. And I was like, man, if Chris ever sees this, he's gonna tell me how to story shit.
Fuck no. I'm gonna be like, hey, why didn't you invite me? Because I love doing that shit. You know what I mean?
You know what? We're actually thinking about starting it back up, and I would really love to have guests on it.
They invited me on it, Chris.
I would love you to be on a Wide Guys. I'd like Johnny to be on a Wide Guys. It would just be cool as shit. I'd like to start doing it once a month.
I was telling Brian, I go, you guys should keep doing it. I go, but have a guest spot, because the guest spot will bring different cars into it. Because all these guys are kind of from the same region.
Yeah.
But me looking up cars in Phoenix, you know what I'm saying? They're not looking at cars in Phoenix. Chris looking at cars in fucking Seattle or where the fuck he's at. You know, Johnny looking at cars in fucking.
Where the fuck you at?
Tokyo.
Yeah. No, Chris don't know about that. Oh my god.
Wherever, but anyway, but yeah, man, it's pretty cool, man, and we all got to be proud of this community, man. I mean, what we're doing right here, what the guys are doing in chat. I know we haven't talked to chat in a while.
Somebody misses the meth. Okay, hey.
Let's say Grim Reaper misses the meth. I've never done it, dude, but I think I'd miss it too.
I want to say this, Grim Streaker. I know you're one of my viewers, and I appreciate you for checking everybody else out. Dude, you're an absolute Iron Man to still be here. And, of course, Aaron at Peckerwood. But, I mean, Grim Streaker, you've been in here for a long time.
Yeah, I think he was here when it started. He was like one of the first people. I was like, oh, you're new.
Aaron's a good fellow. Aaron's a fucking good fellow. He's always in here. But I will admit, dude, I came in about an hour and a half after you guys started, and Grim Streaker's been here since I started.
Dude, we are 8 hours into this live, and there are still 9 people watching.
Dude, that's
9 is our normal when we, you know, halfway through.
Yeah.
9 is it. You know, we hit 30 tonight.
I saw that, dude.
We hit 30 a couple times. I'm like, holy shit.
Brian,
I don't know what to do with my hands.
Dude.
You know?
Yeah. And you know, dude, this is a big fucking deal, man, for guys like me and Brian. Because this is kind of what we talk about all the time, man. You know, we talk about, I mean, Chris Chris, you have your thing on Facebook, you know, and we're not in by any means trying to compete with you or anything like that. We look for you. For
I don't think it is a
we
competition.
we look at it for inspiration, you know, like what you're doing, dude. And we noticed that you're not on YouTube, so we're like, you know, hey, dude, this is cool. What we're doing on YouTube, blah blah blah. We're doing
still here. And so is JMR. Sorry, guys.
I don't consider anybody competition. I fucking want more people to do it so I have more content to consume myself.
Well, yeah,
so I don't
because-
have to fucking be in charge of shit. So I can just sit back and just join the chat, fucking get drunk, and fucking have a good time. Yeah.
But everybody has a different take on things too. You know, it's like,
Right.
okay, I do a Mopar channel. Jed does a mainly Mopar channel, except for that one little off-brand.
But I just wanted to say, like, for everybody in chat, I mean, I know it seems like we just fire up these lives and they're just kind of completely random. But guys, we talk about this shit. We talk about how we want the live to go. We talk about this little fucking thing that's scrolling on the bottom. We discuss that for like 30 fucking minutes.
We do.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is, well, and Chris is probably, you know what I'm saying? This is something, in the beginning, it was completely random, guys. But we've gotten so into it, and
this is still random to me.
I text.
It's still random for Jed because he doesn't run them.
Yeah, Jed's got the easy part. He just pops in and gets drunk. But you know, I text Tall John and I text Brian an email that one of you guys sent me this week that said how important these lives were, that you love these lives, and I get an email at least once a week around this whole subject about how much you guys are liking these lives. So since we've been getting these emails, you know, we're trying to put a lot more into it for you guys, you know, and we talk about how we want these lives to go, just like Chris is talking about it with Johnny, and they're planning stuff for like the motley crew of Mopars, dude. You know, everybody, you know, these videos that you're watching us make, these videos that you're watching Tall John make, this is work, guys. This is a lot of fucking work that we're putting into this shit, and and that's all I'm trying to say is that we're trying our ass off to make
Put up
fucking
a lot of bullshit from outside sources that no, never mind. But yeah, you got JMR. He's one of our hardcore. He's in everyone. Raker's in everyone. Deanna, when Deanna came in that one time and she's like, "Yeah, this is up on my TV every weekend," so I figured I'd just come in here and talk too. It's like, oh my god, I'm on.
Diana, when you sent me that message, when you send me messages like that, I send that to these guys because that's I want them to see that too. You know,
It's just like, holy shit, somebody's treating me like a fucking TV show, you know, treating us like a TV show.
So, you know, so basically what I was trying to say, guys, is we're putting a lot into this shit, dude. This isn't just some shit that we're just like, oh, I'm gonna go fucking live today. Brian's been talking about going live for New Year's for a fucking week.
Yeah.
So, you know,
guys, I'm gonna bounce.
All right, we'll see you. Thanks for coming in, Johnny. I really appreciate it. I hope you come back more often. We really like having you here.
Thanks for coming, Johnny.
All right, guys. You have a good one. Happy New Year.
Happy
New Year, brother.
Hey, John,
We'll
I'll
see you
in
later.
2022, man. It's gonna be the best one fucking ever, dude.
Yes, I'm in. All
All
right.
right, love you, man. Later. Chris, you're going to Duct Tape Drags in 2022. You don't know that yet, but you're going.
Dude, if my fucking job would just cooperate, you know what I mean?
Are you gonna do Mopar again this year?
Yeah, I'm gonna try. Yeah,
Mopar is so hard. And not just because you can't cell service the next year. You were talking about that, but it's just like walking around. It's like there's so much going on. It's like a carnival of everything I fucking love in life. It's like all right there. If there was a strip club in the middle of it, it would just be like, I'm looking here.
Happy New Year. Nobody knows this shit yet, but I've been reaching out to some shipping companies because I'm trying to ship the Mr. Norm truck out there, and nobody in the Motley crew knows that. So usually, like the last time we got an Airbnb, so we all stayed in the same house. I want to get the fucking truck shipped there because I have somebody at Holly that's willing to let me park the fucking truck temporarily with them so that I can just go pick it up from their place. And I want to fucking surprise everybody and drive it over and be like, hey, fuck, I brought the truck. Because Holly was actually asking me to see if I would bring the truck after it's fucking swapped. And I was like, fuck, man, that's a long fucking drive and that's a lot of money. But I had a deal fall. I had some money saved to buy this 70 Challenger that my buddy has. I've been talking to him. Holly with sponsorships, it's like they don't fucking give you money. That's not how Holly
They
works.
just want you. They're that company that wants you to fucking throw their label out there, but they're not going to pay you $1,000 in gas to get there.
No, they won't pay you monetarily, but like I don't even know if I'm supposed to say this kind of shit. But they told me like they told me that they would help me with products. Like instead of giving you money, like okay, here's $1,000 to advertise, they'd say, what do you need for your car? And we'll give you fucking what you need, you know, if you have that relationship with them. Gotcha. Holly's been super good to me, but what Jed was saying earlier, I see that shit too. And there's somebody, it's that corporate mindset where it's like squash all the fucking little guys and just buy up people and just have that monopoly that Jed was talking about. And it's like, you know, on one hand, as an enthusiast, I'm like, fuck, that's bad for us. But on the other hand, as someone who's entrepreneurial and thinks like a business, I'm like, fuck, dude, that's smart shit. Like they're not dumb. There's no doubt about it. But I know that if it really does do a little bit of damage to the hobby when you don't have options. You know what I mean? It's like when they can control and dictate the pricing and shit. That's scary shit for enthusiasts.
You gotta come to duct tape.
And since one guy is out of here, I can at least say this now. That didn't want to hurt his feelings, but Holly actually has a program, or not really a program, but basically a dictation out to Summit Jigs and Speedway. It's called MAP pricing, mass advertised pricing. And that's what I was talking about. They set the price on all their product. And what's unfortunate is they own everything.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm coming from is if say Summit decides, well, we don't want to sell your 950 Ultra XP for $980. We want to give people a little better price, or we want to make a little bit more money on it. That pisses off Holly. Holly will pull their products from Summit. And unfortunately, all that's going to leave them with is Summit branded parts.
Yeah, whoever's in charge of the business over there is they're sharks, and like I don't have any problems with Holly. You know, I actually they've been good to me. Like the conversations we've had, they were really nice to me at fucking Mo Party, giving me full access to whatever I needed. But you know, a business is a business. Unfortunately, that's the way the business world works. I'm not that cutthroat, and that's why I'm not a fucking millionaire right now. You know what I mean?
Neither am I.
But
I would rather keep my morals, and I'll never get a sponsorship from Holly. I know that, nor do I want one, because I will never put a Gen 3 poly-headed engine in my car.
Jed, that's why I like you, because you don't bullshit. You're fucking straight up honest, and I'll be honest too. I will fucking gladly work with Holly and swap my shit. But we can sit here in the same fucking room.
You just said that, Jed. Jed's like, "Oh, you're putting a what in a what?" Oh,
Jed fucking hates me now.
He just hates Jed 3.
You're right. You do what the hell you want with it, but don't expect me to be on board.
I wouldn't expect anybody to be on board with my harebrained ideas anyway, dude.
You're like, I wouldn't either, you know, putting 600 horsepower.
Well, you know what's interesting though? You know what's interesting though is now that you guys are talking about all this, I can't help but think about the channel Bryce Cold. I don't know if you've seen Bryce Cold's channel, Chris. It's Bryce Cold. He's got a badass 70 Coronet that had a 318 in it. He pulled it out of a junkyard. He got it running, kind of like my Roadrunner. Yep. But now he's putting a Gen 3 Hemi in it. It's a 6.1. He's putting a Viper fucking transmission in it. But in his videos, all he talks about is Holly's giving me this. Holly's sponsoring the build. Holly's doing this. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like now that you guys are talking about all this, and when I was watching his videos, it just went by me, right? I'm like, oh, big deal, Holly. Oh, big deal, Holly. But now I'm thinking like, fuck, dude. Like that's some shit, you know?
The crazy thing is like I haven't talked to the CEO of Holly or anything like that. I've talked to like the the event guys and shit like that, they're fucking down to earth just like us. I can tell you that for a fact. It's when you get the corporate, like once you start going up that fucking ladder and it becomes about the fucking, the decimal points and shit and the zeros behind that decimal point, that's when shit gets a little bit crazy. But like I said, Holly's never steered me wrong. They also don't sponsor me or anything yet. We've talked about it, but I haven't signed any contracts. They've never sent me anything. But like I understand what Jed's saying. Like when we were talking earlier, when I was saying, "Hey man, you could fucking get some sponsors," and he's had emails, and he won't. Like I respect him for not just taking whatever comes to him. Because I had a company come to me offering me thousands of fucking dollars to get on my podcast, but I didn't believe in what they were fucking selling, and it's crazy because there's certain people in the industry like Leah, some big names. Don Garlitz that are all involved in this, and I had a open fucking window of opportunity to potentially make thousands of dollars. And when I started looking into the organization, I was like, "Fuck, I don't believe in this shit at all."
Dude, so when I was putting Jezebel together this last time, I really wanted a pair of center lines to put on Jezebel for the 70s drag car theme. I got my Keystone for the street. I needed a set of wheels for drag racing. And what better wheel than a center line? It's the lightest wheel out there. It's classic. And they actually came out in the early 70s. And so I couldn't find anything for wheels. And I had a buddy tell me, well, Centerline, they do sponsorship deals. So I reached out. I talked to a couple of people. And I had the contract in front of me. All I had to do was read it, sign it, and I got a free set of wheels, whatever I wanted. Well, being a businessman, I read that contract, and most people would have just signed it and been done with it.
Yeah.
Reading that contract was more painful than going through cancer.
Yeah, they are.
Because all the stipulations, anytime the car was shown publicly, videoed, or photographed, those wheels had to be on the car. And the amount of rules they had, they would own my car for over a year, basically. And if I broke any of those rules, they take their wheels back. I have to pay them for the wheels for the time I own them. And I was just like, there is no way in hell, because we're talking about tires that would have bias ply drag flicks on them, and the car can't just sit around with those tires on it.
Yeah.
And I literally tore the contract up and threw it away. I found a set of center lines used. I said, fuck that nonsense.
No, absolutely. I'm with you 100%, dude. And that would be the same case for Holly if they came to me and they wanted control of any of my shit. No, you're not controlling any of my shit, none of my vehicles, anything like that. This company that I was talking about, I guess it really doesn't matter because I'll never work with them. But I won't say the name of the company, but it'll be pretty easy to figure out who it is. They raffle off cars. They give away cars, and their money goes to a charitable organization. I was smart and I did the digging because there are certain charitable organizations that I believe in, and I can't sell something to people like, hey, go fucking buy these raffle tickets, when I know that the charitable organizations are getting like point fucking whatever % of the money, and they're not really like, I'm looking at this company like, wow, you guys have amazing offices. You guys are raffling off or giving away these amazing fucking cars. How much is really going to these kids that you're like bringing people? Like I can't. I would much rather make money on T-shirts and give these kids $100 out of my own fucking pocket before I fucking sold my soul to those guys. You know what I mean? And they were offering me something where I was like, okay, this could potentially lead to some life-changing shit. And I denied them. And this was after having multiple conversations, getting the contract in front of my face. And they were almost insulted when I was like, hey, man, I'm going to have to go ahead and I'm going to have to say, not this time. And they're like, huh? They were like surprised. And then I see some big names in the Mopar world fucking promoting the fucking shit out of them, and I'm like, wow, I wonder if they did any research at all, or if they were just like, oh, more dollars in my pocket. Fuck, I can't sell out like that.
I can't either.
Yeah, there was a time where I said I wouldn't fucking advertise for boner pills either, but I think I'm being a little bit more relaxed on that because everybody needs a good boner. You know what I mean? So if the right company comes to me, hey, just send me some samples. Send me some samples. Make sure this shit works, and we might be able to work something out. But
you can always play Raid Shadow Legends.
Oh my god!
You can always do that.
But yeah, I'll only promote shit that I believe in, and that's why like you hear me talking about my friends at DIY Hemi a lot because I believe in what they do, and I know the people involved, and I like them as people. And
Jed does not believe in what they do.
Hey, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. If I could afford a second gen Hemi, dude, I would have a second gen Hemi in the Mr. Norm truck because that's the way it should be. It should have a second gen Hemi and a. I can't afford a fucking second gen, bro. There's no fucking way. Not now. Not now.
It's called the
actually, if you decide you ever want to do that, all you gotta do is call me because I can tell you exactly what it'll cost. I have everything wrote down when I was thinking about building a street Hemi for Jezebel.
Yeah,
it's not as bad as you think.
Well, I saw that. Now I don't know how back ordered they are. But I forget the company off the top of my head. I'm pretty fucking loaded right now. But they have the aftermarket blocks for like $5,000. Yeah, for $5,000 or $6,000. I was like, holy shit. Yeah, I was like, damn, that's a lot more reasonable than going on eBay and seeing an original, 66, 67 Hemi for $25,000.
Yeah, there was a guy selling 2 complete Hemis for $25,000 the other day on Craigslist.
Yeah.
Biggest expense in building a Hemi is the block after arms, and heads used to not be such a problem, but now they are a problem because Edelbrock ain't making them. So your options for heads for a Gen 2 will be Indy or Stage 5, basically. In Stage 5, they're the nicest Hemi heads out there, but they are expensive.
Yeah.
Oh, John, what do you think of all this shit?
I'm ready to go to bed. That's what I think of this shit.
Oh, John's ready for a nap.
Yeah, I'm old. 420.
And I'm old too.
420. Fuck, it's late where you guys are. Damn.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What time?
But Jed's been keeping me awake late at night anyway.
That's because you gamer mofos.
Yeah.
I was like, these guys
Hey,
game.
I got the computer working now. I got my new video card in. I turned on the game. It kicks ass. I'm ready to rock and roll. Yep.
Cool.
I'm ready to rock and roll, but that's going to be another day.
Nice.
I'm kind of sad we're not going to get to play 7 Days Die tonight.
Yeah, you know what? New Year's gets in the way every year.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I didn't get plowed this year, so I'm not going to be, and I'm not, and because it's snowing, I'm not making the trip to Kansas tomorrow. So,
well, Jacob gets home tomorrow. Go ahead.
I'm going next weekend.
Oh, okay.
I thought I told you that. Maybe I forgot.
No.
So
You told me you were
Diana Mendez says, I am old. Diana Mendez. Brian, you got a link for Diana Mendez? She needs to get in chat. We just need to make it happen right now. Diana Mendez. Miss Mopar is what I like to call her. She's our Miss Mopar. I know there's a Miss Mopar out there on Facebook, but this is the real Miss Mopar, Diana.
We need her to come to everybody's house because she knows how to do wiring.
Yeah, yes, she's GMR's wiring. She's GMR's wife, and she does his wiring.
Yeah.
Click that, Diana. Let's end the year on a good note. Click the link. Pop in the chat with us right now, and shitty chat with us before we head out.
Well, that's unfortunately I am heading out. It's 4:30.
You're not fucking going nowhere.
Don't make me click that button on a bad note.
You're not. Don't you fucking.
Not on a bad note. Jed can leave when he wants. Anybody can leave when they want.
We're celebrating our immediate family Christmas now that Michael's over his Rona tomorrow morning. So.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah. I'm glad he's feeling better, man.
Yeah, I'm glad you're feeling better, man. So
Glad you're feeling better, Ruben. But you got to go back to work next week, don't you?
Yeah, I'll probably be back to work Monday. You know, I was feeling like
Ruben better feel better, or Mr. Hyde's going to kick his ass.
You know, this week I got some plans this week. I got some plans this week.
She said be there in a minute. Maybe she will
Be there in a
jump in.
minute. Diana's popping in.
She will
Raker.
put her makeup
Raker,
on.
pop another damn link up for Raker, man. Raker needs to
You
pop
can use
in
the
here.
same one. It's right there.
Oh yeah, Raker, use the same fucking link. Raker, dude, you're in here every fucking live, man. Click the link and come say hi. All of you guys in chat that have been watching all year long, click the damn link and come say hi.
Yeah, hookers and blow content, Jed. What's up with that?
Michael's
Jed, if your
broke.
brother ever wants to sell that truck,
Oh, I know how that is.
Michael has the carburetors. He took money out of his 401k to buy his carburetors. He's got a tunnel ram linkage from me. He just got to buy all the fuel fittings to do the same fuel system I did on Jezebel's tunnel ram. Unfortunately, it's kind of expensive, so
yeah,
with him being
it's a
sick and
work of
stuff,
art.
so
dude, we are. Oh, there's Miss Mopo.
Yes, she is.
Diana, how are you?
Are y'all happy now?
Yes.
Finally got to say hi.
But you know what? That's another thing too.
I
though.
was in bed.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Those son of a bitches on
Nice to see y'all.
Motor Trend can't do this and get one of their fans on their show.
Oh, can't do this on Motor Trend.
And actually tell
There's
them
like
how
a
much
delay.
they appreciate
Well, I think you have YouTube open.
There's like a delay
It's a double feed.
in video.
No, you have YouTube open.
Yeah, don't watch it on YouTube.
Watch it on the StreamYard.
I can't hear them.
You can't have StreamYards and
I can't
YouTube
hear
open.
y'all. Babe, why'd you turn on TV?
No, now you can hear us.
Or she should be able to.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't have YouTube open and StreamYard at the same time. You'll get all fucked up. Diana, how's JMR?
What'd they say?
Let's say hi to JMR.
Yeah, show us JMR. We know he's
It's past my bedtime.
Let's see
everybody's bedtime.
I'm gonna head out, guys. Y'all have a good night.
We'll see you later,
All right.
Jed. We'll play video games for him.
He's
Nice
naked.
chatting, Jed.
Oh, okay, no, we don't want to see JMR then. Never mind. No.
Yeah, we don't want to see JMR naked.
Good night, Jed.
Diana, what do you got planned for the new year? What do you want to happen in 2022? What you doing? And don't say some stupid thing.
Ruben, why'd you call me out like this?
Yeah.
Because that's what Ruben does.
Diana, it's nice to meet you. I'm going to go away on myself.
Tall John.
Tall John.
We'll see you later, Tall John.
You, personal, Ruben Husky, for sure.
All right, man.
Brian, I love you.
It's nice to meet you too, John.
Here.
What'd I do? Scare everybody off?
No.
This is a delay.
Everyone.
All the old men are going to bed.
I was gonna say it's fucking late where you guys are. Chris, what time is it where you're at?
Like 2 something. 2 o'clock.
Yeah, me and Chris Brian will probably pass out here. You'll pass out here. Me and Chris will be up here till fucking
It is.
hold the damn fort down. Brian, can I let people in here after you're gone? Because I noticed I can't post fucking shit.
You should be able to.
I think I might stay up here.
No.
Down the damn fort.
It's
tonight.
up. It's up. Well,
Hold down the damn fort tonight.
Click on one of the chats and see if you can bring it up.
I was in bed.
Diana, how's Texas? I want to move to Texas. How's Texas?
Oh, I think you turned the TV off on her again. Oh, there we go.
It's like 79 degrees right now, getting ready to have a cold front come in.
79.
Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me.
It's like 79 degrees right now, getting ready to have a cold
Chris,
front come in.
These
Gotta weatherproof the house.
Serious Mopars, man.
No.
Huh?
It gets
What?
so hot here, it's terrible. But
Cool. Well, Diana, we appreciate you tuning in. We just wanted to stop in and say hi.
why am I delayed?
I think I can hear it in the background. I think you have YouTube. Does JMR have YouTube on the TV?
Yeah, but she can't hear through
Well, thanks
StreamYard.
for
It's
bringing me
not
out.
going through her phone or whatever she's on.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's on the TV.
Okay.
Hold on. Hold on.
Well, Grim, where are you at? Oh my God, it's us.
I was gonna say, is that crazy? We're on.
We're
Let's see
on
if I
other
can.
people's TVs and shit.
I don't know how to work this.
We're on TV and we're not getting paid shit. What the fuck?
Hey, Chris, that's your job, dude. You need to figure this shit out, bro.
Get everybody paid. Write a book. I'll read it.
Chris, that's Chris's job. Chris needs to figure out how to get us all paid for this shit.
Fuck.
Including the people
Man.
in chat. Chris can figure it out. He'll be like, okay, the people in
I'm
chat.
gonna let you go, guys.
Okay.
All right, we'll talk
Thanks
to
for
you
pulling
later.
me out, Ruben. Maybe I'll come back on later.
Hi, Diana.
Say hi for the new year. We're trying to put people out of chat. Anybody else in chat that wants to come say hi before the new year's over? Hop in.
Say hi for the new year. We're coming.
All right, bye, Diana.
And then there were 3.
That's cool shit, though, right there, to be able to do that, you know?
Fuck
Yeah, that's, dude, I've been looking for that my whole fucking life, bro.
I can't believe that they sit there. They were literally laying in bed watching us.
Oh,
on
I
their fucking
can
TV.
because I've done that in my life, dude. I've had.
I do it too, but I don't do it to me.
No, I know. But I've so
It's
on.
like I made those one couple home videos when I was young, but I never watched them again.
When PlayStation 4 came out, you could do this on PlayStation 4, but people were streaming like house parties. People were streaming like from bars. People were streaming crazy shit, dude. And I would get drunk, dude, and my girl go to work before we had kids. She'd go to work, I had nothing to watch on TV, and I would watch live streams of people just hanging out like this on my big ass TV, man.
Well, that's like Chris, your stuff. I listen to that at work. I don't know if you ever worked any place, but they don't let me wear like earbuds or something. So I got these. They look like earplugs, but they're Bluetooth earbuds.
Oh, that's dope, dude.
And I don't know why they haven't called me out on it because I've always just got one in.
Yeah.
So I can hear everything else. But I sit there, and the thing is, it's like I'll see you on like a Friday night or something, or I'll see you pop on, and I'm kind of glad that I'm doing these and not going into yours, because if I go into your live, then I'm not going to listen to it.
Yeah.
But
You're not
because
gonna
I
have it
don't,
to
I'm
listen
like,
to
all
it.
right, I'll listen to that. You know.
So Chris, when do you? Well, you say you don't have a set schedule, right?
Not really, no.
It's just random. Yeah, because
Yeah,
I'm doing Fridays. I plan on doing. I'm going to try to do every Friday. Brian does every Saturday. You know, and our worlds aren't the same. You're on
Sure.
Facebook. You got your own fucking crowd, so it really doesn't matter. But I'm talking about me and Brian popping in on your shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, usually because of my daily life schedule is so messed up. Like I try not to let any of this take away from my family time with my daughter. So usually if I go live, it won't be until well after 7 p.m. Her bedtime is at 7 p.m. and usually it's about a half an hour. I'll spend a little bit of time with my wife and then I'll tell her to fucking go to bed so I can do some live shit.
That's about the same time we usually do.
I was gonna say that's why I go live at 7.
And to be honest, my live streams, like I never put any stock into how many people are watching or anything. I always, as I'm sure if you pay attention to my podcast, I always repurpose the content and put it on as a podcast anyway. And usually I'll do multiple parts. So if it's a 3-hour podcast, I'll do like several half-hour, because I've noticed that people, the way they usually listen to podcasts, either they listen all day at work or they listen to and from work. So either I put out several pieces of content or in long form, or several pieces of content in short form, or I just do one piece in long form. But I found that the short form performs better. So I mean, it just depends. But like, I get bummed out when I hear you guys are doing a live when I plan on doing a live, because I'm like, fuck, I want to at least watch what you guys are doing, because sometimes I'll just tune in really quick, because one thing I'm horrible about is I have so many friends, you guys included, where they all have YouTube channels, and I'm fucking so bad about YouTube because I really don't have that much spare time in my life, and when I'm driving the garbage truck, obviously they're gonna frown if I'm watching videos all day. So I listen to shit, but there's just so much content to listen to. It's really hard. I need to get better about keeping up with all my friends' content. Because even Johnny Mopar, like, I'll see a video that he posted, I'm like, fuck, how long ago was that posted? I'm like, shit, dude, I'm so far behind on everybody's content that I feel bad.
You know what? I'm gonna start posting. I'm gonna start posting your talking Mopars in my description, and I started doing this thing at the end of my videos to where it's credits, like an action movie. Cool. And I'm looking for shit to post in the credits. I'll start posting your talking Mopars podcast in the credits too, man.
One thing that,
and you don't need my fucking like throwouts. I know you don't need that, but it's a friendship thing. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I've been trying to get you guys on the show, because I think you guys will get plenty of subscribers. Johnny Mopar, like, this guy, I get people emailing me about how much they love Johnny Mopar. They're like, we love the podcast, love the episodes with fucking Johnny Mopar.
He is amazing, isn't he?
This guy's a fucking celebrity. Like, what the fuck?
I'm really surprised he doesn't have more subs on YouTube.
Dude, me
I
too,
really
man.
am.
Me too, man. And I've told him that before. But the thing about Johnny, man, is he's so fucking nice.
Yeah.
Like, the nicest guy in the goddamn world. And he's like that in his videos. He's like that in his lives. And today they were talking about people that, you know, are not like they are in real life, like they are in their videos. And I wanted to say, Johnny's fucking cooler. Johnny's one of the fucking rare people that's actually cooler.
See, I'm upset now because both of you guys got to hang out with Johnny Mopar. And all I've done is hang out with
I want you to
Jen.
go to Duct Tape, Chris. You need to go to Duct Tape. Here's what I want to do from Duct Tape. And I wanted to do it from this Wilburn event. I want to set up like we're doing right now, but a table, a live booth.
Yeah.
So we're live at Duct Tape Drags.
Hell yeah.
Chris Birdsong could just pop in and sit right here.
Yeah.
Finnegan could just pick, like a random fucking stranger could just pop in and talk about his car. But
yeah, absolutely.
At Duct Tape Drags, and you can see the cars just flying by you in the back. You know, and that kind of be up your alley, Chris, because you got the podcast.
You're the radio guy, yeah.
That's been the idea for a long time, is to take the podcast on the road and just get people on the show. Because, like, I mean, you guys know me. I'll have pretty much anybody come on the show. Because, I mean, unless they fucking are really, really, like, you know, negative or something, like, my show is pretty much an open door to anybody. You know, which is... It's a risk. It's risky, but that's kind of the fun part. I like that shit.
It is cool. It is cool.
Yeah. But this kind of stuff from live events, every time, like, when you guys started doing lives, I got all excited because I'm like, dude, this is it. This is the fucking shit that will take people to the next level, because
me and Brian, I can tell you fucking now, dude. The other guys like it. The other guys are cool with it. The other guys like doing it. But me and this motherfucker right here in the corner, we love this motherfucking shit. We would do this 24 hours a fucking day.
No, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And there will be a time where you could get compensated for that. Because the thing is this shit right here, dude, is so new that companies don't understand the power of it. You know what I mean? They have no fucking idea.
Well, it's just like the podcast thing. For a long time, companies didn't realize that people actually listen to podcasts. They're just now coming around to that.
I'm so excited about something that's coming, guys. I can't fucking talk about it right now, but there's something coming, and it has to do with social media. And as soon as I get the word, I'm telling you guys about it, because they're kind of testing me and seeing how many people that I can bring on board to this shit. I cannot wait. I promised the CEO that I wouldn't say shit, but I'm an ambassador of this company, and it has to do with content creation and social media, and it's something that all car enthusiasts have been waiting for, and I cannot wait to really start pushing it. I started pushing it a little bit, but they told me to pull back because I had a bunch of my people start showing up, and they're like, hold on, we're not ready for this shit yet. I was like, all right, cool. So when that shit happens, you guys are going to be some of the first people that I reach out to because it's ground level shit. It would be like starting when Facebook started or when YouTube started. It's so ground level, and the shit that they're talking about is some next level shit, some network fucking 24/7 streaming shit that is I'm rooting for them 100% because of the ground level aspect, and because I like the CEO. She's super cool, and I don't think she sees the vision that I see, because I know that the Mopar community is strong, and the ratty muscle car community is strong, and just the people that I surround myself with and that are in my circle, like, we're gonna blow that shit up. I know it. So I'm just waiting for them to give me the green light and say, all right, go. It's gonna be nuts, dude.
I've reached out to a lot of channels to come on. I hate the word show. To come on our show. You know,
yes,
I do
our show. This is our show.
I do Fridays. Brian does Saturdays. If I'm doing Fridays, I reach out to people to come on, and then I say, oh, if you can't come Friday, come to my buddy's channel Saturday. A lot of people, dude, are scared of fucking going live. You know, they're scared of this.
Yeah.
You know, because their normal curated thing is behind the GoPro. They can edit if they didn't fucking say a word right. They can make it look the way they want. A lot of people are afraid of being raw. And everybody in chat, we've got 9 people or 10 people in chat right now. If you guys meet me, Brian, or Chris in real life, this is who you're getting.
Yeah. It's hard it would be hard for somebody like you guys say that Derek from Duct Tape isn't the same person live. You couldn't get Derek to come on here and do fucking 5 hours of nothing but his character, you know? He would slip up.
Yeah.
This is us, you know.
This is us, dude. You know, and a lot of people don't want to do lives because they're like, whoa, what do you mean I'm live? Like, you know, they still get freaked out by that. But we're so goddamn comfortable with it now that we're in the position kind of you are, Chris, to where it's like, you know, it's like, hey, come on the live, man. Let's do this shit. Hey, what's your name? Hey, thanks. Hey, like Diana came on right now. We're like, Diana, welcome to the live. You know, and she's like, where am I? What am I doing right now?
That's what's going to take it to the next level. And not having a shitload of subscribers is a good thing. And that's because you get a strong base of people that show up at every live you do. You can get them on the show. Like if Freiberg or even Uncle Tony, you take Uncle Tony's shit. Like I don't watch his shit that much, but I don't see him inviting people on screen like this.
No, he doesn't.
See, that's a horrible move on his part.
Just 2 people.
And Diana, I want to say that was a horrible Diana impression. I'm just saying
that was
2 or 3 more of these, you'll be completely comfortable with them. But you were a little freaked out. Like, it's freaky.
It can be, yeah.
Well, especially when she looked up at her TV and oh shit, there I am. You know,
you just got to be yourself. You just got to be yourself. Don't front. Just be yourself 100%. That's what got me to. I'm myself 100%. I'll tell somebody, like, I never front. If I don't know shit, I will tell you I don't know that shit. Like when I was on the muscle car place with Rob Kibbe, he caught me off guard with some questions that I really wasn't prepared for. And I'm not going to sit there and bullshit the guy. But then he tells me, he's like, oh, you should be a politician. You're really good about dancing around shit. And I'm like, hey, I'm not going to fucking sit here and bullshit you and tell you I know everything about Mopars. That's not true. I can get on YouTube or Facebook right now and fucking find 10 people that know fucking 10 times more shit than I do.
See,
that's the beauty of it.
I listened to that. And you didn't dance around it. You were like, hey, I really don't know a lot about that, but I'll look it up.
And I did. If you listen to a couple podcasts later, I forget how many, but I fucking covered all that shit. Because I've said it from the beginning that the fun part for me is learning all this shit, and now the funner part for me is meeting guys like you and fucking This shit, the networking and meeting new people and making new friends, that's the fun part for me. And that's why, like, you've seen my show, and I need to get back to a little bit of the old format. But I've had so much fun doing the lives that it's like, it's too addicting. Like, this is too fun.
Yeah, this is addicting.
And you
it is.
Do it. It's like,
you got to admit that me and Brian are pretty good at these fucking lives.
Oh yeah.
Like, I'm gonna say from a standpoint is you watch a lot of lives, and I've watched your lives, I've watched our lives, I've watched other lives, and you get people in there, and you get.
There's definitely people that that aren't like. If I could tell everybody in the chat one thing,
dude, do something, like move around, do something. And me and Brian are, you know what I'm saying? We're getting. We're getting like you are. We're like, oh, hey, welcome to live, blah, 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 blah. So
yeah, no, absolutely. Everybody that's nervous about coming onto a live, dude, hey, trust me, you're talking to a guy who hid behind the Mopar Hunter for so long without showing my face at all because I thought I would be judged. And then I started showing my face, and I was like, okay, I did the podcast first. If you look at all my shit, I never showed my face during the Mopar Hunter days. I did the podcast, never showed my face, and then all of a sudden I started doing videos. I wish I had just got out of my comfort zone a long time before that. It was a huge mistake on my part. I made a huge mistake because I met so many cool people just putting myself out there. And one thing that the people like, I get it. It's like, fuck, I don't want to be live. I don't know what I'm going to say. It's not like that at all. Maybe the first few minutes, but once you start getting into conversation and shit, once somebody starts asking you questions, like, I find it real easy. Now, I would say the harder part, when I'm sitting here recording a podcast and I'm doing it by myself, I fuck up more than I ever would just talking to you guys about shit. Yeah. If people saw how much time it takes me to record a half an hour podcast and how much I fuck up, even my intro that I've done a fucking, if you count all the times I've had to edit it and re-record it because I didn't like the way it sounded, thousands of fucking times, dude. Yeah. Anytime I say, you know, you're listening to the best Mopar enthusiast-driven podcast on planet Earth, how many times I fuck that up? People would be like, "Are you serious?" I fuck it up all the time.
Yeah, but you know somebody that's doing YouTube, that's doing lives, somebody that points a camera at their own fucking face and talks for 20 fucking minutes. I so respect that, dude. So when I hear a guy like you go, "Hey, welcome to the world's best talking," you know, I can't do that podcast, dude. A lot of people would be like, "Oh, this fucking cocky motherfucker." I go, no, I go like this, dude. I go, because I know what that takes. You know, I know exactly what that takes.
I do actually have a problem doing that. It's like whenever it was really bad, and I don't want to say bad, but when we were getting like the 9 views we got right now, the 9 people in here, and you know, you'd start out and there'd be like 10 minutes before anybody show up or one person would show up. If I got to sit there through that by myself, that sucks. I can't do that. It's like,
it's rough.
What am I going to talk about? But you get one person in here, I can start conversations and we can just bounce off of each other. And that's you know. But I'm the same way in like social situations.
Yeah.
If I walk into a bar by myself, I'm going to sit there and not say a thing all night. But I walk into a bar, you know, when I was younger and single, honey, I walk into a bar with a friend, I'm leaving with somebody, you know.
Yeah, but I was telling Brian, and we, you know, like again in chat, dude, we talk about this. So I was telling Brian, dude, when you fire up the live, man, take a minute to talk to the people that are going to be watching. We call it a VOD. It's a video broadcasting. And I told Brian, I go, dude, I've got messages from people that are listening to this at work the next day. They're just putting their iPhone in their pocket and they're listening to it instead of watching it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because that's what I do.
A few months ago or a few weeks ago, I noticed that I was getting more views on these lives than I am my actual YouTube videos. And like I'd wake up 5 hours later and I'd have like 350 views on one of these lives. The video that I put out a week ago would only have 180.
Yeah.
fuck, dude, people are fucking watching this shit the next fucking day. So in my videos, I started talking to those people. So when I hit go live, I'll take the few minutes before anybody pops in here and I'll be like, hey, thanks for watching this VOD. I appreciate it. If you do me a kindness, subscribe to the channel, subscribe to this. I don't know what's going to happen and it's going to be crazy. You know, I'm talking to that special viewer that's watching it the next day. You know, so I mean, and it's just all getting in the jiggy with it. It's all getting comfortable with it. It's all stupid bullshit.
Did you, Chris? Did you ever work out that thing with YouTube and your music that you own? And so that's copyright. You're like, yeah, I fucking know.
They fucking shut me down before I was even close to ever being monetized on YouTube because I only have I have 125 or something of subscribers, but YouTube red flagged me immediately. So what I'm gonna do is since I lost out on that deal on that 70 Challenger, I'm going to take some of that money and I'm going to buy the exclusive rights to the music because I sent them all the documentation that says I have rights to use this up until it's like 1 million or 2 million views on a video before I owe them, you know, I have to up the exclusivity of the music or whatever. But YouTube, I sent them all the documentation because it's all legit. And they still fucking red flagged me, so I'm like, all right, fuck, I'm gonna pay for the fucking most exclusive shit I can get off of the platform that I got my music from, and then I'll go from there. But I'm not close to being monetized right now, so it's not that big of a deal to me.
Yeah. So, like, there's music that I've used on my videos before, and the artist is a private artist, and the artist says this song is allowed to be used by anybody, and if YouTube flags your video for copyright, send them this email, and it's a pre-written email to this email address, and it'll get your video off the list. You know what I'm saying? It's some kind of media shit.
I gotta go and change a couple of things. There's I've got 2 copyright strikes on me right now. One of them, I could go in and just change the music. And then one of them I think was one of the lives, and I'll just go in and kind of mute that for a minute.
It's gonna be hard for me to fucking use, dude. I use whatever music I want in my videos, man. It just
I honestly wish that that they would do this like they do Twitch. If you're on Twitch and you play music in the background that's copyrighted, when the VOD comes out, Twitch actually cuts that out of your VOD.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Really?
Yeah, you're completely silent for that amount of time.
So if
it's marked on the bottom. So if you wanted to go in and just take that out, you could.
Yeah, if it's an 8-minute song, the 8-minute part of that video is just muted.
I mean, fuck, what is this? 8.5 hours? Yeah, I think I could lose 10 minutes of it.
That's cool because Facebook took away monetization from a couple of the live videos I did from Vegas at SEMA when I was in my hotel room because I played the intro to my fucking podcast, which is crazy because I have other videos that they didn't flag for the exact same shit. And then when I'm walking around, there's a couple live videos that are not monetized because I guess there was music playing in the background that I just didn't fucking hear that's copywritten. So they fucking took monetization away from that. So it's a fucking different game, but that's another reason why I'm trying not to put so much stock into getting paid from the platform itself and more from building my audience and getting monetized through sponsorship deals and shit like that.
Let me ask you this, dude. I'll look at your intro, and until you get that sorted out with YouTube, and I know you said you wanted to chop up your videos and throw them on YouTube. You might as well, one day you'll get monetized, one day you'll get extra shit. If I find a cool song, because I don't know, I don't know how you are with the editing, dude, but I love editing videos and shit. If you send me the raw image, the raw footage of your intro, and I can find a cool unmonetized song, you can replace it with that song, dude.
Sure, and that's the thing about my intro is I've designed it so that I could cut it, but I'm one of those fucking people. I love the music.
No, I know, and
just something about my intro that I personally love. Yeah. I just need to approach the company and go, okay, here's the other $200 you guys fucking want, so I can get exclusive rights to use it for whatever the fuck I want to use it for. Yeah. Period. The bumpers I use too in between segments is a piece of the song that's been modified to be a bumper, and I know they flag that shit too. So I just need to. So I have two pieces of music: the actual intro music and the little piece from the intro music that was modified to be kind of the similar sound and kind of go together. I need to fucking get exclusive rights to both of those. So I'm just gonna pay to have that done. And just end the bullshit, so I don't have to deal with it anymore. Because it's annoying to me, but at the same time, like I said, I'm not really going on YouTube to be monetized. I'm going just to get more people to listen to my podcast.
Yeah, your whole goal is the podcast, right?
Yeah.
Now here's a question, and it's probably a question I should have asked back when there was actually people in here and time. But what did you think of SEMA? Are you going to go back, or is that like something you're like, not really?
I definitely want to. Yeah, that I look at content differently now because my content is different than say Ruben's or Johnny's. My content is, and it sucks to have to say this, but my content is largely controversy driven. So like if I post me looking at a car in somebody's yard and people fucking hate that. I talked about that earlier where they're like, fuck, get out of the guy's yard when I'm not even in the yard. That shit fucking gets me views. If I post a video, if I'm at SEMA and I post a video of a new Jeep Gladiator that's fucking airbagged on dualies, you know what I mean? And I say, hey, look at this thing, and people fucking hate it. That's good for me. So for me, it's just I liked SEMA. I really did. Because I'm a Mopar guy, but I'm also a car enthusiast, and I can appreciate any type of work somebody puts into their build. Some of the shit that I recorded, some of the shit that I've posted so far from SEMA, it's not something I would ever build or ever drive myself, but the way I frame it, like there's a video of a first gen 12 valve truck that was in the 20 inches strong booth, and the thing's got like 26 or 30 inch wheels. It's something ridiculous on the fucking thinnest mud tires you've ever seen, but I can turn that into content because all I have to do is go, hey, what do you guys think about this truck? And as you know, everybody on social media has an opinion, so they're going to go, oh, fuck, I hate that piece of shit, or they're going to go, fuck, I love it. You know what I mean? And that's just engagement. That's what gets me views. That's what makes me money. That's how I formulate my content for that kind of stuff, for the video stuff. Because to be honest with you, there was minimal Mopar shit at SEMA that really, where I was like, oh, I could turn this into really good Mopar specific content. And if you listen to any of the live streams or anything that I did, like the day of, the reviews of the show or whatever, the recaps, like I talk about that, like, fuck, there were so many Jeeps. If you're a Jeep guy, this is the show to go to because there's so many Jeeps. But I going back to the original question, I do like SEMA, but if I was to compare it to like muscle cars at the strip or a fucking Mo Party, I would definitely rather go to one of those. But SEMA's cool. They gave me full access, and when on platforms like this, like you guys could easily get media access to these events, which, I mean, at SEMA, I didn't even know how much access I had. And when they were doing the drifting and shit, I didn't realize I could get right up to the barrier and walk right past the fucking, like, you have to sign a waiver and shit, but you get right up there on the action. And that is content that you can't get anywhere else unless you're a part of the media. So
I'd like to get that at Mo Party. That'd be cool. I want a yellow vest.
It doesn't take much, dude. And let me tell you, it's pretty cool walking around with that yellow vest because people look at you like you're a piece of shit. Because they're like, how the fuck did this guy get this vest?
Well, but, you were talking about you were talking about how Holly they don't sponsor people with money, they sponsor people with parts. And you know what? That made me think of something. You know, if you're a company, okay, and say you're wanting to sponsor a race car, you don't really want to give those people money who's going to go out and not necessarily spend the money on your part. You know, you could have a Holly carburetor sitting on your shelf right now. They give you the money, and okay, I'm going to rebuild this Holly. Okay, boom, there. I didn't give them a dime for this carburetor. They didn't make a dime off of this except for what they did, 20 years ago. So, and then it's like, and then okay, now I'm going to go buy this person's stuff to put on the car, but I'm still going to have the Holly carburetor on there. So it's actually pretty smart of them to be like, hey, yeah, we'll give you parts.
It definitely is smart.
I would be, I would be like, hell yeah, give me parts. You know.
Well, it's smart on their end because if you're willing to accept the Holley parts, chances are you're not gonna fucking talk shit. You know what I mean? You're gonna be like, hey, this is fuck. They gave me this shit. I put on my car. It worked out great. You know what I mean?
You're gonna be a company man. You want more free shit.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you though? Really? I mean, Holley. With Holley, I don't know. See, they say that on because I don't know about you. I know Ruben is to an extent. I'm a huge Street Outlaws fan.
Sure.
I watch all their shit, and I watch and Big Chief is starting to do a bunch of stuff on YouTube now. Except, I don't know how he's gonna. Well, I don't know. He's making hour-long videos, and people are watching that shit, But he's famous. But when they talk about sponsorship, he's like, the people who make good shit don't need sponsors because everybody's buying it already.
Yeah.
They
it's good to have people like us on their side though, because we're the blue collar people. Because people would expect people like Finnegan and Freiberger to talk these companies up because they're getting fucking benefits. But we're the peons. We're the peons. You know what I mean?
It's 4 a.m. Fucking
we were talking about that earlier. Like everybody's having problems. Like if you're building a motor, I don't know if you're still building a motor. Watch out with your flat tappet cam because there's people out there. It's like an epidemic, and comp is the main one. These cams are going flat and tearing people's shit up.
I mean, no shit. You know what's weird is Tony was kind of anti-comp when that comp cam didn't fit in that Hemi. And it was too big.
They fixed that problem, and you know what? They probably fixed that problem because they know Tony's got fucking reach.
Yeah, and now he's all happy with comp cams again.
No, yeah, but he's still not putting their flat tappet shit in his cars.
Yeah, he is.
No, not flat tappet. He's not.
Yeah, he's putting a flat tappet comp cam in the fucking 383 that he's building for that fucking those kids. Watch his video. He's all about comp cam now.
But the thing is, it's like, Roadkill and Engine Masters, they had cams go flat over and over again. But and because Jed knows people who'd seen some shit, and he was waiting for him to say something about it. But those guys ain't gonna say nothing bad because that's their job is to sell parts. That's like all the information that we got from these fucking magazines all our fucking lives. If you really go back as an adult and look, it's like, goddamn, all they tried to do all this time was sell me fucking parts.
Yeah.
Every article is nothing but selling me shit.
Yeah.
And you don't get that on YouTube.
Yeah.
The thing that's nice about this kind of platform is once you become, like, if you don't rely on, like, part sponsorships or sponsorships from these companies, you can say whatever the fuck you want as long as you're not defaming the company.
Yeah,
if you're just giving them an honest review, like, hey, I put this X company's cam in my fucking engine and it went flat or whatever the case may be, you give them an honest review and be like, hey, it didn't work out for me. Maybe you'll have different results, but
dude, I keep saying it over and over, and I think Brian said it before too. That's what's nice about having a job. We're already paying for our shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already make money.
You know what I'm saying? I put everywhere the fuck cam
I got one job. I don't need another one, but fuck, I've already put in a day's work on this live.
We're not getting YouTube money. We're not getting fucking paid from anybody.
I mean, I don't know. I don't want to sound like a hypocrite, but I'm not that worried about it. It would be nice to get a little bit of YouTube money.
It'd be gas money. That's what I call it, gas money.
Even if it's more than gas money, it's like, oh, okay, look, I got an extra $1,000. Oh, $1,000 to go a long way on my race car.
Well, when my friend talked me into doing YouTube, not talked me into it, but kind of, because I did a couple lives, and he was like, oh, you should do it, man, blah, blah, blah. He goes, my buddy goes, dude, there's people out there making millions of dollars on car channels on YouTube. He goes, even if you suck, dude, he goes, and you make $1,000 a month. That's $12,000 a year. He goes, what would $12,000 a year get you car-wise? I'm like, oh, that'd get me a fucking 4-speed transmission. That'd get me a new motor every year. That'd get me fucking new tires every. I mean, I'd have a new drivetrain every fucking year. He goes, exactly.
Yeah, but now you're sitting there to see the reality of it, and $1,000 a month is
fucking
kind of rough.
Yeah, that's fucking unicorn shit too.
But that's the difference.
Shit.
That's the difference is that there's people that are willing to see, okay, this is actually going to be a rough road and it's not going to be easy money and YouTube's not just going to hand me the shit.
Oh, dude. And
there's people that go, fuck, let's put in the work. And then eventually, like me, dude, I'm putting in the work. I've been in this shit for 6 years. I've been in podcasting for going on 3. And I haven't seen as much money as obviously anybody would want with the amount of work that I put into this shit. But eventually, I know from people that I've talked to that say, hey, dude, stick with this shit. And maybe in 10 years, you'll change your life. But you have to stick with it. You cannot shy away from the work because it takes a lot of fucking work. And I'm realizing that right now. If somebody asks me, hey, dude, should I start a podcast? I'd go, why? If they say to make money, I'd say, fuck no. Don't do it. But if they say to fucking make new friends, build relationships, and maybe eventually it can be monetized and I can make some money off it, then I would be willing to tell them some shit because I'm like, all right, I can tell that you're willing to put in the work because anybody that I would sit down that would ask me, hey, how do I build a Facebook page? How do I grow an audience? How do I start a podcast? I would have to know what their ulterior motive is. If it's to make money, I would say you're in it for the wrong reasons, dude. If you're in it to have fun, then the money is just a bonus.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
That's the way I see it.
Yeah.
That is the way I see it.
It has to start out as a hobby.
Yeah.
And then if you start making money on it one day, cool, man. But I mean,
well,
dude.
and that's the thing. It's like anything else. Well, just about anything else. Well, it's even having a hobby. There's people out there right now that don't have a fucking job and are saying, I'm gonna make YouTube my job.
Yeah.
That ain't gonna fucking work. All right. I don't care. You need to be able to, do more than one thing.
Yeah. There's only one platform that works on, and that's OnlyFans. If you want to show if you want to show the goods, then you can make some money. But if you want to do something like this, you got to put in the fucking work, and you cannot expect anything. You can't expect shit because as soon as you expect something and you don't get it, you'll get that disappointment.
I've been doing YouTube for probably about 3 or 4 months, and Uncle Tony had a guy on his channel with a Roadrunner just like mine. And he kept telling the guy, oh, dude, you need to start a YouTube channel. He goes, dude, you got a 69 Roadrunner, you'll be fucking rich. And I'm in the chat going, I've had a YouTube channel for 4 months. I've been making a video every week. I'm not rich.
You know what? That guy, that guy you're talking about?
Yeah.
I bet we could get him on this live. He's got a YouTube channel.
Yeah, he's got
a knowledgeable son of a bitch.
3 videos. He made 3 videos and quit.
Yeah, you know who else he's he's one of Jed's friends. He lives out there by Jed. We get him on here doing this shit.
But it was funny because Uncle Tony was like, oh, dude, you got a 69 Roadrunner. You'll be instantly fucking rich if you start a YouTube channel. And I'm going, like, I got a 69 fucking Roadrunner, man. I mean, I'm fucking doing the damn thing, man. I'm fucking, I don't know. I don't know if you'll be rich.
You know who there's only one person that he said that to that he was right about, who should do YouTube and it will make a ton of money, and that's Steve Mignante.
Yeah.
His channel, but it's Steve Mignante. People know what to expect from him. He's already been on TV and shit.
Oh, dude.
That's the people who are now making.
Videos, I feel like I'm watching TV.
I don't know, man, because he's kind of adapted.
No, but I think he's got good videos. But I'm saying he's had years and years and years in front of the camera.
Yeah, but the whole thing is though. It's not just that. If you watch, he is kind of out of his element because he doesn't have a sound crew there and 3 camera guys doing different angles and all of that shit. And he thought he had to have all of that. And Uncle Tony had to convince him, no, get a friend and have them hold their phone like this.
Yeah.
Okay. And then now that he's doing that, you can see.
Now you can see it. His lives are fucking hilarious. Steve Mugnante, if you're watching this, man, your lives are fucking hilarious. Like I don't want to talk about your lives, man, but you gotta get a different setup, baby. I mean, his lives are a fucking table in an attic that's painted pink. And he's got some crazy boom mic, and he's like, he's a TV guy. Chris,
My lives, there's this right here, and I usually have a blanket behind me.
No,
and I got the Christmas tree back there, so I figured, it's Christmas.
No, yours is way better. The Steve Magnante's live setups is his volume is so low. I have to.
Yeah, that he does that. But you know what? That's the thing, though. When you're doing these, I'm starting to worry about that because it's like, okay, does StreamYard got my volume right? Do I know? Because you can't, unless you get the fucking echo, you don't hear it.
You want to know what the worst is? The worst is like when you're in my position and you record a StreamYard podcast or a live stream and you don't realize that you forgot to fucking check your fucking good mic and everything goes through this little piece of shit up here.
I heard that.
And it sounds like complete fucking trash. Dude, I just want to fucking put a gun in my fucking mouth and pull the trigger, dude. It's so bad. But you just have to ride with it. You just have to
I'm
ride
actually
with it.
talking to you guys through my webcam mic, and I have one of those Blue Yetis, but it has such an echo to it. I
want to get one of those Tall John moved up. You see, I saw he had that big gold mic. I want one of those.
No, I didn't see it. Yeah,
I want a big mic to come.
Yeah, I saw that actually. Yeah, you're right. I've never noticed that before, but yeah.
But you know what? I noticed that too on, and it's got me like spooked about that too. Because if you get a lot of people in here, if we get a lot of people in here and we learn to, kind of herd the cats of controlling chat and everything, you can't go by what they're saying. Because I see a lot of people on Twitch and they'll be like, "Oh, that volume's messed up. Oh, that," and I'm like, "No, that's fucking fine. What the hell?" And there's certain people on Twitch that are just paranoid about that, and they'll be like, "Oh, what volume? What?" And I'm like, "No, dude, it's fine. Leave everything alone. You're fine." And then you'll have like somebody come up, but those assholes in Twitch don't say it right away. They'll let the dude panic for a minute and be like, "No, you're good." I think there's people out there that fucks with that.
I knew I was fucked on the one that was bad because Johnny and Matt were like, "Hey, you're kind of cutting out," and I was like, "Fuck!" But I'm like trying to fuck with this stuff, and I'm like, "Okay, everything's right down here," because it sounded like
one of my like professional shit down there.
No, I have I basically have it converts the digital sound. It's a little fucking box. It's a fuck. If I could unplug it and show you, I would.
I want a
It's
soundboard.
It's super simple. I actually do have. My wife actually bought me this really cool thing called a Stream Deck for Christmas, and it allows you to fucking hit the buttons and shit. But I'm not sure if it works for StreamYard, so I might have to change my streaming platform. I got to play with it a little bit
cool
and see.
Shit. Those guys got some of the mic that lights up different fucking colors, and you got the
there's
Stream Deck, and
there's some shit.
You can control all your you got your lights behind you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's some cool stuff with it. I need to play with it a little bit more, but there's my setup is as basic as you can get. That's leveled up from like $20, $40 mics. Like this mic is $200 and something. It's basically one step down. It's a Shure mic. It's one step down from what Joe Rogan uses. It's the same company. It's just the step down.
Shure is like the name in mics.
So they produce really good fucking sound if you fucking remember to check the right box.
Other than your top secret stuff that you can't tell us about, what do you got planned for 2022, man? I mean, we're in 2022 right now.
Learning from the mistakes that I've made in the past, and I really need to. So I have a subscription platform through Facebook where people pay me a certain amount of money. It's $5.99, and they are entered into a monthly giveaway, and they get one extra podcast and one extra video a month. That's the way it was set up. It was mostly a way for people
to a year behind on that shit.
I was, dude. I caught up, dude. I caught up in a week. I fucking
damn.
My voice is still fucked up from doing all the podcasts and all the videos. But I dropped the ball on it, and I've never been sick so many times this year. In my entire life, I've never been sick this much. I'm still sick right now. I actually have a fucking cough still because my daughter, she's 2.5 and she started going to daycare. Every fucking day she goes to that thing, she comes back with something and I fucking get it. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable.
In school.
Fuck. It's unbelievable.
Better, another one goes and gets something, brings it home, and we're all fucked.
It is unbelievable. I've never been sick this much in my entire life. So that put me behind on that. And I've had some family issues going on and stuff. Like my mom, she's pretty much dying. So that's been rough.
Oh, man, I'm sorry to hear that.
But thank you. I wasn't prepared as I should have been. It was a huge mistake, and I've apologized more than my fair share to the people that believed in me and were paying me $5 a month to get that content, and they didn't. So I made it up to them. I got them all the content, and I'm never going to fall back behind again. But that was me just putting the cart before the horse and not being ready for that and thinking that I was. Because now I have no choice but to be organized this year because I have so much other shit going on with that stuff I was talking to you about. I'm helping this company develop a podcast. Now, whether or not they're going to fucking take me up on my offer is completely different because monetarily there's nothing there at the beginning, and I'm crediting them for podcast consulting because you would not believe how much it costs. If I wanted to have a podcast and I wanted to hire a producer, so all I have to do is come in, talk on this microphone, they take everything, put all the content out, do all the fucking editing and all that shit. The amount of money that is involved in that is ridiculous. I was doing some research to find out how much it would cost if I wanted to start a podcast, to talk to somebody who's a professional that's done it and can guide me through the whole process instead of being a garbage truck driver like me and listening to thousands of hours of podcasts about podcasting to learn how to do it. You can pay this one guy who's one of the best in the business $2,500 and he will tell you how to start the podcast. That's
Kibby,
it.
isn't it? It's Kibby, isn't it?
Dude,
no.
That actually
I thought that was one of his businesses, though.
It was a long time ago, but I think he abandoned it.
Chris, that actually touches the subject, not to interrupt you, man, but
no, go ahead.
I don't want to talk about it live. I really can't talk about it live on the internet, guys, but we'll talk about it privately one day. But I want to get together with you, Chris, because I've made some junkyard videos, and the owner of the junkyard, I basically made a pilot episode for the guy. You know what I'm saying? And I want to talk about some shit, but we'll talk about that. But now that you've talked about the podcast and the guy that you hired to make all the podcasts, basically I went to a junkyard, made some junkyard videos. The guy really fucking loved the videos I was making. So now that junkyard wants to hire a fucking media company and a production company to make the exact videos that I was making from his junkyard, but for himself.
He has no idea what he's getting into.
No. And it's going to cost him millions of fucking dollars, and he's going to he's going to be in the same fucking boat. But and he actually brought up the word attorneys, and he brought up the word, I don't know how long your videos can be up and all this shit. And I'm like, okay, I need to. And you're actually the first person I thought of. Literally, the man is talking to me, and I go, I need to talk to Chris Albright about this because Chris Albright about this shit. I was like,
Actually, guys, can we end this and then talk in private a little bit? Because there's some things I want to talk about in private.
Yeah. If you guys want to end this, man.
Yeah, guys, we're gonna end this. This thing's been going on for 9 hours now. So, thanks for coming out.
You guys are fucking insane.
Groove Streaker, I hope you are the man. Deanna, you are the woman. JMR, Peckerwood, everybody who hung out through all of this. We love you guys. I hope to see Grim here more. I hope everybody keeps tuning in. We just
absolutely,
it's crazy to me. This is still crazy to me.
Yeah,
tonight was crazy.
9 fucking viewers, man, holding strong.
9 is what
you just got 10. You got more.
10. We're getting ready to leave, but we just got 10. All right. Well, we'll see you guys later. Catch us on the next one. Hell, there may be one tomorrow. I don't know.
Yeah.
You never know.
All right, man.
Yeah, go check out Chris the Talking Mopars. Sorry, my mind is.
If you guys are on Facebook, man, Talking Mopars.
Talking Mopars podcast. What are you on? I know you're on Spotify. And
you can find me. You can find me pretty much wherever you get your podcasts. But the easiest thing to do is go to talkingmopars.com, and you can click on any episode and see everywhere that the podcast is available, and you can listen to it directly from the website. So I usually just tell people to go to talkingmopars.com.
And if you got like 3 or 4 good car buddies that would enjoy listening to that, and you get here's what I always wanted to do was get 3 or 4 good car buddies and a couple of big bottles of whatever you're drinking, and drink every time he says Mopar. You will be smashed in like 10 minutes.
There's a couple things that I say a lot, like, you know what I mean?
You know what I
And
mean? Yeah.
I have a couple things that I fucking say no matter how hard you won't believe how many times I edit that out too.
Yeah.
It's fucking bad.
Or if Johnny says bitchin' or General Mayhem.
Yeah.
Take a drink for bitchin'
All
and
right.
General Mayhem.
Guys, make sure you go subscribe to Ruben, Tall
All right.
John, Jed, everybody. You know, everybody who was in here.
Charger.
I put up links. They're way up in the chat, though. All right. We'll see you guys later.
Bye, guys. Later.